Build a fully functional Spotify clone using Flutter and FastAPI in this comprehensive course. Following the MVVM architecture, you'll create a sophisticated music streaming application that handles everything from user authentication to background music playback. You'll master modern technologies, including PostgreSQL for data persistence, Cloudinary for media storage, and Riverpod for state management, while implementing features like favorite tracks and recently played songs. Ravan Ranawat has created a bunch of other popular courses on our channel.
In this video, we'll be building a music streaming app very similar to Spotify using the MVVM architecture. We'll be using Flutter for the app's frontend, FastAPI for the backend, and PostgreSQL for the database. We'll also be using Hive for local data storage and Riverpod for state management. We'll cover features like user login and sign up, Auth state persistence, meaning keeping logged in users logged in, allowing users to upload music, displaying the latest songs, playing songs, and keep the music playing even when the app is in the background, along with music control options and notification. We'll also implement functionalities like favoriting songs and displaying them in a user's library. For this project, you'll need a basic understanding of Riverpod, Python, and HTTP. Knowledge of MVVM, FastAPI, Hive, or PostgreSQL is not required. I'll be explaining them in detail as we use them. Subscribe cause the button still lights up when I say it, and now let's get into the course. Alright, so the first step is to create and set up a project. To do that, open your terminal, migrate to the folder where you want your project to be present, and then create a new empty folder called Music App inside of it. Our project consists of two parts, the client side where we will use Flutter and the server side where we will use FastAPI. So in this directory, we will have two subdirectories, the client and the server. So let's migrate to this music app directory that we created and create two subfolders, the client side and the server side. Now if you open up your folder, you will see client and server present inside of it. Now we will get to the server side later on, but first we need to focus on the client side. I want my Flutter project to be installed. So what I'm going to do is cd into this client and then run the flutter create command. But just doing that isn't enough. I also need to put a full stop to tell it that hey, in this folder we need to create a new Flutter project. And then I'll hit enter. And if you run the command ls, you'll see all the files related to Flutter are present in this client directory. Even if you go to this folder, client, you'll see everything is present here. So let's open this in Visual Studio Code. You're free to follow along in any other code editor of your choice, but I highly recommend Visual Studio Code because I'll be giving a few tips and tricks throughout this tutorial, which will help you build apps faster with Visual Studio Code. So after you open it in Visual Studio Code, we can close the Welcome tab, go to the lib folder, main.dart file, and this is the place where we are going to start editing our code. But before that, let's ensure that the boilerplate code present here works fine. So what I'm going to do is click on this part and start the iOS simulator. I'm also going to start the Android emulator and launch the app on both of these devices to ensure everything works fine. I'm also going to close the terminal over here because we'll be using the terminal provided by VS Code. Now let's come back to Visual Studio Code. Select the device over here, then click on run without debugging, and our Android emulator will start. We can do the same thing for the iPhone simulator. So let's run that too. And let's wait for both of these apps to install on each of the devices, and then we can get started. So both the apps have started running and they're looking good. Now before moving any further with the code, what I want to do is explain the MVVM architecture to you. For that, I have a nice illustration here. The MVVM architecture is short for the three components that are involved in this architecture. M stands for model, V stands for view, and VM at the end stands for ViewModel. What are each of these components and how do they interact with each other? Let's start with model. This model represents the data and the business logic of the application. It is responsible for handling the data, whether it is any data coming from the database or contacting any API or any other source that's present. So this model are your data classes, services, or repositories that manage data fetching and manipulation. Next is view. This view represents the UI components that display your data. So view is basically all the widgets that you use, all the UI related stuff. And finally, we have the view model. View model acts as a bridge between the model and the view. This view model handles the logic to present the data to the view and responds to user actions. It basically manages what state the view is showing. Is it showing a circular progress indicator, or is it showing some data, or is it showing some error message? All of that is controlled by view model. It determines whether view should show it or not show it. Let's take an example to understand this better. Let's say a user clicks on a button to log in. What are each of these components going to do in that scenario? View is going to provide the login button and the text fields for user input. When the user clicks on the button, the view model is called. This view model will first start the loading indicator and notify the view about it that, hey, we are loading. So the view is going to start loading now. And while it is loading, it has sent a request to model to contact the external APIs. Once model gets data from there, it passes it on to the view model. Now the view model determines if it is a data or an error message. If it is data, it notifies the view that, hey, we have data. Now you can just go to the home screen. And if it is an error message, it will tell view that, hey, this was an error message. Just show a snack bar or any other type of dialog if you want to. So basically, view model will determine what state view is in. So I hope the MVVM architecture was clear to you. If you followed some of my tutorials before, many of the projects have already used the MVVM architecture. It's very similar to that. And if this explanation is not clear to you, don't worry. As we go through the code, you'll understand it better. So let's come back to the application. So in the lib folder, I can go ahead and create the model, view model, and the view folders, right? Well, we can do that, but here's the problem. I have multiple pages in my application. For example, the signup page, login page, home page, library page, songs page. So all of these pages have to be in this view. Now it can get cluttered really fast. And the same goes for model. I have my user model. I have my songs model. In the view model, I'm going to have my home view model, my auth view model. So all of these folders can pile up a lot of files really quickly, and it can be hard to find each of these files. So instead, what we are going to do is something known as feature-wise development. We are going to have a folder structure where everything is presented according to features. So in the lib folder, I'm going to create a new folder called features. And in this features, I'm going to pass in each feature of my application. For example, there's an auth feature in my app. There's a home feature in my app. And if there's any other feature, I'm going to put it over here. And each of these folders is going to have their own subfolders of model, view, and view model. So auth has its own view, view model, and model. Home will have its own view, model, and view model. The benefit of feature-wise development is that if I want to remove one feature from my app, I'll only get 2 to 3 errors by removing one folder. For example, I want to remove the auth feature from my app completely. What I can do is just delete this particular folder because none of the auth features are going to lie in any other folder. And the same goes for home, and the same goes for any other feature you might add in your application. Now in this auth feature, we have the view, right? In this view folder, we are going to have 2 subfolders. One is the pages. This is going to contain all your pages like the login page, sign up page. And another folder is going to be widgets. This is going to contain the reusable widgets across this view folder. For example, the login page and the sign up page both use the same button. So I can just put it in this widgets folder, right? And then I can reuse that widget across multiple pages. One thing to note is that any class or any function that's present inside of this auth folder cannot be used inside of any other feature. So my login button that's present in this widgets tab cannot be used in this home feature. I'll have to create a separate login button here, because if I use the same auth button that's present in this auth feature, it's not going to follow the feature-wise development, because if I delete the auth feature later on at some point, I'm going to have an error in the home feature as well, because it is still referencing that widget that's present in the auth folder, and the auth folder doesn't exist anymore, right? So that's the thing to keep in mind. So in this pages view, let's just create a new page, which is the signup_page.dart. I'm also going to minimize the Explorer for some time. Now we can go to the extensions tab and make sure that you have the Flutter widget snippets extension installed in your system. Then here we are going to create a stateful widget. Why a stateful widget? That's because signup page is going to have a text editing controller. And whenever we have a text editing controller, we want to dispose it of. So we'll need the dispose method given by a stateful widget. So here, let's create a signup page. And here, we are going to return a scaffold instead of a placeholder. For now, it's an empty scaffold, but later on, we are going to change it. We can come to the main.dart file and remove the entire home page that's present over here, all the boilerplate code. I'm also going to remove this comment that's present and even this one. And here, instead of returning home page, I'm going to return signup page. Now I can restart my entire application, and if you see, we have blank screen showing up for both the devices. Now I'm going to stop the Android device from running because it takes up a lot of battery. We will occasionally come back to the Android emulator to ensure that everything works fine, but for now, we are only going to use the iPhone simulator. So the next thing we need to start working on is the theme of the application. This is the signup page that we want to build. And as you can see, the background of this is a black color. To get all of these colors that are used in the entire application, you can go to the link mentioned in the description below, copy the entire palette class that's linked, then go to the lib folder, and in this lib folder, we are going to create a new folder called core. This core folder is going to contain all the resources that are shared across all the features in our application. So theme and color palette is one of the resources that are shared across all the features in the application. So I'm going to put it in core. So in this core, let's create a new folder called theme. And in this theme, we are going to have app_palette.dart file. And then we are going to paste our color palette code. This color palette class contains the card color, green color, subtitle text, inactive bottom bar item color, and various other things. Now you might have a question of why are we storing all the colors in this color palette file or this color palette class? And the answer for that is centralized control. If we store all the colors that are used in the application in one single class, we know what class to access whenever we want to change the theme of our application. Let's say I want to change the background color. I don't have to roam around every single place and every single page in my application. I can just come to this class and edit the background color over here. Whenever I have a centralized control, it gets easier for me to change anything in my app. There's only one source of control for it. Another thing you might notice is this palette class has all static variables. Why? That's because we don't want to create an instance of this palette class every single time we want to access this color. This way, we can only do palette.card color, for example, and we can access the card color instead of creating an instance of this class every single time. So I hope that's clear. Now in this theme folder, I'm going to create a new file called theme.dart, and this is going to contain the real theme of my application. So let's get started by writing code here. I'm going to create a new class called app_theme, and in this app_theme, again, I'm going to create a static variable, which is going to be final because I don't want to change it. And let's call this dark theme mode. Maybe later on in your application, you decide to add a light theme mode as well. That's why we are calling this dark theme mode. And this is going to be equal to theme_data.dark. And this is an inbuilt function created by Flutter that will give you all the dark theme properties. But I do want to edit some of it. So I'm going to use the copy with method that's given. So we are having a dark theme mode, and then we are doing copy with to change certain attributes. But first, let's just see how theme data.dark looks like. So I can go to the main.dart file. Instead of using the theme data present by default, I'm going to add my app theme.dark theme mode, save it. I'm going to restart the entire app. And as you can see, this is how it looks like. Now these colors are a bit different. So I'm going to go to the copy with function and change the scaffold background color property here. And this is going to be equal to the palette dot background color. Then I'm going to save it. Again, restart the entire app, and there we go. Now we will keep coming back to this app theme because there are a few more properties we would like to change. But for now, we can just go to the sign up page and start creating the sign up page exactly as this guy over here. So let's analyze this page. What do we see over here? Well, there are multiple elements that are laid down vertically, so we should be using a column, right? And in that column, we are going to have a text that says sign up, and that's bolded and big in size. Then we have 3 text fields, name, email, and password. And then we have a button that says sign up. If you see this button closely, it is a gradient button. The color is changing from year to year. And finally, we have a text saying already have an account, sign in. And this sign in is a different color text than this one. So we need to implement all of this. One thing that you cannot see over here is an app bar. We have also added an app bar, but it's not visible, because of which this part over here is not exactly centered in the screen. So let's get started. We are going to the scaffold, and in there we are going to have an app bar, and this app bar is going to be empty. All this app bar does is add a space over here so that our elements are not exactly centered in the screen. They are a bit down. After that, we can add the body of the scaffold, and this is going to be a column. And in this column, we are going to have multiple children. The first child is going to be a text that says sign up. So it's going to be a constant text. So we will have sign up, and then obviously we need to improve the text style because it needs to be bolded and big in size. So I'm just going to put in font size of 50 and font weight of font weight.bold. If we come back over here, we see sign up. There's a missing full stop and wrong capitalization. Let me fix that. There we go. Also, if you notice over here, we have our sign up text showing up. That's nice, but it's not in the beginning. There is some space left over here, and then the sign up text shows up. That's because of the app bar. We have added an app bar which forces sign up to go down. Now the next thing we need is this text field, the name text field. Now we can manually add a text field over here like this, and that would be totally fine. We'll be using text form field, and I'll let you know why in a bit. But instead of writing a text form field manually over here, what we can do is create a custom widget for it. That's because we have 3 text fields that look exactly the same. And even in the login page, we will have email and password text fields that will look exactly the same. So what I can do is go to the Explorer. In the widgets part, I told you we are going to have reusable widgets. So let's add our custom text field over here, custom_field.dart. Then we are going to create a stateless widget over here and call it custom field. Also, let's minimize the Explorer again. And from here, we are going to return a text form field. Why a text form field and not text field? That's because we'll be implementing a form in our sign up page and our login page. A form will validate the entire sign up page and all of its fields. That will make it easier for us to validate if the user has not put any text and give them error message if they haven't put it. So we are using text form field. If we hadn't implemented the form, we would be using text field, and that wouldn't be an issue for us. So over here, let's add a decoration, an input decoration, and start designing a text field exactly like this. But here's the problem. All of our text fields are going to look exactly the same. I want this theme to be maintained. So what I can do is, instead of writing the input decoration over here for just this text form field, what I can do is go to the theme.dart file. In my app theme class, I can mention the input decoration theme over here and pass in the input decoration theme. Now whatever properties I pass over here will be automatically added to my text form field. So I don't have to manually type the input decoration for each and every field in my application. It will look exactly like this. And if I want to change it, I can obviously change it by overriding it with this input decoration property. But I'm just making sure that this text field becomes the default option. So here, what do I need? Let's see that by putting custom field in our application over here. So we have our text field showing up over here. Now there are multiple things to change. First is the border. We need to add some borders over here. So what I can do is go to the theme.dart. Here add the focused border option. Now this focused border takes an input border. So I'm just going to pass in an outline input border because I want an outline, right? And then I'm going to save it. Let's restart the application. Nothing changes, but when I focus on the text field, you see the border changes. Now let's add some properties inside of this outline input border to make it look good. So the property I can pass in here is the border side. Border side accepts an instance of this border side class. And then I can pass in the color. So my color is going to be the palette.border color. Let's save it. Let's restart again. Let's focus and my border color shows up, but it's not that thick. So let me increase the width over here and set it to 3. Also, I'll restart the app. Then I'll click over here again and this looks much thicker. Nice. Next thing I want to do is even when I'm not focusing on the input field, I want the border to show up. So for that, I can add the enabled border property and paste the exact outline input border over here. Then I'm going to restart the application and there we go. We see the border showing up. Another problem with the text field is that if you see there's a lot of padding within the text field. Over here, there's not a lot of padding inside the text field. So we can increase the padding by just doing content padding and setting it to edgeinsets.all 27. Then I'll save it, restart the app, and this is much bigger. Nice. One problem with the text field is that when I click on it, it doesn't change the color. I want it to change the color. Here's the exact demo. When I click on this text field, this border should turn into this pinkish color. We have not implemented that. So let's do that. We already have a focus border. What we need to do is change it to gradient 1 or actually gradient 2. Whatever one you prefer. Now I can restart the app, click over here and this shows up. Nice. For now the input decoration theme seems to be done. So I'm going to put a const over here, then go to the custom field and here add a hint text. And the hint text is going to be, let's say, name. But if I only put name, it's going to be an issue because when I restart the app, it shows up name over here. That's good. But when I add another custom field, it's going to show up name again. But I don't want that. I want email to be showing as the hint text, right? So I cannot manually hard code over here that this is going to be name. So what I can do is take it from the constructor of this widget so that whenever I call the instance of custom field, I ask the user, hey, what hint text should be passed over here? So we can just have final string hint text and we'll require that from the constructor. Then I'm going to take this hint text and pass it in over here. Now I can go to the signup page where we have an error and pass in the required hint text, which is first the name followed by the email. Then I'm going to save it. Let's restart again and we see name email showing up. Let's add a third custom field as well, which is the password. Let's save it and we have password showing up as well. Now let's work on the spacing. The spacing between the signup text and the first text field is more compared to the spacing that's present over here. So I can just add a constant size box of height 30 over here. If you want, you can use spacer to space things out perfectly, but I'm going to stick to sized box. Let's restart the app and we see this looks good. Let's add some spacing between these text fields as well. that spacing is smaller than the spacing between the signup text and the name text field. So I'm just going to leave a spacing of 15 between each of them. Let's save it, and there we go. Looks nice. Next thing is the padding that's left from here. To add that padding, I can cover each custom field with a padding widget. But that's quite unnecessary, don't you think? If I add another custom field, I will have to add a padding surrounding it. Instead of wrapping each of the text fields with a padding widget, I can just wrap the column with a padding widget. Because everything has space left from the left and the right. So instead of wrapping each of the widgets with a padding widget, what I can do is wrap the column with a padding widget. So you can click on the column, then press Ctrl+Shift+R if you're on Mac, or you can just right click on refactor, and then wrap it with the padding widget. Here we are going to leave a padding of, let's say, 15. Then we are going to save it. Let's restart again, and this looks much better. The next problem over here is that this column is not center aligned. So in this column widget, we can add a property of main axis alignment as main axis alignment.center. What this will do is take the main axis of the column, which is the vertical alignment, and center it according to the vertical position. And there we go. It fixes our thing. Next thing you might notice is that there's no border radius on each of the text fields. But over here, we do have a border radius. It is slightly curved from the top, bottom, everywhere, right? So again, we can go to our theme.dart file, and here we can specify the border radius. And notice that I've put the border radius outside of this border side property. Border radius is not a part of border side. It is a part of the outline input border. And here I've specified border radius dot circular, and then we'll pass it as 10. Let's remove the const from here, put const everywhere except this border radius, because this border radius dot circular is not a constant. Let's save it. Let's restart. And we don't see any changes because we've added this property inside focus border. So when we focus, it's going to change, but in the enabled border, it's not present. So let me add it over there as well. And we can remove the constant over here, put it for the border side. Let's restart again. And there we go. Now you might have noticed an issue with our code. We have two borders that are basically the same. The only difference is the color property inside of the border side class. Rest everything remains the same. For example, I added border radius. I had to add the border radius in the enabled border as well as the focused border. What if I can just extract this out in a separate variable of its own and override the color property if I need to? This way, I only need to edit one part of the code and it will be reflected in two places. What I mean is I can just do static underscore border, and notice that I've created a private variable for this, and that should be returning this outline input border. Also, this is of the type outline input border, so let me put that here. Otherwise, this border will have a type of dynamic, and then I can use the border over here. So enable border is equal to this border method. Now I can do the exact same thing over here for the focus border as well. I can remove this part of the code and just add border like this. Then save it. Let's restart the app, and you might notice our app still works fine, but with one noticeable difference. When I tap on a text field, I don't see the pink color that I was seeing earlier. So to fix that, what I can do is just take the color from the parameter over here. So I can just pass in the border color from here. And this way, this is not a constant anymore because we are taking it from the parameter. Then we can restart the app. And actually, we need to fix the error over here, because this border method requires us to pass in a color, the border color. So I can pass in palette.border color, and over here I can pass in palette.gradient2. Then I can restart the app, and now the border color shows up, and when I click on it, there is the focus border palette.gradient2. That seems to be working fine, right? Having created that, let's go to the sign up page and let's see what we can work on next. The next thing is this button, the gradient button. This gradient button is also a button that can be reused. It can be reused in the login page. So instead of writing it in the sign up page over here, just like the custom field, I'm going to create my auth_gradient_button.dart file and then a stateless widget called auth_gradient_button. And here we are going to return an elevated button. The onPressed is going to be an empty function and the child is going to be a text that says sign up. Also, let's minimize the Explorer here and then take the auth gradient button, put it in the sign up page for now. Just like this. Then we can restart the app and we see the sign up button showing up. That's cool. Let's leave a size box of height, let's say 20, so that there's some space between the password and the sign up button. After that, we can start working on the design of the sign up button. So the first thing I want to change in this button is the height and width of this button. So I can pass the style property in this elevated button and let's call this elevated button.styleFrom and then pass in the various properties I want to. The first property is the fixed size property because I want my elevated button to take a fixed size, and the fixed size is going to be the size of width 395 and height of 55. Let's save that. There we go. Our sign up button looks good. It is taking all the width and height I want it to take. Now I want to increase the height of this text inside of the button. So in my child where I've passed in the text, I can pass in style, text style, and then pass in font size 17 and font weight of fontweight.w600. W400 is the normal font weight. I've passed in W600 so that it's neither too bolded nor the normal text style. This looks much better to me. The next thing we want to add is the gradient to this button. But here's the problem. Elevated button has no property of adding a gradient. You can see it in the list of properties that are mentioned over here. So to add a gradient button, what we need to do is wrap this elevated button with a container which allows us to pass in a gradient. So if we pass the gradient to the container, which is a parent to this elevated button, the gradient will automatically be passed to this elevated button. If that doesn't make sense, wait a minute. What we are going to do is again bring up the refactoring options and wrap with widget. And here I'm going to pass in a container. The container is going to have a decoration property which is going to be box decoration. After that, we have a property of gradient over here. And now I can pass in the gradient, and that gradient is my choice. It can be a radial gradient or any other type of gradient, but what I want is a linear gradient. So I'm going to pass that over here. Then it asks me for a list of colors I want to pass in. You can pass in whatever colors you want. I'm going to pass in palette.gradient1 and palette.gradient2. Also, let's put some commas so that the formatting takes place. Now, if you're wondering how is this auto formatting for me on save, well, I've enabled an option in Visual Studio Code that allows me to do this. Simply go to your settings by clicking on Command-Shift-P, settings, then search for the setting of format on save and enable this option. So let's close the settings again and let's see if our button is now gradient. And it's not. We can see some highlights of the gradient over here, but this button is not actually gradient. Why? Because this button has its own color. It is taking its own color and overriding the already existing set of colors that the container has passed to it. To fix that, what we can do is pass the background color property to this elevated button and pass in palette.transparent color. Palette.transparent color is just colors.transparent. This way we are saying that, hey, this elevated button doesn't have its own real color. It is transparent. It is going to show what the parent has for it to show. And now if we come, we do see the gradient showing up, but still there is some color behind the scenes. And that is the shadow color. So let's set the shadow color to palette.transparent color as well. And then we can save it, restart the entire app, and we see our gradient color perfectly showing up. A small improvement we can make over here is the border radius change. This is too sharp at the edge. So I can pass in the border radius property to this container in the decoration. And that is going to be border radius dot circular, let's say 7. Then we can save it. We'll restart the entire app and our app looks good over here. Now the gradients here won't exactly match, and that's because in this linear gradient property, we can adjust the beginning and the ending. You see, the begin is by default alignment.center-left and the end is alignment.center-right. What this means is the gradient is going to begin from the center left, so from here to the center right over here. I can change that. I can set the begin to, let's say, alignment.bottom left and the end to alignment.top right. So it starts from bottom left to top right, and now it's the same as this one. So I hope you understood the entire process of creating an auth gradient button. To recap, elevated button does not have a property to pass in a linear gradient. So what I did is wrapped it with a container which allows me to put a gradient. When I put that gradient, elevated button has its own color. So to change the color, I pass the background color as palette.transparent color and even the shadow color as palette.transparent color. This means that they don't have its own color and they're just transparent. It's going to show what the parent has for it to show. And this way we have our gradient color. Having understood that, let's move ahead. The last thing we need in the sign up page is this already have an account sign in text. Now you might think that we can just put a text saying already have an account, sign in, and then the screen would look fine. But no, if you notice, there are two different colors being used. So we cannot use the same text widget. We will have to create two text widgets, right? And to do that and to align them horizontally, we can use a row widget. So a row is going to have one text of already have an account and the other element of sign in text. Now that is one way you can do it, but there's a simpler way. We can just use a rich text widget. Text widget behind the scenes does use the rich text widget. We're manually going to go ahead and use our rich text widget over here. So let's again add a spacing of 20 and then add the rich text widget. The text here is already have an account, and actually this text is not taking a string, it is taking an inline span. And text span extends inline span, so I can just put in a text span over here. In the text span, I can pass in the text, which is going to be already have an account. Then this text span will have children, where we can pass in a list of text spans. And the next text span over here is going to be, as you might have guessed, sign in. Now, if I come back to the sign up page, you see we already have an account, sign in showing up, but the text is quite small. So to change it, I can just pass in a style, which is going to be theme.offContext.textTheme.title medium. Then I'm going to save it, and there we go. This is much bigger. So what I'm doing is using the theme, going to the text theme, and then using the title medium property. Now, if I want to change the properties of this title medium, I can go to my own app theme and here specify the text theme, then create an instance of the text theme and pass in title medium and change the text style over here. But I'm going to use the default one provided by Flutter because that fits my purpose. But if you want to change it, you can do it. And that's what I'm doing. I'm accessing the theme that is defined over here, then using the text theme property and using the title medium property defined inside of the text theme. Now the next thing I want to change is the color of this text span, the sign in text. So I can specify the style of its own, then pass in a text style, The color is going to be palette.gradient2, and the font weight is going to be font weight.bold. Now if I come back over here, this looks good, but the only thing is the spacing. I want a gap to be present between already have an account and sign in. So what I'm going to do is leave a space in this string itself, then save it, and we have the spacing over here. Nice. And that's pretty much all I wanted to do in this page in terms of UI. One thing you might want to know is how am I getting all of these warnings showing up like this? And for that, I'm using an extension called error lens. This one, created by Alexander. So if you want, you can install that. But for now, what I'm going to do is disable it because I believe this can be quite irritating throughout the tutorial. But if this is something you're interested in keeping on, make sure to do so. So I'll restart the extension, and whatever error I have, I'll have to hover over this to see it. So what is the next thing we need to work on? The thing is, we have all the text fields present over here, name, email, and password, but how do I extract the text that is present inside of them? For that, I will have to create my own text editing controllers, and also I'll have to implement my own form, because that's why I've used the text form field over here, right? So let's get started with that. The first thing I'm going to do is in the sign up page over here, I'm going to create my 3 text editing controllers. The first one is going to be the name controller. So let's have name controller equal to the text editing controller. Then I'm going to create 2 more instances of it. The second one is going to be email controller, and the third one is going to be password controller. Then I'm going to dispose them off, and many people say that super.dispose should be called after you've disposed everything, so that you dispose your resources and then you can dispose the Flutter resources. So let's follow that. Name controller.dispose, email controller.dispose, password controller.dispose. In this application, if you put super.dispose over here, it should be fine as well. But for safety, you can just keep it at the end. Now let's attach each of these controllers to our text fields. But our text fields don't have an option to do that. We cannot attach a controller over here. So let's go to the custom field, and how I'm going to the particular custom field is by clicking on command. And here in the text form field, I can attach a controller, and I can take that controller from the constructor. So we will have a text editing controller, and then we will require this controller from the constructor like this. There we go. Now I need to pass in the controller. So the first controller is going to be the name controller. The second is the email controller, and the third one is the password controller. There's not going to be any noticeable difference in the UI now, but we do have access to whatever the user types in the text field now using this controller. Next thing I want to work on is if I click on password and type anything, this password is clearly visible. Now that works for email and name. I want the text to be visible over here, but in password, it should be obscured, right? There should be some character showing up instead of the text. To do that, we can go to the custom field and here create a property of final bool is obscure text. Then we can take that from the constructor again. And in the text form field, we have a property of obscure text. Here I can pass in is obscure text, save it. And in the sign up page, you see we get an error, but I don't want that. This is a small issue. The obscure text should usually be false, but only when the password field comes up, I want it to be true. So instead of putting it as required, what I can do is this .isObscureText is usually always false. But if you go to the password custom field and here add isObscureText and set it to true, then it's true. By default, it is false. Now, if I restart my application and go to the password field and type something over here, you see our text is now obscured. If you want to change what the obscured character looks like, you can change it over here, obscuring character. And if you want, you can change it to any character of your choice. Let's say 0, restart, then You see, whatever you type, only 0 will show up. But I do like the default obscuring character, which is something like a dot. So I'll keep that. So that's a small improvement. Looks good. The last thing I want to implement in the sign up page is the form. So what I'm going to do is wrap this column with a form widget. How this form works is that this form takes in a key, and that key is going to be a form key. So let's create a form key at the top. So this is going to be a final form key, which is equal to a global key. And the global key's type is form state, because this global key is storing the form state. Then I can take this form key and put it down over here. Then I'm going to restart the app. There's not going to be any noticeable difference, but now whenever I want to check if all the fields are following a particular condition, I can do so. How this form widget works is that it will notice its children, and it will notice that our custom field has a text form field, right? So it can call the validator method inside of it, and that will validate if the text form field is working fine. And we can do that for several of our custom fields. Now to validate our form, all we need to do is something like form key dot current state dot validate. Once we do this, it will trigger the validator method inside of this custom field. So there is something like a validator function over here, which I need to implement. And once it calls that, and each of the elements of this form say that the validate is true, that means they have followed a particular condition. This is going to return true. So that means everything looks good. Otherwise, it's going to return false, saying that, hey, your condition wasn't met. So there's some problem, and it will obviously throw an error as well. We'll see that later on when we implement the form key. But for now, let's just write the validator method over here. This validator method gives us a value. And what is this value? This value is the value that's present inside of the text form field, whatever the user has typed in, the user input. So here we're going to check if value dot is empty. If the value is empty, that means I want to return an error saying that, hey, the hint text is missing. So to do that, I can just pass in $hint text is missing. Now, if the value is not empty, that means there is no error. So I can just return null over here. That, hey, there was no error. Everything looks good. Whenever the validator returns null, this method that we had, the validate, it's going to return true. Otherwise, when we return a text like this validate is going to return false. So why do we have this condition here? This condition is basically checking that, hey, if your value is empty, that means the user has not typed anything. That means you forgot this text field. Now we can't proceed any further, right? If the user input is missing, that's not acceptable. Now, of course, we can optimize this further by just putting value.trim.isEmpty, because the user can just put in empty spaces and then the string is not empty. If I put trim, it's going to remove all the spaces from the start and the end, so the user cannot fool us. So let's save it. And that's pretty much all I had for this sign up page. Now what we need to do is create the login page, and login page looks very similar to the sign up page. So this is how the sign in page looks like. You see, very similar to the sign up page. We just have to remove the name text field. We need to change the text of the sign up to sign in. And instead of saying already have an account, we need to say don't have an account. So let's go and create a new page called the login page. Then I'm going to basically copy this entire file and paste it over here. Then let's minimize the Explorer and make the changes. Instead of sign up page, we're going to call this login page. So to change the name, what I'm going to do is press on Option on Mac so that I have multi-cursor. You see, multi-cursor. And I can change the sign up to login everywhere. So I can just backspace, put in login, and there we go. The name of this widget is now login page. Now we'll remove the name controller because that's not needed anymore. The form key still has to be there because we need to validate the login page as well. Now instead of saying sign up, let's say sign in. And it is a capitalized I. Then we'll remove the custom text field that says name. Also, let's remove this height of 15. Email and password is going to be there. Auth gradient button is going to be there. And instead of saying already have an account, we are going to say don't have an account. Now here, I want don't with a single inverted comma, but you see this entire string messes up. It thinks that the string ends over here at dawn, but that's not true. So to avoid it, I can wrap this entire string with double inverted comma. Then I can use a single inverted comma over here, or I can just put a backslash over here. Then it will consider this single inverted comma as a single inverted comma, not an ending of the string. Then I can save it. We have don't have an account now. Then we want to sign up, not sign in. Also, let's put a const over here. Even in the sign up page, we'll have to put a const here. So let's do that. And I think that's all. So I'm going to go to the main.dart file, and instead of returning a sign up page, I'm going to return the login page just so that I can see what's going on here. Let's restart, and we have the sign in page. Now there's only one issue over here. It says sign up instead of sign in. That's not what I want. To fix that, I will have to go to the auth gradient button, and over here I'll have to pass in sign in. But if I do that, it's going to change the text in the sign up page to sign in again. Now we have seen a solution for this. We are going to take it from the constructor. So I'm just going to have a final string button text. Then I'm going to require it over here. Then I can take the button text and pass it to this text. Also, let's put a const over here. Then in the sign up page, I'm going to have button text of sign up, and in the login page, I'm going to have a button text of sign in. Let's save it, and there we go. It says sign in now, and I'm sure on the sign up page, it will say sign up. Another thing I want to do is that each of the button is going to have its own on tap functionality, meaning whenever I click on sign in, it's going to run the login functionality. If I click on the sign up button, it's going to run the sign up user functionality. So there are two different functions. I can go to the auth gradient button and add that on tap again. So I can just have final void callback, because that's what on tap is, a function that doesn't return anything. So that's a void callback. Then we are going to have required this dot on tap. Then I'm going to pass this on tap over here in the elevated button instead of this empty function. So in the login page, I can go ahead and pass the on tap, which is going to be an empty function. And again, we're going to go to the login page and pass an on tap. We are going to save this. And there's not going to be any noticeable difference, but now each of the button, the sign in and the sign up, have their own functionalities that we can pass. So the UI for the sign up and sign in pages seems to be done. Now we can finally leave the Flutter part for some time, go to our server folder, set up FastAPI backend, just explore it a little bit and create the sign up and the sign in functionalities. Then we'll come back to Flutter and do our things. So let's get started. So what I'm going to do now is go to my Visual Studio Code. I'm going to stop the execution over here. I'm going to close the entire client-side Visual Studio Code. I'm also going to terminate the iPhone 15 Pro Max for now, and I'll also remove the screenshot, obviously. After that, I'm going to open my terminal, go to the desktop where I created my music app project. I'm just going to go in that directory. Then I'm going to do ls so that it lists out all the directories or files in my music app folder. And I have client and server. I'm going to cd into the server, and now we are going to start writing our code. So I'm going to open this in Visual Studio Code. The first thing I'm going to do in the server folder is create a virtual environment for this project. Once I create the virtual environment, all the dependencies that are present will only be there for this project. It will not affect any other modules or dependencies I add to other projects. So that's a good thing to do. So I'm going to open the integrated terminal over here, and then I'm going to run the command python 3-m vnv. What this command does is create a new virtual environment in a folder named vnv. So Python 3 is the Python interpreter we're using. -mvenv tells Python to run the venv module as a script, and this venv is the name of the directory where the virtual environment will be created. It's common to name this directory venv, but if you want, you can also name it anything else, okay? I'm going to stick to venv. Then I'm going to hit enter, and as you can see, venv folder is created. If you want to examine further, you can go down and see it. Now our virtual environment is created. Now what I want to do is activate this virtual environment. To do that, I'll do source.venv/bin/activate. This source over here is a shell command used to execute the contents of a script, and this is the path which will allow us to activate the virtual environment. If you go over here, venv bin, there's an activate command, right? So this will activate our virtual environment now, and you see venv is written over here, so we are in our virtual environment. Now whenever we install any dependencies using pip, which is the Python package installer, it will only be present for this particular server folder. That's the job of a virtual environment. So the next thing I want to do here is create a main.py file, and not in the virtual environment. I want to create it in the server folder. And here, let's just type out print hello world and execute this main.py file. To run the file, what we're going to do is Python 3, or if you're having just one version of Python, just Python, followed by the file name, which is main.py, and there we have hello world. So the Python file is working, all the installation seems to be working fine. Now let's go ahead and create our first API. So to create our first API, we are going to take the help of FastAPI. If you want, you can go to the documentation using this website, fastapi.tiangulo.com. It is an open source project, so if you want, you can check out the source code on GitHub over here. But if you explore the documentation, you'll find that to install FastAPI in our project, all we need to do is pip or pip3 install FastAPI. And then we can hit enter. And you see it's downloading FastAPI for us in this virtual environment. After that, to create our first API, what we need to do is import FastAPI. Because we have an external dependency, another module that I want to import, and that is not provided by Python by default. So what I'm going to do is from FastAPI, we're going to import FastAPI. Now we need to create an instance of this FastAPI class. So I'm going to store that in the app variable, and I'm going to create an instance of FastAPI like this. Now I can use this app to create an API route. So to create an API route, all I need to do is put @app dot and then whatever route I want to do, app.get or app.post or app.update or app.patch, whatever. I'm going to go ahead with app.get, and it's going to be a simple /. And now we have to define a function. To define a function, we can do def, let's say test, because that's what I'm doing with this route. This route is not going to exist in a real app. We're just testing if everything is working fine. Then I'm going to put a colon, and after that, let's return something. So let's return hello world. Now, usually in API routes, we always have to return something. So our first API route is now created. If you want to test this, you might think that I can just go to localhost 8000 and just click over here. And as you can see, Safari can't connect to the server. Why? That's because the server isn't running. So we need to make this app run now. So to make it run, we can open up our terminal, and then we can run the command fastapi dev main.py. FastAPI dev is basically saying that I want to run this in development mode, and I specifically want to run the main.py file. After that, I can hit enter, and as you can see, it's using the path main.py. Then it found the absolute path of my main.py file. Then it is searching for something like __init__.py file. Then it's importing the main module. Then it found the importable FastAPI app, which is this particular thing over here. And as you can see, this is the command it used, from main import app. Then using import string main app, it started the server and it gives us the information that it's serving at http://127.0.0.1:8000, and we can find the docs at 127.0.0.1:8000/docs. Now we are going to look into API docs in just a minute, but what does this 127.0.0.1 mean? It means that it's running on localhost. Localhost is the equivalent of 127.0.0.1. So if I just go at localhost 8000 now, you see we get a hello world. Alternatively, I can also do 127.0.0.1:8000 and then hit enter, and we see hello world both the places. So our get route is now working fine. If I remove this return and instead of return I just do print hello world, what do you think is going to happen? Well, first of all, I change the file, right? If I change the file, do I have to close the server and restart it? Because in many backend frameworks, I have to do that. For example, Node.js if I'm not using NodeMon. But no, in FastAPI, it will automatically restart it for you. You see, watch files detected, changes in main.py, reloading, and it reloads the entire thing for us. Now, if I refresh this page, we get null displaying because we have not returned anything from this API route. Also here we can see the log that we have a GET request on the /path, and we have used the http:/1.1 version. And the response we sent was 200 OK because the API route worked fine. So this is our first API route. Let me return hello again. I'm going to save this. And now let's explore the docs. So to go to the docs, all I have to do is 8000/docs. And here we have the FastAPI docs using Swagger UI. FastAPI behind the scenes uses Swagger UI to give us all the routes that we've created. And you see we have the default route, which is a get /, and we can find out more details about it. For example, it's not taking any parameters and the response it can send is just a 200 saying successful response. And the media type is application JSON. So that's pretty cool. But there's another way of accessing the docs, and that is using the redoc. So if I go to localhost 8000/redoc and then hit enter, we see the documentation using redoc. So as you can see, we have a /, application JSON is the content type of our response. Now, if I edit this a bit, let's say it's a post request, and let's add some argument over here. Let's say Q, which is going to be a string. Now to give types in Python, we can just use the variable name followed by colon and the type of the variable. So Q is now a type of string. And then I save the file. I refresh this website. You see we have a post request with /, and there are two types of response: 200, which means everything went well, and 422, which means that there was a validation error. Now if I expand this further, here we see the error message that can be given out. And again, if we go to the docs, we have the same thing: post request / there's HTTP validation error. And in the parameters, we have Q displaying. And this Q here is query. It's not the body of the request. What are queries? Let's say I go to my localhost 8000 and then I do something like Q equals 10,000. This is a query. Anything after a question mark is a query. So one thing we learn from here is that if we pass any function arguments inside these parentheses, it's going to consider it as query, not the body of the post request. That's an important thing to keep in mind, and that's the very basics of FastAPI I wanted to show. Obviously, there's a lot more we can learn over here, and we are going to as we move forward in the tutorial. Now, the next thing I want to answer is your question. How do I access the body of the post request? If I'm getting query parameters from here, how do I get the body of the post request? And there are multiple ways to do that. You can access the request that the user sent using the request module, but obviously you need to give this a type. If you don't give a type over here, FastAPI is going to consider this as a query. If you give a type of request over here, and obviously you need to import request, then to import request from FastAPI, you can do command full stop, and it gives you the quick fix of adding from FastAPI import request. You see it adds request over here. We can save it. Now I can print request dot, let's say, body. We can save it. Now obviously we cannot send a post request from a browser. So what I can do is open up Thunder Client. Thunder Client is a very simple alternative to Postman, which will allow us to send HTTP requests. Now if you don't have Thunder Client, you can go to the extensions tab, search for Thunder Client over here, and you'll get access to it. Just click on install and you'll have this logo or icon over here. You can click on that, then click on new request. And here, let's type our API route. So our API route is http://127.0.0.1:8000/. That's our API route, right? And it's not a GET request. So let me change that from GET to POST. Then I'm going to send a request and you see we get hello. The print over here returns bound method request.body of starlet.request.request object at this. This basically means that we have not called the function. And if we call the function, we will notice that this function returns something like a future, or if you're from the JavaScript world, something like promise. So we need to await this to get the actual result. Now to await in a function, we need to convert this function into async. So to convert this function into async, all I need to do is say async def test. Then I can do print await request.body. Then I can save the file, go to new request tab, click on send now, and we see we get B with an empty string. This B with an empty string basically represents bytes. Because if you come to the main.py file, body is going to return a coroutine of bytes. So we have an empty byte string. And that's true because we have not added any body to our request over here. So let's add it. We will go to the body tab over here. Then let's minimize our terminal. Let's minimize this response tab. And here in the body, make sure you have selected JSON. Then we're going to add a curly bracket, then double inverted comma, and let's say name : Rivan. Alright, now I'm going to send a request and we get a byte string of \n name Rivan \n. To convert this byte string to a normal string, what we can do is wrap this entire thing with parentheses and then call the decode method over here. Then I can save it, click on new request, click on send, and we have it in the string format now, name Rivan. Now the reason I had to wrap all of this in parentheses is because this await request.body returned a byte string. If I just did request.body.decode, it would give us an error because I'm calling the decode function on a coroutine, or you can think on a future. So obviously that's not allowed. That's why you wrap this entire thing with parentheses and then call the decode function. And then we get a proper string. But what if I told you that there's a better way to access request.body? Now this definitely might feel shorter to you, and the new way I'll show you is definitely bigger, but the bigger way does feel more efficient, especially in bigger applications. So let me remove this. Let's remove the async as well because we don't need that, and also remove the request. Now we are back to the first API route we created. Now the second way, and the way we are going to use throughout the tutorial to access our request bodies, is something using Pydantic. So when we install FastAPI, another module comes pre-installed, which is Pydantic. So let me import that from Pydantic import something known as a base model. Now using this base model, I'm going to create a class, let's say class test, and we need to inherit from base model. Okay. And in this, I need to define the fields that I want to take from the body. So let's say I access the name of the user. So I put in name followed by colon and then the type of name. So I want the name to be a string. After that, let's say I have another field which asks for the age of the user, and that is going to be an integer. So that's good. I'm going to save it. Now I'm going to go to the parenthesis of the test function, and here let's say I access t, which is of the type of test. This test that I created using Pydantic, because I'm inheriting from the base model that's coming from Pydantic. Now I'm going to save it. Then I'm also going to pass in print t dot, and you see it gives me age and name. But I'm directly going to print t. Let's see what it gives us. Then I'm going to go to the new request, and I should be expecting an error if I send a API request. Why? Because I've only passed in the name. I've not passed the age, and both of these fields are compulsory. So I can just click on send, and as you can see 422 unprocessable entity. And if we see the response, it says something is missing, body and age. So the age field that was required is missing. So let's go over here, add a new field. Let's call it age, and let's say it is 19. I've passed in a string. I've not passed an integer. Let's see how FastAPI and Pydantic are going to react. So I'm going to click on send, and you see it gives name Rivan, age 19, and it automatically converts the string to an integer. That's the power of Pydantic. Now instead of a string that includes a number, what if I pass in Rivan again over here? What is it going to do then? Well, as you might have guessed, it is trying to convert this string into an integer, but it fails to do so. If we open the request, you see int parsing was an issue. It gives a message that input should be a valid integer, and it is unable to pass string as an integer. So Pydantic is trying its best to convert from one type to another and give us type surety. And if it fails to do so, it doesn't go further. So let's pass in 19 again. Let's send. We get our response as 200 OK with hello, and name is now Rivan, age is 19. And this is the way we are going to get the body of the request throughout the tutorial. If we again go to localhost 8000 / let's say docs, we have a test API route. If I go further in that, we have a request body, name is of the type string, age is an integer. So it shows that up correctly. Now, if I want to add query again, what I can do is queue. Let's call it str because q is of the type of string. Let's save it. Let's refresh this page, and you see we have a query parameter defined over here. So what I wanted to prove over here is that if you pass any parameter over here, which is of the type of a class that extends Pydantic base model, it is going to consider it as a request body. And if you pass in any other parameter of any other type like string, integer, it is going to consider it as a query parameter. So that's an important difference you should know. Now, having understood that, let's go ahead and remove all of these things, even this, and create our first route, which is the signup API route. So for signup user, we are going to create a post route, not a get route. Why? Because signup user requires body fields, and when we communicate from Flutter, the client side, to the server, we don't have the ability to add body fields to a get request. So obviously we will have to use a post request. And also when you use a post request, you're basically saying that we're going to create new data, and that's exactly what we are doing with signup user. So let's go ahead and use @app.post, and then we can have /signup. Then we can create a function called signup_user and then a colon followed by pass. Pass is just going to avoid the indentation error over here, but it doesn't do anything. It is just a keyword that avoids the indentation error. Now let's decide the logic in the signup user. What do we want to do? Well, first of all, I want to extract the data the client sends, or the data that's coming from the request, specifically the body fields. I need the name of the user, the email of the user, and the password. Using all of this data, I can check if the user already exists in our database, right? If the user already exists in the database, we don't have to sign up the user. We have to log in the user. So we can tell the user that, hey, this email already exists. Just go and log in. Now, if the user doesn't already exist in the database, we need to add the user to the database. Now let's complete the first part, extracting the data that's coming from the request. And as we've already seen, we'll be using Pydantic for it. For now, let's just create a Pydantic model in the main.py file. Later on, when we restructure our code, everything is going to go in the right folder and will look more organized. So again, I'm going to go here and type from Pydantic import base model. Then I want to create a class. Let's call this class user create because we are essentially creating a user. And then we are extending it to base model. Then we will decide our fields. So there has to be a name, which is going to be a string, email, which is going to be a string, and password, which is going to be a string as well. So these are the three fields I'll be taking from the body of the request. Now I can copy this, and here let's call this user. This user variable is going to be of the type user create. Now to extract the data that's coming from the request, I can simply type in user.name, user.email, and user.password. So make sure your server is running, and if it's not already running, you can run it using FastAPI dev main.py. Then go to the Thunder client again. Let's send a post request. If I send it to this particular route now, it's going to give me an error because this route doesn't exist anymore. I removed it. Instead, I'm going to go to the signup route, then send, and it gives me 422, unprocessable entity because I'm missing the email and password field. So let me add email. Let's call this rr@gmail.com, and then the password, which is rr1234. Then I can click on send and it says 200 OK and null because we are not returning anything. So that looks good. Now let's come to our next step, checking if the user already exists in the database. And for this particular task, and even for the next task, we will need a database. What database are we using? PostgreSQL. So let's go ahead and install PostgreSQL in our system. Then we can connect the PostgreSQL database to our server folder, and then we can use the database to check if the user already exists and to add the user to the database. So to install PostgreSQL, you can go to their website postgresql.org, then click on download. Click on the system you're on. I'm on Mac OS, so I'll click there. Then we can scroll down, and if you're on Mac, you'll have two options, using Homebrew or Postgres.app. There's also a third option, but I kind of prefer either of them. I'm going to go ahead with Postgres.app. So I'll click over here. Then we can click on downloads. And then I'm going to install this particular PostgreSQL 16 version. Then I'm going to click on allow. And while it is downloading, I would like to bring your attention to another tool, which is pgadmin. So PostgreSQL was the database, and database is the place where we store our data, right? But how do we view that data in a systemized manner? Now you can view the data stored inside of PostgreSQL using a simple command line, but that's kind of an unnecessary work. Instead, you can just install pgadmin or any other PostgreSQL GUI tool that will allow you to see your databases in an organized table format, which will make your development go faster. So to download pgadmin, you can go to the download option, click on macOS, Then you can select any of these versions. I'm selecting the latest version. And then I'm going to click on arm64.dmg because I'm on M1. And while that is downloading, let's go to our downloads and complete the installation for Postgres. Once this Postgres is installed, you can just drag it to the bin, then go to your applications, click on Postgres, click on open. So this app opens up for me. Now I'm just going to click on initialize, but it's going to give me an error because port 5432 is already in use for me. Now if you get the same error, which is unlikely, you can simply go to server settings, 5433, change the port to whatever you want, and then click on initialize. And as you can see, the database is now running. Now if you want to stop the PostgreSQL to run, you can simply click on stop. I'm going to let it run as long as the tutorial is on. So now our PostgreSQL is running. The next thing I can do is go to the downloads, and pgadmin is also installed. So I'll install that to my system. I'll click on agree. Then it asks me to drag this pgadmin into applications. I'll do that. So pgadmin is installed on my system. I can close this. I can move the pgadmin4 installer to the bin. And now I can click on Finder, Applications, then search for pgadmin4, double click it, click on Open, and pgadmin shows up like this. This is the screen you should be seeing in the beginning. Now the first step we want to do in this pgadmin is create a database. Now the reason we're using pgadmin in the first place is because it offers a nice user interface for us to see all of our data. If I wanted, I could view all of my data from my terminal, and that would be totally fine as well. But then I would have to write raw SQL commands and see the data in a very unstructured way. With pgadmin, as you will see, it gets a lot easier. So I'm going to click on the servers tab, and as you can see, it asks me to enter the password for user Postgres to connect the server. So I'm going to pass in, let's say, test1234. You can pass in whatever you want, but make sure you remember what you type. Then click on OK. Then it will open up these three things for you: databases, login or group roles, table spaces. What we care about is databases. And I already have two created. The first one is music app, and the second one is Postgres. You should only have Postgres displaying. First music app that you see is the database I created for the demo application I showed in the introduction of the tutorial. So on the databases now, I'm going to click there. I'm going to right click on create, then database. And now I need to give the name to this database. Now since music app is already taken, let's call this Flutter music app. Then I'm going to click on save. And as you can see, a new database was created. If you right click over here, go to the properties, you'll come back to the previous dialog. Here you can see the owner is Postgres. You can see the definitions, security, parameters, default privileges, advanced, and SQL. But we're not going to bother about any of these. We'll directly click on close. Now there are multiple things over here, but we don't want to go into any of them as of now. All we wanted to do is create a database. Now that our database is created, I want to store the data in the database. And to store the data, first I have to connect my database to my backend server. How am I going to do that? Using a tool known as SQLAlchemy. If you type on the web something like FastAPI SQLAlchemy, you'll get a tutorial by FastAPI themselves of how you can go about using this SQLAlchemy tool. But this is the main page of SQLAlchemy. As you can see, they describe themselves as the Python SQL toolkit, an object relational mapper that gives application developers the full power and flexibility of SQL. Basically, what SQLAlchemy does is, first of all, help us connect our backend framework to an external database. And after that, instead of writing raw SQL, something like select asterisk from users, you'll be using functions and methods that SQLAlchemy gives you that will make it easier for you to build your applications. So you don't have to write pure SQL from scratch. Once we get into the code of SQLAlchemy, it's going to get much clearer. But for now, let's just go ahead and install SQLAlchemy. If you go to their installation guide, it says that it supports the following platforms: C, Python 3.7 and higher. The version we are using is higher than 3.7, so that's good. Now to install it via pip, we can just use pip install SQLAlchemy. So let's just copy this command, open our terminal, let's stop running our server, and instead just put pip install SQLAlchemy. And if this command doesn't work for you, you can always use pip3 install SQLAlchemy, then hit enter, and SQLAlchemy is installed for our virtual environment. Now how do I connect my framework to the PostgreSQL database? For that, first I have to import SQLAlchemy. So I'll have from SQLAlchemy import create engine. This is a function that will create the engine, and it's provided by SQLAlchemy. Then we can just call the create engine function like this, and it accepts a URL. The URL should be a PostgreSQL database URL. So the format of this URL goes something like this, and I'm going to create an external constant string for it outside. So we have database underscore URL equal to, and this is the format, PostgreSQL : / then you type the name of your user. As you saw earlier, when I went into the servers folder, it asks me for the password of the Postgres user. So my username is Postgres. If you want to find your username, you can simply right click over here, go on properties, and you'll find the owner, and it is Postgres. You can just copy that and paste it over here, followed by colon, and then you want to pass in the password. My password was test1234. I told you to remember yours. Then you need to put @ and the port at which it is running. So for me, it is running on localhost :5433, because in my PostgreSQL starter application, you saw that I changed the port from 5432 to 5433. Then you put / and then the name of your project. The name of my project is Flutter Music App. So I'll put your Flutter Music App. By name of project, I obviously mean the name of your database. Then you can copy this database URL, put it in the engine. That's what it expects. And you can store whatever the create engine function returns in the engine variable. As you can see, if you hover, it has a type of engine. Now what is this engine? This engine is the starting point for the SQLAlchemy application that needs to connect to the database. This acts as a central source of connections to our database. Now, the next thing we want to do is create a session. To do that, SQLAlchemy gives us something known as session maker. And to import that, we can do from SQLAlchemy.orm import session maker. Now I can use the session maker function like this. And this is going to give me something known as a session local. This session maker is a function that will create new session objects when it is called. And this session local, which is of the type session if you see, is the interface through which you interact with the database in a transactional manner. Now I'm calling this session local and not session because I don't want to confuse it with this session that is given by SQLAlchemy. Now inside of this session maker, we can add multiple properties like auto commit equal to false. By default, this auto commit is false. This setting means that the SQLAlchemy session will not commit any transactions automatically. Instead, you must call session.commit explicitly to commit transactions to the database. If you don't understand, what I mean is that if auto commit were true, each query or each operation you do with the database would be immediately committed to the database, which is generally not desirable because it prevents you from running multiple operations in a single transaction. For example, if I want to update the user's table and the post table both when the user likes the post. If auto commit is set to true, that means each request would be sent independently. it auto commits to the database as soon as you call it. But with auto commit false, we will see that we'll use something like session.commit, and only then will it commit to the database and will count as one request. Next option we can put here is auto flush. This auto flush determines whether the session should automatically flush pending changes to the database before each query. We are going to set this to false. Why? Because with auto flush equal to false, SQLAlchemy waits to send the changes to the database until we explicitly call session.flush or session.commit. This is useful for performance reasons as it reduces the number of round trips to the database. It also gives you more control over when changes are sent to the database, which can be important for transaction integrity and consistency. Now, every time I say transaction, I mean a request that was sent to the database or some exchange that was done with the database. By default, this auto flush is set to true. And when auto flush is true, the session automatically flushes database changes whenever a query is executed. This ensures that queries operate on the most recent data. This can be helpful to ensure that the database always reflects the current state of your object, but this can again lead to performance issues, and that's why we have set it to false. And finally, we want to bind this session maker to the engine that we created above. So I can just do bind is equal to engine. This bind parameter will specify which engine the session should use all the time. And by engine, I've already said what connection to the database should be used. Now finally, the last thing I want to do is get access to the database. And to get access to the database, I can simply do session local like this. I need to call this session local, and now this database will allow me to interact with the real database. So now we have access to the database and we have set up the connection with the database. Now if you open the terminal and let's type FastAPI dev main.py. So I'm assuming everything went well, all the connection is done well. The next thing I want to do is create a table in the SQL database. Usually when you use any type of SQL databases, what you need to do before writing any data to your database, you need to go to the schemas, then you need to go to the tables, and here you need to create a new table. So here you can type in the users table that we want to create, and then the columns defined over here. For example, the name of the user, the password of the user, the email, etc., etc. Now we can do the same thing, or we can completely miss out on this step. It's totally fine. SQLAlchemy can take care of that for us. So what we need to do first is create a class called user, which will define the structure of our user model in the database. And then we can use that user to do multiple tasks like storing the data of the user in the database, checking if the user already exists in the database, and if that data doesn't already exist in the PostgreSQL database, it is going to create that table. Now, how do I create that table? I'll have to create a new class and it should be globally created, not in any other class. So I'll define a class here. Let's call this user. And this has to extend something that's given by SQLAlchemy. And for that, I'll have to import from SQLAlchemy. So I'll do from SQLAlchemy.ext.declarative import declarative base. Then I need to create an instance of this declarative base and store it in a variable. So I can do declarative base like this and store it in the variable called base. Now this base is the class I want user to extend, and this way SQLAlchemy gets to know that this is a table that the programmer would like to create if it doesn't already exist, and this is the class we can use to post the data to the database and also retrieve the data from the database. So first of all, here we need to define the table name for this class. So we're going to type in underscore underscore table name underscore underscore is equal to users. And then we are going to define all the fields that are present in this user class. So as we already know, name is going to be present, then email is going to be present, password is going to be there, and not name error, sorry, name is going to be there. Now we need to assign all of this to a column, and that column is given by SQLAlchemy again. Because if you think about it, if user is the table, we have multiple columns, right? All of the properties of the user are columns. If I give you a visual proof, let's go to the music app that I've already created in the past. I'll right click over here. I'll click on view or edit data, all rows. And you'll notice this is the songs table. And each song has a column, right? ID is a column, which is a property of the song table. Song URL is a column. Thumbnail URL is a column. And the same goes for users table as well. Users is a table where name is a column. Email is also a column. And make sure you've already imported that at the top. Password is also a column. And there's another field we are going to add, which is the ID of the user. And that is also going to be a column. This way, you're defining the various fields or various attributes of the user model or the user table. Now, inside of this column, we need to specify the type of this ID, the type of this name, email, and password. So ID is going to be a text. Yes, we are going to store a text over here, not something like a UUID, which is totally possible. Now let me import that text from SQLAlchemy again. Make sure you import it from SQLAlchemy only, nowhere else. Now the same goes for the name. I can pass in text over here. Or another thing I can pass here is variable character, which is varchar. What this varchar allows me to do is pass in a particular number that specifies how many characters can be present inside of this name field. So a maximum of 100 characters can be present in the name field. So let me import that varchar again. And if you don't know how to bring that quick fix, it's command full stop. For email also, I'm going to have a variable character length of 100. For password, you might think we are going to store a text, and that would be a nice solution. We are not going to store a text over here, because text would be stored if we directly stored whatever the user is telling us in the user input. For example, test1234. Text would be used if we directly stored test1234 as the password in our database, but we're not going to do that. What we are going to do is convert this test1234 in some other format using hashing. We're going to hash the password and store it in the database, because of which we will not have text over here. Instead, we are going to have something known as large binary. So make sure you import that from SQLAlchemy as well. So everything over here looks good, and we can leave it at that, but there's one important thing I want to do, and that is setting the ID as the primary key of this table. Setting the ID as a primary key in the users table means that this particular column can uniquely identify a row in a table. That means every single row, that means every user that's added to the database is going to have their own separate unique ID. And we can identify that particular row using this ID. And that is why it is the primary key. So that's all there is for the user class and table. Now the next thing I want to do is tell SQLAlchemy to find all the classes that extend base so that it can create tables based on the information that is present in the class. To do that, I can simply go down, or if you want, you can do it over here as well. I don't think it matters. We can do base.metadata.create_all. Then we'll pass in the engine. And that is how SQLAlchemy will create tables based on the information present in the class. Otherwise, it wouldn't know what classes to take and create tables of. So as you can see, it gives a pop-up. Electron wants to connect to the Postgres app without using a password. We can click on OK. And now if we go to our Flutter music app database, then click on schemas, tables, click on refresh, then see in the table, then expand the table, we will see a new users table was created over here. And if we right click over here, click on view or edit data, all rows, we should be able to see ID, name, email, and password displaying. ID is of the type text. Name is a character varying, so varying character varchar 100. Email is varchar 100, and password is byte A. That will allow the storage of binary strings, or what is typically thought of as raw bytes. So basically it will store our hashed password, and byte A in SQLAlchemy is large binary. So now that our table is also created, what we can do is work on the signup user functionality. Let's try to store the user data in the database. So as we can see, we have extracted the data that's coming from the request, so we can remove this part. Now we want to check if the user already exists in the database. Now to check that, we can use the DB that was created above, this DB. So we can call DB dot, and you see there are multiple methods over here. What I want to do is dot query. In this dot query, I want to pass the entity type. So what is the entity I'm working on? And the entity I'm working on is this user class. So I can simply pass in user over here. Now doing just this much and calling the all function will return to me all the users that are present in the database, or specifically all the users that are present in the user table. However, that's not what I want. What I want is a user that already exists in the database, a user that has the same email as the user input. So on this query function, I'm going to call the function called filter. And here I'm going to check if the user.email property. Notice I've used user over here, the user class.email, because I'm telling SQLAlchemy that, hey, listen, the email column that is present in the users table should have one of the fields equal to user.email. Okay. And this user.email is the user input coming from the request body. Then after that filter, I can call .all to see how many users with the same email already exist. Or I can optimize this further and just call .first. So it will just get me the first user it finds in the database that matches this condition. And if there is even one, I don't want to proceed ahead. So I can store this in user_db because this is the user that's coming from the database. And then I'll check if not user db, then I want to return to the user that, hey, listen, this is a bad request. The user with this email already exists. So you might think that we want to return a message here saying user with the same email already exists. But that's not how we do it. However, for the time being, I'm going to keep the return over here. Once we test our API route, you'll notice why I'm saying that we don't want to use return here. Instead, we will use something else. But for now, let's just keep return. Okay, so let's assume that we've completed this part. We have checked if the user already exists in the database. And if it already exists, we don't want to proceed any further because I've already returned. But what if the user doesn't already exist? It is a new user with a new email. In that case, I want to add the user to the database. So what I'm going to do is again call db dot and then call the add function on it. And if you see, add takes an instance object. What does it take an instance of? We need to create an instance of this user class and pass in all of these properties: ID, name, email, and password. And then we can pass the instance of this user in db.add. So what I can do is user_db is equal to user, then pass in the ID, then pass in the email, pass in the password, and then the name of the user. So to get the email, we can simply do user.email. For password, we can do user.password. For name, user.name. But for ID, how do I get the ID? Well, the ID needs to be randomly, uniquely generated. And for that, I can take the help of the UUID module that's provided by Python. So I can import UUID and then I can do ID equal to UUID dot UUID4. You can use any of the versions. It's probably always going to give the random user ID. But if we just do this, you'll notice that UUID returns something known as a UUID. We don't want to store a UUID, right? We want to store a string. So I'm going to convert this UUID to a string by simply wrapping it with str function. Now I can save this and I have userdb. All I need to do is call db.add userdb like this. But doing just that isn't enough. If we go at the top of the main.py file, here in the session local, we set auto-commit equal to false. So it is not auto-committing to the database after we've added some user over here like this, db.add. What we need to do is db.commit like this. This auto-commit equals to false makes us do db.commit. If this auto-commit were equal to true, we wouldn't have to do db.commit. But since this is false, we have done this. And the advantage of this is if I want to do multiple database transactions, I can do it in one go and then call commit on it. This way, in one single transaction, I'm changing the database multiple times. And that's a good thing, right? If this is hard for you to remember, there's a good technique to remember this. You can just think of it in terms of Git. You've done git init over here because you've initialized. Then you've done git add because you've added something to the database. And then you've done git commit. Now, after all of this is done, you probably just want to return userdb. And we'll do just that. Now let's see if this works. I'm going to save this file and I'm not seeing any error in the terminal, so should be fine. I'll click on new request. We have sign up. I'm going to click on send and it says user with the same email already exists. If I execute the script, there is no user in the tables. So why are we getting this response? Let's check. And there is a logic issue over here. It says that if there is no user DB, we are saying user with same email already exists. And indeed, there is no user DB, which is why we need to create a new user. So we'll just type here, if user DB already exists, then we will return user with the same email already exists. If the user doesn't exist, we can go on with these operations. A small error here. Now let's go to the new request and send a request. It says internal server error. Let's open the database and it says password is an invalid keyword argument for user. And we have misspelled password, I believe. So let me pass in another S. Let's save it. Let's send another request. And it says there's a type error, cannot escape string to binary. And the issue here is that user.password is a string, right? And I told we want to hash this password before storing it manually in the database. Now to resolve this error, one thing we can do is go to the user and temporarily change this password from large binary to a text, just so that a new request works and we can see a demo, or we can hash the password, store it in the database and see the demo. Now this option does sound better to me, so let's just hash the password. Now why do we have to hash the password? The reason we need to hash the password is because if someone gets access to our database, we don't want them seeing the password of the user directly, right? We want to hash the password so that even if some person, let's say a hacker, gets access to a password, it's not something they can understand. So for that, we'll be taking help of the bcrypt module, which we can install using pip. So I'm going to close this FastAPI and then install pip3 install bcrypt. This is one of the algorithms you can use to hash your password. There are multiple more. You can look into that for yourself, but we'll be using bcrypt. Now, just above creating the user instance, let's create the hashed password. So we are going to have hashed _ pw password. It is equal to bcrypt. Now I need to import bcrypt. So I'll have at the top import bcrypt. Then I can do bcrypt.hash password. And here it requires two things, password and salt. Password is in bytes format and salt is also in bytes format. Now how do I convert my user.password into bytes? Simple, we can just do user.password.encode. once we do encode, it is going to convert it into a bytes format. And the next thing we need is a salt. What is salt? Salt is a random piece of data to create a unique hash. This salt value is stored along with the hashed password, which makes sure that even if the two users have the same password, their hash values are different. For example, my password is test1234, and if your test1234 password is also there, we don't want both of our hashed passwords to be the same, right? If that's the case, then it's so easy to find out your password. That's why we add salt over here. Now, how do I generate a salt? Pretty easy. I can do bcrypt.generate salt like this. And in this generate salt, I can pass in the rounds, the number of rounds and the prefix. I'm going to keep both of them normal, but I've seen many people do 16 over here. So if you want, you can keep that. Now I can take this hashed password and put it instead of user.password. This way we are storing a secure password in our database. Now I can run the FastAPI again. Then I'll go to new request, click on send, and you see we have a status 200 OK. It doesn't return anything to us. But if I go to my database, click on this execute script, we have a new database user. The ID is this thing, name is Revan, rr@gmail.com, and password is a binary data. Now let's assume that the password stored here is the actual hashed password. So you might think that everything goes well in this code and we have written everything perfectly, right? But here's the problem. Why is it giving me an empty response? I want the response here to have the user data like name, email, ID, and password. But why is it not giving me that? I have returned the user DB here, so it should be giving me that, but it doesn't do that. To make it work, what I need to do is db.refresh. What this refresh does is it refreshes the attributes on a particular instance, the instance that we pass over here. So it's going to refresh all the fields in this user DB and store it with the correct value. Now, if I send a request, first of all, we should be getting a message saying that the user already exists, and we get exactly that. That means this condition is working. But there is a problem if you notice. The status code here is 200 OK, but it gives a response that the user with same email already exists. That's not fine with me. If the user with same email already exists, it is not a 200 response. Everything did not go as planned. Instead, it's an error. It should have a status of 400 which says that, hey, it's a bad request. Everything didn't go properly. So that's why we'll not be using return over here. Instead, we'll be raising an HTTP exception here. So let me type that out. And this HTTP exception class is given by FastAPI. Don't import the HTTP client one. And now I can copy this string and paste it in the HTTP exception. But that's not the first thing it requires. The first thing it requires is the status code. And I want to send a 400 status code saying that this is a bad request. Now, this should be fine. Now, if I send a new request again, click on send, it says 400 bad request. The detail is that the user with the same email already exists. And this is much better. So if you return, it means that it's going to return the default code that is present, the success code, so to say. But if you raise HTTP exception, you can add your own status code over here. And this is very crucial because when we handle our responses in the client side, we'll be looking at the status code to determine if it's a proper response with the user data or is it some error. Now let's change the email to, let's say, rrr@gmail.com and the name as Revan Ranawat. That wouldn't matter. You can keep the name as Revan. But I would just like to store some different user in the database. Let's call the password as test123. Then click on send. And there we go. We have our response also showing up now. The name is Revan Ranawat. The ID is automatically generated. rrr@gmail.com, and the password is the hashed password. It's not storing test123 if you see over here. So our signup API route is perfectly done here. Now the next step I want to do is, if you see, there are a lot of things involved in this main.py file, which is confusing me a lot. Especially when our app size grows. For example, we add another route of logging in the user. We'll add another route which is related to music upload. Then we have music retrieval. Then we have the current user data retrieval. So many of these routes are going to be present in the same main.py file, which is going to cause a lot of confusion. So we are going to shift all of these things into separate files of their own and basically refactor the code. So these are going to be a lot of changes. Let's get into them. So the first thing we are going to do is come over here and extract all of this database thing you see, the connection to PostgreSQL. We're going to take that and put it in a separate file of its own called database.py. So let me create that, database.py. And here I'm going to paste everything, the database URL. Now I need to import the create engine. So I'll just press command full stop, import that. Also import the session maker, and you see we don't have a fix for that. So I'll have to manually go and cut this out, paste it in the database.py file. Okay. So that's nice. Now I can come back to the main.py file. Also, I'm going to remove this create engine. That's not required. The next thing I want to do is extract this user create base model in a separate file. Now there are going to be multiple pydantic schemas that we are going to create, because almost every route that we create is going to have its own body fields. So in user create, we are taking name, email, password. When we have user login, we are going to have email and password. So then we'll have to create our own pydantic schema. So I can just copy this and put it in a separate folder. Let's call this pydantic_schemas. And here I'm going to create a new file called usercreate.py and then paste the create user class. Now I obviously have to import this base model, which I'll do, and then save it. Now whatever new pydantic schemas I create, I'm going to put it in this folder. Now again, coming back to the main.py file, I'm going to remove this import line. Now the next thing is this base is equal to declarative base and this class user base. Now we can put both of them in the same file, but what I'm thinking is creating two different files for both of them. Why? Because class user extends base, and that is for the users table. When we have another table called posts, we are again going to extend it using base. So I'm not going to create another instance of base that time, right? And I neither want to import the user.py file. So what I can do is just create two separate files, and then whenever I want to create a new table, I can directly extend the base from the separate file I created. If you don't understand, let me show it to you. Here I'm going to create a new folder. Let's call this models. And in this model, I'm going to first create the base.py file. And this is going to contain base is equal to declarative base call. I'm also going to go up and take this import line and paste it inside of base.py file. Then I'm going to save this file, again come back here and copy this class user base. Then I'm going to create a new model user.py and paste it over here. Let's resolve the errors over here. First, we need to import the base, and make sure you do that from models.base import base, not anything else. Why? Because we are in the models folder. So from the models folder and its base.py file, I want to import the base variable. Hope that was clear. Now we'll import the column from SQLAlchemy, text also from SQLAlchemy, varchar also, and large binary too. So we have all the imports over here. Let's go to the main.py file, remove this import that we see. The next thing I want to do is extract the signup user function in a separate route. And what I'm going to do for this is create a totally new folder called routes. This is going to contain all the routes related to different functionality in our app. sign up user and login user is going to go in the same file. And that same file is going to be auth.py. It is going to contain all the auth related tasks. So let me take this sign up user, paste it in the auth.py file. Then we are going to import the HTTP exception from FastAPI. Then we are going to import the bcrypt module. Then we are going to have the import user model. And again, from models.user, we need to import user because user is defined in the models folder. So we go to that particular file and extract the class that was created. Then we'll also import the user create from Pydantic schemas, the same logic. We go to this particular folder, this particular file, and then import the class that was created over there. Then we'll also import UUID. Now the last two things that we want to import is this app module and the DB. Now how do I get access to both of them? For app, I can basically do this, right? I can just do app is equal to FastAPI like this. And then app is present with us because app is basically FastAPI instantiation. Now you might not be wrong over here. You can do this and it might work. But the problem is for each and every route that we create, we have to create a new instance of this FastAPI class. And that is not a performant solution. That is not effective. So instead of doing this, FastAPI has a solution. If you want to put your routes in different files, there is this router thing you can use that is an effective solution where FastAPI is not called again and again. How do I use this routers concept in here? It's pretty simple. What you can do is import it from FastAPI. So we're going to do from FastAPI import API router. And then I'm going to create, let's say, router equal to API router like this. Just like I would instantiate my FastAPI class. Now instead of using app, I can use router. Router offers all of the functionality that app would. So here I can do get, I can do post, I can do patch, whatever I want. But doing this is not enough. Because you have created a router here, but our main.py file is going to get executed. And it doesn't know about the auth.py file. We need to tell that, hey, a router was created. So please include that router in our FastAPI application. To do that, you can simply do app.includeRouter, then call this function. Then you need to pass the router, which is of the type API router. So what I want to do is get this router from the auth.py file. So what I can do is simply from routes import auth. So I'm going to the routes folder. I'm importing the auth.py file and then I'm just going to say auth.router. So I'm including a router auth.router. If you don't understand this, what we are doing is basically importing the router variable that I created over here. Now, if you want, you can do various things over here with the router functionality. For example, you can prefix all of your routes with something. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to put a comma here, then pass in prefix equal to single inverted comma /auth. So what it's going to do is add /auth before every single route that I have. If I go to my Thunder client, and here if I do just sign up, it's going to give me an error. What I'll have to do is /auth/signup. We have prefixed all of our authentication routes, meaning all the routes that use this particular instance of router. And we have prefixed it with /auth. I hope that was clear. We'll see a demo soon. But first, let's resolve all the errors. I'm also going to remove the import of UUID bcrypt, also HTTP exception. Now I do need base over here, which I'm going to import from models.base. And I also need the engine, which I'm going to import from the database.py file. So I can just do from database import engine. Because if you go to the database.py file, we have our engine variable created over here. So everything looks good over here, but the only problem now is this auth.py file. In the auth.py file, we don't have access to DB. So how do I import this DB? This DB is mentioned inside of database.py. So I can simply do from database import DB, right? And all of my errors should go away. Let's save the file. In our terminal, there is no error. And if I click on new request, /auth/signup, click on send, it says user with the same email already exists. And if I change it to rr12@gmail.com, then click on send, there is a 200 OK, and it works fine. So this is definitely something you can do, but there is a better way. Instead of importing DB like this, we can inject it using dependencies. Now you might ask, why do we have to do extra stuff? This is working fine, right? And yeah, you're totally right. It does work fine, but for now. Maybe in the future, some edge case might appear and this might not work, or there is not proper lifecycle handling. What I mean is that if you go to the database.py file, this DB is being created. But where is this DB being destroyed? Where is it just closing off the resource? We definitely have to call db.close, right? And we're not calling that anywhere. And if I call it over here, it's not going to work because I'm creating an instance of db over here and then I'm instantly saying db.close. That's just weird, right? Because then we will have db equal to session local and then it will automatically close the db as well. So I don't actually get access to the db. So what I can do instead is dependency injection. And for dependency injection, what I'm going to do is create a function to get the db. So I'm going to call the function get_db. And here we are going to have db is equal to session local. And then instead of doing return db, we are going to do something known as yield db. And we are going to wrap this with a try and finally block. I'll explain everything to you just a minute. And in the finally block, we are going to close the db. So what did I do over here and why? So I've created a getDB function, which I'm going to pass as a dependency. And here I've created an instance of session local. In the try block, I'm doing yield db. And in the finally block, we are doing db.close. So whenever I inject dependency using the getDB function, this part is going to run. So we have db and then we are yielding the db. Then what's going to happen is the dependency is resolved. So the endpoint is going to run. That means all of the function that was present over here is going to run. And after the function gets over, this finally block is going to run where the db is going to call the close method. FastAPI manages all of this behind the scenes, so we don't have to worry about it. And that is why we're not using return. If we use return over here, return db is going to get called and it's going to be the same thing again. We'll have a db that's closed. So it doesn't make sense. That's why we're doing yield. I'll get back to this explanation once we do dependency injection. But if you've got a clue of what's going to happen, that's great. So now what I'm going to do is go to the auth.py file and here I'm going to put a comma db and I'm going to remove this from database import db line. And this db is equal to depends, and here I'm going to pass the getDB function. So this depends basically tells that this db is a dependency. It is not a query parameter. It is not a body part. It is a dependency. So we are going to import this depends from FastAPI. Then we have this getDB, which we are going to import from our database.py file. And there we go. Now, if you want, you can give a type to this db, which is session. We already know that, but obviously we need to import this session from SQLAlchemy. So let me do that. From SQLAlchemy.org import session. So this db is of the type session and it is a dependency, and this dependency is getDB. So let me explain to you what's going to happen. When the user sends a request to /auth/signup, this function is going to get triggered. First, we're going to check if the parameters are followed. If the body request contains the name, email, and password fields, then it is going to resolve the dependencies. And the dependency here is getDB. So it's going to call the getDB function before any of this is executed. And whatever is the return value of this getDB is going to stored in DB. Over here in our getDB, the return value is this yield DB. So again, coming back to auth.py, let's assume the dependency is trying to get resolved. So getDB is called. So DB is equal to session local is done. Then we enter the try block. Then it yields the DB. Once it yields the DB, again the control goes to this function. And then all of this code is executed, checking if the user already exists. Then if the user doesn't already exist, storing the data in the database, returning the user data. After all of this is done, we again come back to this finally block and close the DB. So with this, we have proper resource management followed. And if you're wondering how all of this happens, FastAPI takes care of that behind the scenes. If you want to know more about it, you should definitely check out the FastAPI documentation, which describes all of this process. So let's go to the auth.py file, save it. Then I'm going to go to the new request. Also, let's check the terminal. There are no errors. And now if I click on send, it says bad request. That's nice. And I create another user, click on send. There is our new user. So everything seems to be working fine. Our refactoring code is done successfully. Now we can start working on the login user route. So for logging in the user, we are going to do something similar to the sign up user functionality. First, we are going to create a login route, and let me minimize the explorer. So we are going to have @router.post, and then we are going to do /login. Now our route is created at /auth/login, right? Then I'm going to create a function. Let's call this login_user, and then a function is created. Perfect. Now what do I need from the parameters over here? So login is going to have an email and a password of the user. So I'll have to create a pydantic schema for that. So I'm going to go to the Explorer. In the pydantic schema, create a new class or a new file now called user login.py. And then I'm going to have class user login. Then we are going to extend it to base model. I'm going to import that from pydantic, then a colon, and then I'm going to describe the fields over here. So I have an email, which is of the type string, and password, which is of the type string. Just to iterate again, password here is a type of string, not large binary, because we are getting the user input from here. So the user is obviously going to enter a string. They're not going to enter a byte array, right? So coming back to the auth.py file, we are going to ask for the user from here like this. So it's going to be user login, and let me import that from pydantic schemas dot user login. Okay, great. Now we can come back over here, and the next thing I need is access to DB, and we can do that using the dependency injection method we saw earlier. So I'm going to have DB, which is of the type of session, and that is going to equal to the dependency. So we'll use depends, and we're going to depend on the value getDB gives us. Awesome. Once that's done, we need to facilitate the actual login user functionality. So what is the logic over here? Well, first of all, I want to check if a user with the same email already exists or not. If the user with the same email already exists, only then can I log in. If the user with the same email doesn't exist, I need to throw an error message that, hey, this user has not been signed up yet. Please sign up first. Now, assuming that the same email user already exists, I want to check if the password is a match. So here I'll just put in password matching or not. And the third step is, if it is matching, then I want to return the user data. And if it is not matching, then I want to return an error message that, hey, the password is wrong. So these are the two steps we need to do. So let's get started with the first step, checking if a user with the same email already exists or not. So I'm going to minimize the Explorer. Now how do I check if the user already exists? And we have done that in the signup user function. So I'm just going to write it again so that I can explain again. So we are going to have a user DB variable equal to db.query, and then I'm going to pass in the entity, which is the user entity. Then I'm going to call the filter method on it, because in the users table, I want to filter according to a particular condition. And I want to filter by the condition that one of the rows should have an email matching the email that's passed in by the user. So I'll do user.email. So it knows what column to target, and then we'll check the actual value in this column. And again, I'll just take the first value. If you want, you can get all the values by just doing .all. Then I'll check if not user DB, that means the user doesn't exist in the database. Then I want to raise an exception that, hey, the user with this email does not exist. So I'll raise an HTTP exception, which allows me to put a status code, which is 400, which stands for bad request. And then I'll say user with this email does not exist. Now, if the user does exist, then I want to do the password matching. Now remember, for password matching, we cannot put the same statement as we did over here. We cannot do user.password is equal to user.password, because user.password that we'll get from the body of the request is going to be in a string format, and the user.password stored in the database is going to be in the form of large binary or byte A. We had hashed the password over here, right? We stored the hashed password, because of which if we try to check the same password if they're equal or not, they're never going to be equal. One is in the form of byte array and another is in the form of string. Now the first thing that might come to your mind is we can just convert the user.password into a hashed format, right? We can simply do bcrypt.hashPassword, then we can pass in the user.password.encode, and then we can simply pass in bcrypt.generateSalt. And this way we have hashed password, so we can store that in a variable. And now I can check if this hash password is present in the database using this statement. User.password is equal to this hash password. And that is a nice solution of thinking about it, but that is wrong. It won't work. Why? Because when we hash the password, I told you that this bcrypt.generateSalt adds random letters such that if you hash two passwords that are the same thing, it's going to return two different values for both of them. That means if I have a password of test1234, it is going to return some hashed value first time, and if I again hash test1234, it's going to return a completely different value. It's not going to be the same thing. So this approach is not going to work. So how do we check if the password is matching or not? We can simply do bcrypt.checkPassword. That is a functionality given by bcrypt. And this check password requires two things: password in the form of bytes and hashed password in the form of bytes as well. So I'll pass in the user password, which is user.password.encode, which will convert it in bytes format. And then I need to pass in hashed password. For hashed password, we can simply do userdb.password. Now we don't need to call the encode method on it, because first of all, it's not present on this password because it is already in the bytes format. So I can simply keep it like this. So this userdb is the user we found out over here. That is the current user email that you've put in. Now this check password is going to return a Boolean value, meaning does the password match or not match. So I can store this in a variable. Let's call this isMatch. And then I can remove this pass, not needed anymore. I can just check if isMatch. That means the password is matching. Then I just want to return the user. But what if it is not matching? So I'll just put a not condition here. So if the password is not matching, then again I'm going to raise an HTTP exception saying status 400 incorrect password. Now what if it is matching? In that scenario, I just want to return the user DB. I'll save this, then I'll go to my Thunder client. Here I had the sign up request. If you want, you can click on new request and create a new login request, but I'm just going to continue here and have auth login. Then my body is going to have email and password. If you want, you can keep the name. It won't matter, but I'm just going to remove it. Now let's see if it logs me in. I'll click on send and it does give me the email name, ID and password of the user. Of course, the password is in hashed format. Now if I type in incorrect password test1234, then click on login, it says incorrect password. That's nice. Everything seems to be working fine. Now coming back to the auth.py file, there's a small change I want to do in the signup user route. And the small change is that in the signup user, if everything goes fine, let's do sign up and create a new email with test1234 as a password. Click on send. We are forgetting the name field, so let me quickly add that. Then click on send again. So there we have a new user. You see the status code here is 200 OK. Now you might be fine with that, but usually when you create a new user or you create something, you want to give a status code of 201, which stands for created. So here, how do I change the status code when I return user.db? I can simply go to the post route and here you will see that it accepts a status code. So I can simply pass in status code equal to 201. So whenever there's success, it's going to return 201. And in terms of failure, we have already written 400 over here. Let's save this. Then I'll come back here, click on send, and you see user with same email already exists. So let me add another email, click on send, and it says 201 created. So small improvement there. And that's all I had to do in the sign up and the login route for now. There is a small change we will have to do, but we'll come back later on. For now, let's go back to our client-side application and integrate these routes into our application. Now, when we go to the client side, make sure the server is still on, because if you close this Visual Studio Code window, the server is going to shut down and nothing is going to work. So I recommend you to keep this window open and simply create a new window for the client-side application. But before we move to this client side of the application, I would like to show this error to you. Module not found error, no module named psycopg2. If you're facing an error like this, what you need to do is simply run this command, pip install psycopg2-binary. Once you run this, it will install the module and then you can run the command FastAPI dev main.py and it should work fine now. Having that set up, we can open a new Visual Studio Code window now and run the client side of the application. I'm going to go to the Visual Studio Code, click on new window, then open the client side of the application. Then I'm going to select the iOS simulator, then click on run without debugging. After we write the code that connects our application to the server side, we're going to test our application on the Android emulator as well. But for now, we're just going to test on the iPhone 15 simulator. So what do we have to do over here? Well, as we know, model is going to contain all our backend logic, the calls that are made to the server and the database. So do I create a new model in this auth feature? That would be a way to go about it, but what I'm going to do instead is create a new folder called repositories. And in this repository, I'm going to put all my server logic, HTTP calls, and model is going to contain the data classes that we're going to create. What do I mean by data classes? We'll look at it in a bit, but for now, we're just going to go ahead and create a new file called auth_remote_repository.dart. Then we're going to create a class. Let's call this auth remote repository. The reason we're calling this auth remote repository and not just auth repository is because we're going to have two types of repository over here. The first one is going to be a remote repository. That means all the calls that are put over here are going to interact with our server that was created here. So everything is going to be an HTTP call. The second one is going to be auth local repository. So it's going to interact with the local database. That means database that is stored locally in the phone. So in this auth remote repository, there are two functions I need to create as of now. The first one is going to be a sign up function and the second one is going to be a login function. So let's create both of them. So obviously this is going to be asynchronous function with a type of future void as of now. Later on, we are going to change the type for both of them. So let me put the login here and then async again. Why is this asynchronous? Because we'll be using HTTP plugin here and we'll be making http.post calls here. And for that, we need this to be asynchronous. So now I'm going to go to pub.dev and from here install the HTTP module. So I can simply copy this HTTP, press Command-Shift-P on Visual Studio Code, type .add dependency and then paste in the HTTP plugin. This will install the latest HTTP module in my pubspec.yaml file. And I think I installed the incorrect one. I installed HTTP multi-server instead of HTTP. So let me quickly install the right one. There we go. So the next thing I want to do here is send a post call to the signup route. So for that, I'll first have to import the http.dart package. So I'll have package http.dart and I'm going to import it as HTTP. Why? Because HTTP package has public functions called get and post. I don't want to directly call these global functions. What I want to do is prefix them with HTTP and then call http.post or http.get so that there's less confusion. So let me do http.post. Then I need to pass in a URI over here. So to pass in a URI, I can do URI.parse and this parse takes in a string. And we need to pass in our URL. And what is our URL? If you go to a server, it says that it is serving the API routes at http://127.0.0.1:8000. So I can simply copy this, paste it over here, followed by /auth/signup. And this is the same route we used in Thunder Client to test our routes, right? We want to use exactly that. After that, we can put some commas so that there's nice indentation and we can await this. Because the post function is going to return a type of future response. So I can store this in a response variable. But again, doing this much is not enough to send a post call. Why? Because it's going to give us an error. We have not provided the body of the post request. And we know that in signup, we need to pass in the name, email, and password of the user. So here I can pass in the body, then I can pass in a map, and then I can pass in the name, email, and password of the user, which I'll take from the parameters of this function. So I'll have required string name, required string email, and required string password. Let me fix the typos quickly, and there we go. I've used named arguments over here instead of using positional arguments because I generally believe that if there are more than 2 parameters, it's always good to use named arguments because I might get confused and pass in the incorrect data to incorrect fields if I use positional arguments. For example, I might pass in email to the name field and name to the password field. You get the point. So now coming back to our body, here I'm going to pass in the name. So the name is going to be name, the email is going to be the email, and the password is going to be, well, the password. Simple. And this should be enough. So what I'm going to do is print here response.body. This will allow me to get the body of the response. Along with that, if you want to print some other stuff like the status code, you can do so by doing response.statusCode. Now what I need to do is bind the signup function to the signup view page that we created here. So whenever the user clicks on signup, we want this signup function to run. And that is pretty easy, right? I can simply do auth remote repository dot signup. And then I need to pass in the name, email, and password. So I'm going to pass in name controller.text, email controller.text, and password controller.text. So let me put a semicolon here. Let's save this. And since this is of the type future void, let's put async here and await this as well. Then I can save the file, restart the entire application, I'm on the sign in page. So let's go to the sign up page, and I don't think we have the ability to do that. We'll add that in a bit, but for now, let's go to main.dart, change from login to sign up page, save it, restart. Here we come. So I'm going to pass in the name as Rivan, email as, let's say, rivan@gmail.com, password as test123. Then click on sign up, open up our terminal, and it says we are getting an error. And the error is that input should be a valid dictionary or object to extract fields from. So why are we facing such an error? If we go to auth remote repository, you'll notice that we've passed in a map over here, and the input should be a valid dictionary. So map is a dictionary, so it should be fine, right? Well, no. The problem here is we have directly passed in a map, but in our headers, we have not told them that, hey, we are passing in a map. And we cannot say that because there's not a valid type of map. Instead, we need to convert this to a JSON format, which the signup user function can understand here. And in the headers also, I need to mention that, hey, I'm passing a JSON to you so you can extract that information. So here, first of all, I'll add a headers that says that the content type is application/JSON. Once I do that, then click on sign up again, we get an error. It says bad state, cannot set the field bodies of a request with content type to application JSON. And that's because we have not converted this to a JSON. We have directly sent a map. So we need to convert this map into a JSON. And to do that, we can use the function JSON encode. Then it accepts an object which I can pass over here like this. Simple. Let's format this so that it looks better. Now, if I click on sign up, there we go. We get the user email, password, ID, and the name showing up. And it also says that the status code is 201. That means created. So our sign up function looks good over here. I hope you understood what we did. The first thing we had to do was add a headers part here, saying what the content type of this body is going to be. And we told that it is of the type application JSON. And in the body, we had passed a simple map. But since we have told here that, hey, we are going to return a JSON, we have to return a JSON in the body. So I converted this map into a JSON using JSON encode function. So I hope that was clear. Now we can do the same thing for the login function as well. So we are going to have required string name, required string password, and actually instead of name we want email. After that, we are again going to have the same thing. We are going to send a post request to this URL but with login and the same headers, and the body is also going to be the same, but this name is going to be removed. If you want to get practice, you should write it from scratch, but I'm just going to copy paste it and make a few changes. So let me copy that, paste it over here. And instead of auth sign up, I'm going to say auth login. Then I'm going to remove the name field from here, save it. Then I'm going to go to the login page. And if you're wondering how I got this tab, I simply pressed Command P so that I can search files by name and move in the folder very quickly. So here I'm going to pass in auth remote repository dot login. Then I'll pass in email as email controller.text and password controller.text. Then I'll also await this and mark the function as asynchronous. If I restart the application, I still see sign up page. But what I want to do is whenever I click on sign in page, I should be going to the sign in page, right? That's why this text was created here. So for that, I can wrap this rich text with an inkwell widget or a gesture detector widget, and whenever it is clicked on, we go to the sign up page. Another thing you can do is add a recognizer property over here, which accepts a type of gesture recognizer, and whenever this sign up text is clicked on, this gesture recognizer will run, and you can navigate from the login page to the sign up page and vice versa. But what I'm going to do is wrap this rich text with a gesture detector widget. Then I'm going to specify the on tap here, which is going to be navigator.push. Then we pass in the context, and then the route. For the route, we are going to pass in material page route. The builder is going to have a context, which we are going to return, and then we are going to have sign up page here. Simple. The standard way to navigate from one page to another. I'm going to copy the statement, then go to the sign up page and wrap this rich text with a gesture detector as well and do the same thing. I'll add an on tap and then push from the sign up page to the login page. Now I can restart the entire app. Now when I click on the sign in text, it goes to the sign in page, and you can keep doing that. You see we get a back button over here, which is why we added a NavBar. It allows us to navigate freely. So let's go to the login page here and pass in rivan@gmail.com. Password is going to be test123, I guess. Then I'll click on sign in. Then I'm going to press Command J, and you see it gives me the email, password, ID, and the name. And the status here is 200 because we are not creating any new user. We are simply returning the user from our database if the user successfully logs in. What if I pass in the wrong password and then click on sign in? It should be giving us an error, and it does. Incorrect password. Status code 400. So that's looking good for us, but what if we make an error, or let's say our server is temporarily down? In that case, what's going to happen? Well, if I open my debug console and click on the sign in button, it says unhandled exception, client exception with socket exception, connection refused. So basically our app is kind of crashing because we have not handled an exception. If our server is down, the app is not going to work and it might potentially crash, giving a bad user experience. So I don't want that to happen, right? So how do I handle this exception? Well, to do that, you simply need to go to Auth remote repository and wrap the calls that you made here with a try and a catch block. Usually when you're communicating with external services, you should be putting try and catch blocks. So I'll copy all of this, put it in try block, and I'll catch any exception if it's present and print it for now. Later on, we are going to see a more effective way of handling all of this, but for now, let's just print it. And the same goes for the sign up function. I'm going to do try, catch, e, and then I'm going to copy all of this, paste it over here, and then print e. This way, if I open my terminal again, restart the entire application, let's say I put in some stuff, and then click on sign up, it says client exception with socket exception, so the same error message, but we have handled this exception now. This is being printed because we put a print e over here. So I hope that was clear. And for those wondering, why have we created a separate repository file, a separate view file, and a separate ViewModel file? The reason is that if I wrote all the repository code in the sign up page, what would happen? You saw here that we needed to put a try and catch block inside of our sign up and login functions. If I had put all of this code, all the server related logic in the sign up page and the login page, I would have to go to two different files, edit both of those functions to have a try and catch block. But now, since I've written all of the code inside of this repository class, all I need to do is go to this auth remote repository and edit just one file, which makes it easier for me as an engineer. Another reason is that if you bind the server related logic with the UI related logic, it's not very scalable code. For example, in the future, you might want to change the UI of the login and sign up pages. Once you have to do that, there is a possibility that by mistake, you edit some code that was written for the server related logic. And then the server related logic also fails. And you don't want that, do you? That's why you create two separate files and two separate classes so that you can handle each task as its own. And when you have multiple engineers, let's say engineer 1 and 2 can work on the UI, while simultaneously engineer 3 and 4 can work on the backend logic. All the 4 engineers are not working on just one single file in just one single class, and that makes the code scalable. I hope you understood this. If you have, let's move further. our response.body and response.status code along with error messages, if there are, printing in the terminal. We obviously don't want that. If there is an error, I want the UI to display that error message. If it's a success, then I want to move from one page to another. For example, if I'm on signup page and the user signs up successfully, I want to automatically move to the login page asking the user that, hey, the account has been created, please log in. And if the user logs in successfully, I automatically want to move them to the home page. For that, there are multiple changes we need to make in the code. For example, first of all, you'll see here we are returning a future void signup. This doesn't have to be void. Instead, we have to return something from here. And as of now, our response body is a string, but it's returning a JSON to us, right? Because here when we return userdb, it's returning a JSON. So I need to convert that JSON to a map. So the return type here should be a map, right? Well, as of now, we can put map, but later on, we are going to change it to one of our data classes, the thing that we are going to put in model here. But for now, let's go step by step and change this from void to map. And we're not going to change the login as of now. Let's just work on the signup function. So the first thing I need to do is convert this response.body into a map. But here's the problem. If the status code is 201, then I need to convert from JSON to a map because then I know user details are coming. But what if it is status code 400? That means the user email already exists. In that scenario, I don't want to return under the impression that, hey, the user details are coming. No, in that scenario, we need to throw an error because it is something the user should know. So response.status code is going to play a big part here. So I'm going to put an if condition saying if response.status code is equal to 201, then it's a success. But if it is not equal to 201, in that scenario, it's going to give an error similar to this catch block. So let's assume the response.status code, if it's not equal to 201, we have handled the error. Okay. But what if the status code is 201? In that scenario, I need to convert the response.body to a map, and to do that, we can simply do JSON decode. So this accepts the string. So my string is going to be response.body, and I'm going to store it in the variable. Let's call this user. This user, if you hover over this, is of the type dynamic. To treat it as a map, because I'm sure it is going to be a map, I can explicitly say here as map of string comma dynamic. And this way, when I return user from here, it won't complain. But the signup function error remains here, and that's because in the if condition, we have to return a map because that's how functions work. So I can simply do throw as of now, and even in the catch block, I can simply do throw and the error goes away. We'll look into this in just a bit, but for now, I'll go to the signup page, then I'll scroll down, and whatever response I get here, I'm going to store it in the response variable and print it over here, just to see if you're getting the right thing. So I'm going to restart my app and also restart the server. Now I can come back here on the signup page. Then I'm going to say my name is test. The email is test123@gmail.com. Password is test1234. Click on sign up, and you see we get email, name, everything showing up because of this res variable. So we have res in the form of map string comma dynamic. That means whatever we wanted is successful. So we can go back to auth remote repository and look into the error handling part. Now, if the error occurs, let's say 201, it will throw an exception. And if it throws an exception over here, what is going to happen? Let's understand it. I'm going to click on sign up again because this time it should be giving an error. The user is already registered. So let's click on sign up, and you see we get an unhandled exception error. Why? Because we go in this if condition where an error is being thrown. So that means we directly go to the catch block. And in this catch block also, we are throwing the error. If we're throwing the error, it means that in the sign up page, we need a try and catch block. wherever this signup function is called, we need to wrap it with a try and catch block, and we have not done that, because of which we are getting unhandled exception. Does that mean whenever I use await, I need to use try and catch block? That's quite exhausting, don't you think? Another thing is, this function throws an error, but let's say there might be something like a login user function, and that is not throwing any error. But since this is of the type of future void, and in the login page I am using await auth repository.login, I'll again put try and catch block here, and that is basically useless because we're not throwing any error from here. My point is that our function return type doesn't suggest what error is going to be thrown, and that can cause some problems. So to fix that, what we are going to do is add the fp.dart package. fp.dart package allows us to write functional programming code in Dart. So I'm simply going to copy this code because I'm using the pre-release version. I'm not using the latest version. Then go to the pubspec.yaml file, paste it over here, save it, and then edit my return type here from only displaying the success value to displaying the return type for failure and success. What I mean is I'm going to remove map string comma dynamic from here. The future is going to be there because it's an async function. Then here I'm going to pass in either, which is coming from the fp.dart package. Make sure you import that. And then first thing we need to put in here is what should happen in case of a failure. What should be the return type? For now, let's just put in a string. And for the success, what I want is the map string comma dynamic. So we are saying that this is a function which is asynchronous, and it can either return a failure, and in case of failure we return a string, or a success, and in case of success we return a map of string comma dynamic. Now if I go down in the code, you'll see it gives an error here, and it gives an error because we're returning map string comma dynamic, but we cannot directly do that. Instead, what we need to do is, if it's a success, you want to return right over here this particular thing, and then the value. The value should be a map because at the top we have defined that in case of success, that is the right value, we want map to be returned. So I'll pass in user here and it looks good. In case of error, however, we don't have to throw anymore. We can simply do return left, and then we again pass in the value. So the value as of now is going to be response.body, but we are going to modify that a little bit. And in the catch block also, we are going to have return left, and then we're going to have e.toString. So in case of error, we return left. In case of success, I return right. And if we return left, we need to pass in a string. If we return right, we have to return a map. So I hope that was clear. Now we can go to the sign up page, and if we hover over res, it says it is of the type either string comma map string comma dynamic. And if I open the terminal, click on sign up, you see the response is now left with the detail user with the same email already exists. And if it's a success, let's create another user here. Click on sign up. It says right with the user details present. You might ask, what's the benefit over here? It's just wrapping it with left and right. The benefit is that I don't have to wrap it with a try and catch block anymore. And also my function directly tells me what's going to happen in case of error and what's going to happen in case of success. So it's easier for me to understand what to do in one scenario. Now if you notice, the type of this result variable is either string, map string, dynamic. To extract the failure or the success value, what I can do is use Dart's pattern matching feature. That was introduced in Dart 3. If you want to know more about it, you can watch the video that's mentioned in the description or in the cards attached. But basically, to go about it, we can simply do something like final, let's call this variable val, and then we will set it equal to the switch case expression, and this switch will have the result variable passed to it. Then we can do that in case of a left value, we are going to get a value which we'll store in the variable L, and we are going to return L directly because it's going to be a string. And in case of a success, it's right. So we are going to take that value, store it in the variable R, and then return r.toString. Okay. Then I'll put a semicolon here and print the value of val. So what have we done over here? We have set the variable equal to a switch case scenario, and the result variable can have two types, right? It can either be a left value or a right value. In case of a left value, we store that in the L variable and return that variable directly because it is a string, as you can see over here. And in case of a right value, we're storing it in the R variable and calling the r.toString method so that val is of the type string. If I don't return a string and just return R, you'll notice that the type of val is object, because here we are returning a string and here we are returning a map. And this way we are resolving both of these left and right values. If I open the terminal now, click on sign up, you see we directly get a map saying detail user with the same email already exists. This way, we have resolved the left and right values here, and that's the way to go about it. If you've used fp-dart in previous versions, we're basically doing res.fold over here, but the fold option no more exists, so we are using the dart pattern matching feature. So I hope you understood this. Now what I want to do is change the return values for the failure and the success. Now what I want to do is change the return type of this failure and success. So for the failure, instead of returning a string, I want to return a failure class. Why? Because if I return a string, I can literally pass in anything, and other engineers working on the same code as ours will literally put in anything. They don't know what to put here. So I'll be more specific, and what I'm going to do is go to the Explorer. In the core folder, I'm going to create a new folder called failure. And in this failure, I'm going to create a new class called failure.dart. In this failure file, I'm going to create a new class called failure. And then it is going to have one argument, which is the message, the error message. And then I'll create a constructor where this message is going to come from. Now, if you want, you can put in a default message saying, sorry, an unexpected error occurred. So if the user just passes in the instance of failure class, this message shows up. Otherwise, we'll explicitly set the message using the constructor. Now, why is this failure class needed instead of a string? Well, that's because this failure class can accommodate much more than just a simple string. If you want to put a status code as well, you can put over here. So you can take in a message and the status code. If you want the stack trace to be present, you can ask from the constructor again. But for now, we're just going to have a simple failure class. Again, if you want to put in more attributes and fields, you can do so in this failure class, which makes it scalable. Now coming back to the auth remote repository, instead of returning a string, I'm going to return a failure. And I hope you understood why I've created the failure.dart file inside of core. That's because this failure file or the failure class is going to be used across multiple features in auth, even in home. Now, what about this map string comma dynamic? Now the problem with map in our scenario is that if I want to access one particular thing of the user model, I have to do something like user and then I have to spell it out correctly. For example, name or email like this. And this is quite error prone, because there is a possibility I'm going to misspell password by typing in password like this and it would crash my application. That's how easy it is to get an error with the map. So what I want to do is create a data class for this so that in my Flutter application, I don't return a map. Instead, I return a user model or a user data class that will encapsulate all those values. So to create this data class, I'll go to the Explorer, and in this model, I'm going to create the user_model.dart file. So these data classes are also known as models in our application. And in the MVVM structure, model contains repositories and the data classes that you create. Both of them are considered a part of model, but I've created separate folders for it because I don't want to confuse the data classes that we create with the repositories. Now let's understand these data classes in a bit more detail. What is a data class? As the name suggests, it is a class that can hold data. Okay, that's what data classes are. So what I'm going to do is create a class, let's call it user or user model, whatever you want to call it. And then I'm going to describe the properties that are a part of user. And we have seen that already. Our user is going to have email, ID, password, name. Now, if you want, you can store password in this user model class, but I don't see a point in storing that because this password is hashed anyways. And what good is it going to do us to store our password in a user model class? So I'm just going to create name, email, ID fields as of now, but later on in our application, we're going to have one or two more fields. The next thing we need is a constructor for it. So to create a constructor, what I can do is simply click on this bulb icon and add generate constructor quick fix. Once I do that, it automatically adds the constructor for me. So this way, whenever I instantiate a user model class, I have to pass in the name, email, and ID of the user. Awesome. Now that I have the user model class created, I can go back to Auth remote repository, and instead of returning a map, I'm going to return a user model and make sure to import the user model from the auth/model userModel.dart file. Now let's resolve the errors. So instead of returning left response.body, which is a string, I need to wrap this response.body with a failure, right? But if I do failure response.body, the error message is not going to look pretty because response.body is in the format of a JSON. So it's saying detail and then the error message, right? And if I simply return failure response.body, it is going to return this particular thing, and I don't want that. Instead, I want to return this error message string. So I need to go inside of this JSON, access the detail property, and then pass it to the failure. To do that, again, I'll have to decode this JSON and convert it into a map format. So instead of doing the JSON decode over here, I'm going to put it at the top. And this variable can be renamed to response body map. Then I can take this map, and if the status code is not 201, that means some error has occurred. So I'm going to pass the response body map over here, followed by the square brackets where I pass in the detail. In the catch block, when we return left, I can do a similar thing. I can do failure e, and this time I can simply call failure e.toString. I don't have to do anything else. And one problem I notice over here is I'm returning failure from the fp.dart package. I don't want that. Instead, I want the failure to come from the failure.dart file that I created. So for that to work and not cause any future confusion, what I'm going to do is name this class as app failure, not just failure. And then coming back to Auth remote repository, I'm going to pass an app failure, import the failure.dart file. Then again over here, I'm going to return app failure. And even over here, I'm going to return app failure. I hope that made sense. The only issue was failure was present in our failure.dart file and the fp.dart package. Alright, coming back to returning right user, here we need to pass in the user model. Now, how do I convert this map into a user model? For that, I can simply pass in the user model instance and then pass in the name, email, which we are getting from the parameter of the function. And for the ID, I can access response body map at ID. Because if the status code is 201, we are getting a user response, and the ID of the user can be accessed like this. But the only problem with this approach is that if there are multiple fields, for example, password, which is in a hashed format, I'll have to do response body map password. If there's several other fields, like let's say 4 or 5 more fields, I'll have to manually pass the name over here. Okay, that doesn't sound too bad. Well, the bigger problem comes in when I have to do the same thing for the login, because even over here, when I get the user model, I want to convert it from map into a user model data class. And again, I'll have to spell all of this correctly. So first of all, there is repetition of code, and whenever there's repetition of code, it means there's a likelihood of more error. And in our case, it is typo error. Basically, I spell password incorrectly, or the same issues I mentioned earlier. Now, instead of doing that, is there a better way? Yep, there is. If I go to the user model class, I can create a function over here that converts a map into a user model class and then returns that class. How do I do that? Well, you can write it from scratch, or what you can do is go to the extensions tab, then search for the .data class generator extension. There are multiple versions of it. This is the one I use, the one with the most number of downloads. And once you install that, you can click on this bulb icon and it will give you multiple options, like generating a data class, which is exactly what I want to do. So I'll click on generate data class and it adds a bunch of code. We are going to go through it, but first I'm going to remove this comment that's present. So first of all, it imports .convert. It imports .convert because below we've used the function that is JSON.encode, and this JSON is coming from the .convert package. But anyways, we understand the code till here. We have 3 fields and we are taking it from the constructor. Then we have a copy with function. What does this copy with function do? Well, here's the thing. In our user model class, all of our fields are final. And if we want to change one of the fields, I cannot change that after the user model is created. Instead, what I'll have to do is call the copy with function. What it will do is create a new user model class with all the same properties. And if you want to change any particular field, you can add it over here and it will replace that. We are going to see a live demo of how to use copy with in the next section of the tutorial where we are persisting auth state. The next function is toMap. So if we want to convert a user model into a map format, we can use this technique. So what it does is return a map with the name, email, ID property, and the value is this name, email, and ID that are coming from the constructor when we create an instance of user model. Then we have a factory function of user model.fromMap. And this is the function we'll be using over here to convert from map to a user model. So it takes in a map and then it returns a new user model instance where the name is map at name. The email is map at email and ID is map at ID. And that's exactly what we are getting in the map. When the response of user is returned, that means 201 status code is present, the map follows a similar structure as this one. And here we are also telling it to treat it as a string. Alternatively, what we can do is null handling. Basically, there is a possibility that this name is null. In that scenario, I can put in 2 question mark followed by a single inverted comma. So it means that if map at name is null, take in an empty string, otherwise map at name is fine. The same goes for email. If map at email is null, then take in an empty string, otherwise map at email value is fine. Then the same for ID. Then we have toJSON and fromJSON functions. toJSON basically encodes our map in JSON format. If we go to the auth remote repository, here when we do JSON encode, we are converting the map into JSON, and JSON is basically a string in Flutter application. If you see, the return value is string for this encode function. You can use JSON.encode or JSON encode. It's going to be the same thing, but let's just go ahead with whatever .data class generator extension has created for us. Then we have user model.fromJSON. You pass in a JSON and it will automatically convert it from a string JSON source into a map. And to do that, you can see how it does it. First, it calls the JSON decode function and it treats it as a map string comma dynamic. That's what we've done over here when we converted from JSON into a map. That's the thing we used. Then, since we already have access to a map, we are calling the user model.fromMap function so that we return a user model. Then we have the toString functionality, because if you try to print user model without this override, it's going to print out instance of user model, and we don't want that. So I've overridden the toString functionality, so whenever you call user model.toString or you try to print the user model, it prints out this particular thing. User model with the name, email, and ID of the user. Then we have equal to and hash code properties that help us check if two instances of user model class are the same thing or not. For example, if I have user model instance 1 is equal to user model instance 2, it's going to return false to me. Why? Because Dart is checking if they are the same instance. But what I want to check is if the fields of both of them are the same thing or not. So we use operator equal to over here, and we are saying that the other user model is going to be equal to this user model if the other.name is equal to name, other.email is equal to this email, and other.id is equal to this ID. If you don't understand this, don't worry about it too much. It's not valid for this tutorial. We won't be using operator equal to that often, or I think at all. So let's come back to auth remote repository, and now instead of creating a new user model instance like this, we are going to do user model.from JSON or from map. You can do either of them, because if you pass in from JSON, you can pass in response.body, and behind the scenes, it is going to call the JSON decode function and convert it from map, or you can directly do user model.from map, because you already have the response body map present over here. So let me put that in, and there we go. So this is our function now. What I'm going to do is go to the sign up page, see everything is correctly put or not, then going to restart the app, and let's put the sign up as test, then test1223@gmail.com, password test1234, click on sign up, open the terminal, and it says instance of app failure. That's because here I've returned L and there is no string overriding present over here. So let me create that. I'll click on the bulb icon, then I'll create generate toString method. So it has that, it will display the message now. Then I'll open the console again, click on sign up, and it says app failure message, user with the same email already exists. That's great. Now if I pass in test12234@gmail.com, again the same email already exists. Let me create another user, click on sign up, and we get a user model with the name as test, this email, and this ID. Everything seems to be working fine. And now the advantage of using user model here is I can simply do r.email or r.name, and I get access to the user's name. I don't have to worry about misspelling anything. And also user models give us autocomplete, and that's a nice feature. So overall, working with classes and data classes becomes so much easier than working with maps. And this is why we converted from map to a data class. I hope that makes sense. And now we are done with the sign up route. The next thing I want to do is convert the login function to a similar thing as sign up function. So here I'm going to have future either, and then I'm again going to return a failure and again a user model as the success. Very similar to this thing over here. And I almost made the same mistake. I don't want to return failure. Instead, it should be app failure. Then in the try block, when we print, I don't want to print anything. Here I'm going to check if response.statuscode is not equal to 200, not 201. Login is going to return 200. In that scenario, I want to return left with the failure message, where I'm going to return app failure with the message. And for that, again, I'll have to convert from JSON into a map. So I'm just going to copy this particular line, paste it down here because it's the same thing. Then I'm going to take this map and call the detail property on it. Now, if the response status code is 200, in that scenario, I want to return right. Then we'll do user model.from map. Then we're going to pass in response body map, the same thing we did earlier. And even here, we are going to catch the error, return left with the app failure class returned, where we are going to return e.toString. Now the login functionality looks good as well. I'm going to go to the login page, take the response variable, and then use Dart's pattern matching feature again. So we are going to have final value equal to switch, then result. Then it can either be left where the value is given out, and I'm going to take that value as L. Otherwise, it can be write, and let's import the fp.dart package as well. Make sure you have it at the top. Then we are going to return something as well. In case of the user model, let me just return R and here L. So it's going to return the app failure class or the user model class. And then I'm just going to print this value. I'm going to save this file, restart the entire app, open up the terminal, go to the sign in page, pass in the email, let's call it test1223@gmail.com. Password is test123. I think it was just test123. Let me sign in. It says incorrect password, so maybe it was test1234. Click on sign in, and here I get the user model. So everything seems to be working fine for both of these pages. And we have successfully connected our server to our Flutter application. Now, one thing to note is that if you're running on a real Android physical device or a real iOS simulator, you might not want to run this using FastAPI dev main.py. Why? Because that is running on HTTP 127.0.0.1:8000. So that means it is only running on your machine. It is not running anywhere else and cannot be accessed from anywhere else. And your physical device is not a part of your computer. So obviously you can't access, and it might give you socket client exception or something like that. So in that case, what you need to do is FastAPI run main.py. If you run the following command, what it does, it serves it at http://0.0.0:8000. That means it can be accessed from anywhere. And now your physical device should be able to access it. However, there is a small change you might have to make, and that is to go to auth remote repository, and instead of mentioning 127 over here, you'll have to remove this part and add in your IP address. So your IP address can be 192.something.something. So you need to put that in instead of 127.0.0.1. And this brings me to a small code issue as well. You see, we are using HTTP 127:8000 over here. What if suddenly I decide to host my server on some external hosting service? So that means I'm putting my application out in the public. That means I'll have to change this URL every single place. I'll have to change it in the signup function and in the login function. And if my app's functionalities extend, I'll have to go to every repository file and make sure this URL is changed. Instead, what I can do is extract this URL in some other part of my code so that I have a centralized control and I only have to change it to one place and it will be reflected everywhere else. What I mean is I can go to the Explorer, click on the core folder, create a new folder called constants, and the first file in this is going to be server constant.dart file. Then I'm going to create a class called server constant, and here I'm going to create a static constant string, and it is going to contain the server URL, and that is going to equal to this particular thing, HTTP 127:8000. So I'll paste it over here. Then I'll go to the auth remote repository again, do string interpolation. So I'll put in $ followed by curly bracket. Then I'll do server constant dot server URL. Now I can copy this entire thing and paste it for the login functionality as well. So this way we are accessing the server URL that is present over here. And now from one place, I can change the URL and it will be reflected everywhere else. For example, instead of putting in 127 over here, I can put in my own IP address and it will be changed in the login and the signup function. So this is a bit of a clean code refactoring that I had to do. Now that we are done with this, I'm going to close all the save files. And now one option is to test this app on Android emulator, or what we can do is work on the ViewModel. That means we will work on the bridge between view and repository, and we'll also understand the need to do so. And then after we have completed the ViewModel, we can test the Android application. And I think this makes more sense to me, so I'm going to do just that. So I'm going to minimize all the folders so that there's less congestion. Click on lib, features, auth, ViewModel. And here we are going to create a new ViewModel. Let's call this auth_ViewModel.dart. Now for this ViewModel and for all the ViewModels created in our application, we'll be using the Riverpod package. Usually ViewModel uses state management tools because ViewModel's task is to tell View to what to display. And state management's task is also to decide and determine what state the UI should show. So ViewModel and the state management you choose go hand in hand. And for our project, we'll be using the Riverpod package. So let's go ahead and install Riverpod and see how we can connect the view to the repository using this ViewModel bridge. So to install Riverpod in your project, what we need to do is go to pub.dev and install multiple packages. The first one is Flutter Riverpod. The second one is Riverpod Annotation. The third one is Riverpod Lint. And if you go to the Riverpod documentation, you'll find a list of multiple other things we need to do. For example, build runner, custom lint, and Riverpod generator. So in all, we need to install all of these packages. Flutter Riverpod and Riverpod Annotation packages should be added as dependencies, and Riverpod generator, build runner, custom lint, and Riverpod lint should be added as dev dependencies. So let's take all of them and install. So I'll do Command-Shift-P dot add dependency, then add Flutter underscore Riverpod, and then Riverpod underscore annotation. The Flutter Riverpod package is going to provide us with various providers that we can use, and Riverpod annotation provides us with @Riverpod, which will help us in generating our providers. So I'll click on enter, and there we go. Again, I'll do Command-Shift-P, but this time we're going to add dev dependencies, and the dev dependencies you want to add are Riverpod underscore generator, build underscore runner, Riverpod underscore lint, and custom underscore lint. After having all of that, I'm going to click on enter, and all of these packages will be added as dev dependencies. So if we go to the pubspec.yaml file, we saw Flutter Riverpod and Riverpod annotation, but Riverpod generator allows us to generate our providers. So it will see the @Riverpod annotation. If you want to know more about code generation, there's a video I've made about creating your own code generators in Flutter. You can check that out. Then we have build runner, which will help us again to generate code. Riverpod lint is going to help us convert a widget from a stateless widget to a consumer widget, or a consumer widget to a consumer stateful widget. And it's also going to provide a lot of clean code practices you can use when using Riverpod. So after we have done that, what we need to do is go to this particular file, analysisoption.yaml, and if you go to the Riverpod lint pub.dev, scroll down in the installing Riverpod lint section, it will tell you how to enable Riverpod lint. So first we need to add custom lint and Riverpod lint as dev dependencies. We have already done that. Then we need to enable custom lints plugin in analysisoption.yaml. So in this file, what I need to do is create analyzer. Then I'll leave a tab space. Then I'll write plugins. Then I'll again hit enter. Then leave a tab space and then write custom lint like this. Exactly as mentioned over here. And this should enable custom lints plugin. Now, if you want to enable and disable lints, especially related to Riverpod lint, here's how you can do it. You can read this entire documentation to know more about it. However, we are going to go back to the auth view model, and actually before I forget, let's go to main.dart file, and you see we have a warning over here which says Flutter application should have a provider scope widget at the top of the widget tree. And this warning is given by the Riverpod lint package. So we are sure that Riverpod lint is working fine now. So what I can do is go to my app, then do Ctrl-Shift-R, then wrap it with a widget, and that is the provider scope widget. This wrap with provider scope is also provided by the Riverpod lint. So that's pretty cool. Now I can save this file. Also make sure to import Flutter Riverpod package, and we're done. you can see the warning goes away from here, and that's all. Also, let's remove the import to the login page because we only need a sign up page over here. Awesome. And if you don't already know, provider scope is going to keep track of all the providers that are created in the Flutter application. So I can close this. Now I'll come back to the Auth view model, and here I'm going to use a provider to encapsulate all my logic in. So I'll create a class Auth view model, and that is going to extend the notifier. Notifier is a provider that is given by Riverpod. It is comparable to state notifier, but it has multiple advantages over using state notifier. So let me import that, and as you can see, it automatically imports the Flutter Riverpod package for me. Then the Auth view model is now in error state because we are extending to notifier, but we have not implemented the override functionality notifier requires. So I'll press command full stop, create one missing override, and we have the build function created as an override. So what is this build function? It is a function used to initialize this notifier. So whatever dependencies you have are going to go inside of this build, and this build function is also going to return the initial value of the notifier. For example, if you take the example of state notifier just to compare it with this, the state notifier over here had an initial value passed to it, right? So the build function is also going to return an initial value. So it can be 0 if you're creating a counter application. It can be false if the notifier is of the type of a Boolean value. It can be anything. Another advantage notifier provides over state notifier is that it gives access to ref inbuilt. We don't have to import ref like we did in state notifier from the state notifier provider we created. It's built in. So let me remove the state notifier from here, and we are only going to work with notifier. But this is not the notifier we are going to work with. I just showed you the non-code generation implementation. If we want to work with code generation, we need to remove all of this, and instead of extending to notifier, what we'll be extending to is $$ auth view model, whatever you typed as the name of your class. And then you put in curly brackets, and then you also annotate this class using @Riverpod. And this should automatically import the Riverpod annotation package. Also, let's remove the Flutter Riverpod package and save the file. Now you see the code generation doesn't work because we need to run a command to make it run. So to run it, open your terminal. So go to the terminal, and in the client project, make sure the client is there. You need to run .run build_runner watch so that it continuously keeps watching the changes in the file that have @Riverpod annotation in them, and then you can hit enter. But there's another flag you can add over here, which is -d, which stands for delete conflicting outputs. So it will just delete any conflicting files that are present or any conflicting code that's present from the previous build it did. So I'll just click enter now. And you can see it uses build runner behind the scenes, a dev dependency we added, and it gives an error. It says failed after 4.4 seconds, saying no build method found. Classes annotate with Riverpod must define a method named build. Basically, we're forgetting a build function. But other than that, we are also forgetting another thing, which I'll point out in just a minute. But first, let's add a build function. So what should the return value of our build function be? So the build function is going to return async value. Via async value, async value has 3 states it can toggle between. It has loading, error, and data states. And I want to move between all of these values. When there's a data, there's going to be a user model present in the auth view model. If it's loading, then obviously I just want to load. And if it's error, it's going to contain the error state, right? So I'll just pass in async value like this. Then I'll write build over here, followed by parenthesis and curly bracket. Then I'm going to save the file. As you can see, Riverpod still doesn't generate code for it. Why? That's because I'm forgetting a very important part, and you can find that in the terminal as well, which is we need to include part auth_viewModel.g.dart. So the auth_viewModel.g.dart file must be included as a part directive in the input library. So all we need to do is write part auth underscore viewModel.g.dart like this. Then I'm going to save the file, and you might see that the errors from here go away. The build error is still there because we still need to return async value. But if you open the file explorer, a new file is created, which is auth-viewModel.g.dart. And this creates our notifier provider. If you see over here, the name of our provider is auth-viewModel-provider, which is equal to auto-dispose notifier provider. So behind the scenes, it has created a notifier provider similar to the state notifier provider. And it is also of the type of dispose. So it is auto-disposing our provider, meaning it is going to dispose the notifier off if no one's listening to it anymore. And it also says @provider for auth-viewModel. So this provider is created for the auth-viewModel class. And if you scroll down below, we have type definition of $auth-viewModel, which is equal to auto-dispose notifier, which is of the type async value. Basically, what we are extending here is the same thing. So we are basically extending auto-dispose notifier async value dynamic. But instead of writing all of this, we only have to write $$ followed by the name of the class. And this is why we are using part over here. When we use part, we can get access to the various variables created inside of the file. So we get access to this, the auth-viewModel provider, auth-viewModel, and auth-viewModel.dart and auth-viewModel.g.dart are considered as the same file. They're considered as one unit. So coming back to our auth-viewModel.dart, I'm going to minimize my explorer and start working in it. What is this build function going to return? Well, first of all, this async value is going to be of some type, right? And the type that we need to pass here is the type of our data. So the data inside of this auth-viewModel is going to be user model. So the main state is user model. So obviously we need to return a user model over here. But how do I get access to the user model? I can only get user model once the user signs up or logs in. But auth-viewModel is also going to have functions like sign up and login over here only. So I possibly cannot have the user model with me even before the user signs up or logs in. So what I'm going to do is mark this async value as nullable. That means initially its value is going to be null. So I'm going to save the file and all the errors go away. So initially the value of this auth-viewModel is going to be null. That means there is no data. But once the user signs up, the data is going to update and set it to the user model. And once the user logs in, the data is again going to update. So we will have a user model again. So let's go ahead and add our sign up user and login user functionalities over here. As I said, notifier is very similar to state notifier. The only difference is this build function. So this build function helps us to keep track of our dependencies and update them. And another big difference is ref. You'll notice that we'll be able to access ref. I don't have to pass it from my provider. It is automatically done for me. So let's go ahead and create our functions, login user and sign up user. So we are going to have future void sign up user. And again, we're going to get access to the name, email, and password of the user. Same thing as before. Also, this is going to be an asynchronous function again. And what is going to be inside of this function block? Well, it's going to be the same thing that we had earlier in the UI file. So we'll go to the view, pages, the sign up page, and instead of doing all of the thing that we did over here, we're going to cut it and paste it inside of the sign up user function in auth-viewModel. Now you'll see that we need to create an instance of auth remote repository. Then we need to pass in the name, email, and password again. So let's fix that. First of all, creating an instance of auth remote repository here seems kind of weird because we'll also have login user, which is again going to ask for auth remote repository instance. And any other function that's going to be present here is most likely going to require auth remote repository. So instead of creating an instance over here, what I'm going to do is create an instance like this. Final auth remote repository underscore auth remote repository is going to be equal to auth remote repository. I've created a private variable over here. That's why the underscore at the beginning. Then I can take this auth remote repository and replace it with this one. So we are only using one instance of auth remote repository. Now instead of putting name controller.txt, I'm going to put in name, then email, and then password. Then we are going to get a response, and then we are doing the pattern matching. So let me import fp.dart. And for now, let's just go ahead and print the value. There is something here that we want to do differently, but for now, we can just print val. Now I can go to the signup page, and then what I want to do is call the auth ViewModel signup user function over here. To do that, first of all, I'll have to convert the stateful widget into a consumer stateful widget. So that Riverpod comes into the picture and I get access to ref, which will allow me to call the auth ViewModel. So first, let me remove this unnecessary import. Then I'll go to stateful widget, press Ctrl+Shift+R. Then I get the option to convert to consumer stateful widget. I'll do that. Then I need to import Flutter Riverpod package. And now I get access to ref. Consumer state has that ref which I can use. You can see it over here. Late final widget ref is equal to context as widget ref. So I'll scroll down. Then in the sign up on tab, I'm going to pass in ref.read. Then I'm going to call the provider, which is auth ViewModel provider. Then I'm going to call the .notifier on it, just like I would with state notifier. And using this .notifier, it will allow me to get access to the various functions that are present inside of the auth ViewModel. And signup user is one such function. So let me call that. Then I'm going to pass in the name, which is nameController.txt, email, which is emailController.txt, and password, which is passwordController.txt. Now, this is of the type future void. So yeah, we can do async and await, but I don't think that would be much of a difference. And there's another thing we need to do. You remember the form that we created up here, the form key and the form? We can make use of that to ensure that no one is passing in empty data. So I'll pass here if form key dot current state dot validate. So it's going to return true or false depending on whether the fields are empty or not, because in our custom field, if you remember, we have added the validator function. And if the validate is true, then I want to run all of this code. Otherwise, I'll just tell them that, hey, there's an error over here. So if I restart the entire thing, go to sign up, and we are going to create our another user, 123@gmail.com. Oh, that is going to be the email. And the password is test123. Click on sign up. Then we open up our terminal, debug console, and it says 123@gmail.com. And that's because in the auth ViewModel, when doing the pattern matching, if it's a success, we are returning r.name. So it's returning the name. So that means the user was created, and if I sign up again, it says app failure. So everything seems to be working fine now. The next thing I want to do is add the states over here. So the reason I used async value is to toggle between various states, loading, error, and data. So first of all, if the user clicks on the signup user function, the first thing they should see is the loading indicator. So I'm going to set state, which is a variable provided by notifier to us, which will allow me to change the state of this auth ViewModel. And I believe we could do that with state notifier as well. And this state is going to equal async value dot loading. This states that the auth ViewModel is now in loading state. Alternatively, you could also use async loading like this, and that should be fine as well. So I'm just going to put a const over here. So after the loading indicator is set up, we want the sign up functionality to take place. And after that, it's either error or data. So if it's error, what I want to do is instead of returning L over here, I'm going to do state is equal to async error, or I can do async value dot error. Then I can pass in the error message, which is L dot message, and then the stack trace. So the stack trace can be stack trace dot current. So it passes a representation of the current stack trace. Awesome. Now if there's an error, what I want to do is the same thing. State is equal to async value dot data, or you can just do async data. I'm going to use async value.data just to maintain consistency with everything. And then it requires me to pass in the user model, because here I said my async value is of the type of user model. And my async value.data is going to be R, what I have over here. Then I'm going to save it. Now if you see, val is of the type of async value user model. So it knows in either case, we are returning async value, and that's all we need to do to toggle between different states using notifier. So we can go to the signup page and see the different states. So to see the different states, what I can do is final, let's say val is equal to ref.watch. Earlier we did ref.read, and that's because we were calling the provider to access a function present inside of it. We weren't actually watching the provider to see what data changes were taking place or what state changes were taking place. But now we want to watch the provider for any state change. So I'm going to pass in auth ViewModel provider. And now if I hover over this is of the type async value user model, which can be null. Initially, it is going to be null, but as we progress, it is going to change. So let me print val over here. Then I'm going to open my terminal again, restart the entire thing. Initially, it is null. That's good. Then let me create another user, 1234@gmail.com. Let me paste that as the email as well. Test123 is the password. Click on sign up. And it says async loading. So the loading took place and instantly we got async data user model with the value of user model present over here. Now, if I again click on sign up, it gives us async error with the error message as user with the same email already exists and the stack trace giving us the entire proper stack trace of where the error occurred. And if you're wondering why is it printing the same thing 2 times? That's because over here we have print val and over here we have printed a similar thing. So that's why in many instances you're seeing the same 2 things. But anyways, this means that the auth view model, the bridge between view and the model, is done correctly. The point of auth view model is just this. It will determine what state is going to be displayed in the UI and it is going to communicate with the repository so that UI and repository don't communicate directly. So now that the state is changing, let's make sure the UI also updates on the basis of the state. What I mean is if the auth view model is in the loading state, let's just show the loading indicator, right? To do that, we'll have to extract from this async value, and this async value can be nullable. So I'm going to put in here dot, and it gives me various options to access. What I'm looking for is if the auth view model provider loading. So this value is now a boolean which can be nullable. But I can just make it a boolean by adding a condition here which is equal to true. That means this val is now representing is loading. So if the auth view model provider is in loading state, it's going to mean that is loading is true, otherwise it is false. And based on this is loading, I want the body to change. Instead of displaying this entire thing over here, I'm going to return a circular progress indicator. I can add a condition here, is loading. So if is loading is true, we're going to have a constant center child circular progress indicator, and we can leave it at that, or what we can do is circular progress indicator dot adaptive. That means it shows a Cupertino style circular progress indicator if we are on iOS, and if we are on Android, it's going to show a normal loading indicator, a material style loading indicator. Now there are multiple times we are going to access this loader, and many a times you want your own custom loading widget. So instead of creating the same loading widget again and again in different pages, what we can do is extract this in the core folder, because again, this is a widget that can be shared across multiple features. So we're going to have widgets folder in core, then the widget is going to be called loader.dart, then it's going to be a stateless widget, which is just going to be a loader. And then I'm going to cut this out and return it over here. Now, if you want, you can write your own custom logic for a loader, maybe add some more animations or use Rife to create some cool stuff, but I'm going to leave it at that. Then we can go to the sign up page and here return a loader when it is loading. Simple. Let's minimize the Explorer, remove the unnecessary import of Auth repository. And now let's see it in action. So I'm going to go to the name, pass in test123, email as test123@gmail.com, test123 as the password, click on sign up. You see, we see a loading indicator for a bit, and then we see a new user was created as well. So the loading part seems to be working fine. And the toggle between loading and other state is also working fine. You saw earlier we were displaying the normal page, then we switched to the loading indicator because we were in loading state. But again, since we switched from loading to data, we are again back on the normal screen. And that's all because of this ref.watch. We are continuously watching what the state of Auth ViewModel provider is. So we've handled the loading part successfully. What about data and error? Whenever there's an error, I want a message to appear from the bottom saying, this is the error. And if there's any data, I want to navigate from the sign up page to the login page. Let's do that. A good way to do this is using ref.listen. So this listen function is present on ref and it takes in a provider and a listener. The provider is going to be our Auth ViewModel provider and the listener is going to give us the previous value of the provider, the next or the current value of the provider, and based on that, we can display the correct things. So this previous value is basically useless for us as of now, because what are we going to do knowing the previous state of the provider? The next is what's important to us, because we want to know what the current state is, and based on that current state, I want to display a snack bar. So we are going to have next, and this next can be nullable, so I'm going to put question mark over here. If it is null, we won't call any method on it. If it is not null, then we are going to call the when method. So when there's data, we want to do something. When there's error, it's going to give us error and a stack trace. We want to do something. And if it's in a loading state, we don't want to do anything. And I'll explain that to you in a bit. But what should happen if there's data? Well, first of all, we'll get access to the user model if there's data. So in that scenario, I want to navigate from sign up to login page. So I can just do navigator.push context, and then we'll pass in material page route builder, which is going to give us a context, and then we're going to return a constant login page. Along with that, maybe we also want to display a snack bar saying account created successfully, please log in. We can do that. We can simply write scaffold messenger.of context dot hide current snack bar, because if there's any other snack bar displaying on the screen right now, we want to hide that, and then show our snack bar. Then we'll pass in snack bar with content as text, and the content inside of the text is going to be account created successfully, please log in. Also, this can be a constant. That looks good. Now, if there's error, there's a similar pattern over here. I can simply copy paste the scaffold messenger, but instead of saying this account created successfully, I'm simply going to return the error. And then I'm also going to remove this constant. This error is of the type of object. So let's call error.toString, and that should be fine. Now, if I click on sign up, you see we see a loading indicator, and then we say user with the same email already exists. That means everything is working fine over here. And our logic to handle error and data should be working fine as well. Now, why have I not put the loading part over here? Why am I creating a separate ref.watch is loading equal to true here? Why not handle loading in this particular function itself? And the reason for that is if I handle loading over here, I won't be able to return a widget, because in the error part, I'm doing scaffold messenger. I'm not returning a widget. Even over here, I'm showing a snack bar, then navigating. I'm not returning a widget. So in a loading, how can I return a widget? So if I return a loader over here, this loading function doesn't care. It will allow me to do so. But it's not going to return or display that loader. So if I do return const loader just to prove it to you and remove this is loading for now, also this part over here, then save the file, then click on sign up, no loading indicator happens. Now you might say that this process took too quick, this is why it didn't show up. So let's create a new user. I'll click on sign up, and again you see we don't see a loading indicator, we just suddenly get shifted to the sign in page. That is why we don't return widgets from the listen function, because essentially the type of this listen is void, so it's not going to return anything anyways. That's why I had to externally add this is loading part over here. I hope it makes sense. Now another question you might have is, why don't we just take build context from the signup user function here and then call scaffold messenger.off context.show snack bar whenever there's an error, and if it's success then just navigate using build context navigator. And if you're considering doing this, it will work. You can try it. But the problem will be this auth ViewModel is not testable anymore because you've added build context inside of it. How can you unit test it? This is why we use ref.listen over here outside so that we get access to the build context and all the UI related stuff stays in the view. It doesn't come in the view model and makes it untestable. So I hope that made sense. Now we are going to do the same thing with the login user functionality, and it's going to be the same thing. So I'm going to copy this, paste it over here, and instead of sign up user, it's going to be login user. Then I'm going to remove the name. We just want email and password. Then the loading indicator should start. Then we call the login function on auth repository. Then I remove the name part, just email and password. Then we have the switch case condition again. And we want to do the same thing. In case of error, async value.error. In case of data, the same thing. Now, if you want, you can remove val from here, but I would like to keep it. And then we can go to the login page and do the same thing as we did in the sign up page. First of all, let's set up our loading indicator. So it's going to be final is loading equal to ref. Now I need access to ref, so I need to convert the stateful widget into a consumer stateful widget. Then I want to import Flutter Riverpod. Then I'll have ref.watch. I'll pass in the auth ViewModel provider. Then I'll use the is loading variable, which is equal to true. If it is equal to true, it's going to set is loading to true, otherwise false. Then in the body, we're going to check if is loading is true, we want to return a loading indicator. Otherwise, the padding widget is just fine. So I hope all of that makes sense. Now let's add our ref.listen part. And you might notice that we are using this ref.listen template a little too much. So you might want to extract this in a function of its own and handle things properly so that you don't have to repeat yourself. But I'm just going to copy paste for now. Again, it would be a wise choice to put it in a function and reuse that function again and again. So we are listening to the auth ViewModel provider, and when data is present over here, that means everything went successfully. We don't want to show a snack bar. So I'll remove that. I want to navigate from the login page to the home page, and we don't have the home page created yet. So for now, let's just pass in a to-do over here saying navigate to home page. Then I'll also comment this navigator.push. Otherwise, it will just take me to the login page. In case of error, I have this. Loading is not a loader. So let me remove that from both the pages. It was just a demonstration. Loading is going to be an empty function. Now, if I restart the entire application, go to the sign in page, pass in the email test123@gmail.com, password as test123, click on sign in, nothing should happen because data is empty. And we get user model over here, so that means everything went successfully. So that means the login function also works fine now. The next thing I want to do is just take the scaffold messenger and put it in a reusable function. Because we are using the scaffold messenger so many times and this takes up so much space, honestly. So let's just cut this, go to the Explorer, and here in the core folder, we are going to create a utils.dart file, which is going to contain all the utility reusable functions. And one such function is going to be show snack bar. It is going to take a build context and a content which is of the type of string. Then it's going to do scaffold messenger of context, hide current snack bar, show snack bar, and then take the content and display it over here. Then I can take the show snack bar, paste it in the error part, and then pass an error.toString as the content. Then I can take this show snack bar again and paste it in the signup page. I'll import the utils.dart file. Even over here, I'm going to replace this piece of code with show snack bar. Then I'm going to paste the same string again. Account created successfully, please log in. Let's put a comma so that it formats properly. And we're done. So the sign up user and login user functionality works fine now. But we're not done with the Auth view model yet. Actually, there's a lot of stuff left, but there's one important change I want to make. Instead of creating an instance of Auth remote repository over here, I'm going to create it in the build function. Why? Because I told you build function is going to instantiate all the dependencies related to the Auth view model class. And Auth remote repository is a dependency. Why? Because Auth view model depends on Auth remote repository for its work. So it's a dependency. So here I'm going to mark this Auth remote repository as late because we are going to instantiate this late and we're going to do that in the build function. So the build function is going to have Auth remote repository equal to Auth remote repository like this, right? Not really. You can do this and it should work again. But the problem with this is we can't continuously track the changes that are made inside of Auth remote repository. And just wrapping Auth remote repository in a provider and then using it in the build function gets better. Because provider by default caches many instances. So it's not creating new instance every single time. It smartly analyzes everything. So what I can do is ref.watch and watch the Auth remote repository provider. But wait, we have not created the Auth remote repository provider yet. So first we'll have to create a provider of Auth remote repository. And to do that, we're not going to extend with the notifier class. We're not going to do extends _ $auth remote repository. What we are going to do is create a simple function that returns this Auth remote repository. So we're going to have Auth remote repository like this. Then we are going to return Auth remote repository, but that's not how easy it is. Next thing we have to do here is Auth remote repository ref. So we need to add this line in. Then we also need @Riverpod. So make sure you import Flutter Riverpod package. Then you also need to create a part file again. So you're going to have auth _remote _repository.g.dart. Then you can save the file and a new file will be created in repositories, which is auth remote repository.g.dart. So if you see, it is a provider for auth remote repository. This is a function that we created and it has the type of auto dispose provider. So by doing this, Riverpod has automatically analyzed that, hey, this is a simple provider which is going to return auth remote repository. And this is where code generation helps us. We don't have to determine what type of provider I need to use. Riverpod will automatically detect it for us depending on the code that we've written. And the providers are also auto dispose. And if you see over here, the type def auth remote repository ref is equal to auto dispose provider ref, which is of the type of auth remote repository. So anyways, the point is this is a normal ref that you can use. So you can do ref.watch, ref.read. And this way you've created a simple provider of auth remote repository. So you can go to the auth view model and watch this auth remote repository provider. And if the instance of auth remote repository provider changes, this build function is going to rebuild. So you have the latest instances with you, and that's pretty cool. And that is why we're doing ref.watch instead of doing auth remote repository. I hope that makes sense. Now if you want to restart your app, you can do it. Test out the app. It should work the same. What I want to do is close all the save files, also close the iOS simulator, start my Pixel emulator, and try the sign up and the login functionalities. They should work the same, and if there's any error, let's just resolve the errors as well. So let me run it without debugging, and I'll see you after it starts running. So our app is now up and ready. If I go to the Android emulator, you can see it over here. So I'm going to pass in my name, which is test123, the email test123@gmail.com, password as test123. Then click on sign up, and it says client exception with socket exception, connection refused. Why? So that's because when you use your emulator, localhost or 127.0.0.1 refers to the device's own loopback service, not the one on your machine. To solve this error, what we need to do is go to server constants.dart file, and here we need to check what platform we are on. If we are on Android, then we need to do something else. So here I'm going to have platform.isAndroid and make sure you import Dart.io. So if you're on Android, then we want to refer to http://10.0.22:8000. And now this can no longer be a constant string because it can vary it. And also because we're using platform.isAndroid, then I can save this thing and let's remove one colon, and there we go. So when we use 10.0.2.2, we can access our actual machine. It is an alias set up to help in development. And if you're on iOS, it works fine with 127.0.0.1. Now, if I click on sign up again, you see it gives me a snack bar. User with the same email already exists. And that is correct. Let me set up a new user. Let's call it ttest123@gmail.com. Then we'll click on sign up, and it transfers me to the sign in page. The new user was created, and if I open my debug console, it says async data user model with the value. And now if I sign in test123@gmail.com, test123 as the password, click on sign in, it shouldn't do anything. And it does give us the print over here. So the Android emulator is also working fine now. Now I'm going to stop the execution of my Android emulator and switch back to iOS simulator because I find it more comfortable. Alright, so we are back on the iOS simulator. Now what's the next thing we want to do? The next thing we want to do is maintain auth persistence. Meaning, if the user is logged in, we want the home page to show up, otherwise the sign up page is fine. Now how do I do that? To do that, we have to store some data in our local storage such that our application can look into that storage every time the user opens their app and then validate that data to make sure a valid user is logged in. And for this, we are going to introduce the concept of JWT. What is a JWT? JWT is short for JSON Web Token, and it is a secure way to send data between two parties. These JWTs ensure that the data we store in them are encoded and are not tampered by the user. Let's understand JWT and the entire process we are going to use for auth state persistence using a diagram. So the first step is the user logs in. When the user logs in, we are going to generate a JWT. So of course, we are storing our user data in a database, but along with that, we are also generating a JWT. And JWT is generated using two things: a payload and a secret salt or a private key. Now what is a payload? For that, we must understand that JWT is basically an encoding around some data. For example, if the user data you want to store is ID and password, that is going to be your payload. And using that payload, you can generate a JWT. And the second element used in generating a JWT is a private key. And this private key is going to be in our server only. Now, if someone gets access to that private key, they can understand what the payload is. So your JWT encoding is of no use. So this private key has to be private. That's very important. So after the JWT is generated, we'll understand more about it in detail when we write code. But once the JWT is generated, it is going to be returned to the user. Now the user is going to store it in their local storage. Why do we have to store it in local storage? Why not just keep it in the temporary app memory or what we call as RAM? That's because when the user opens the app, we want them to automatically log in, right? So we are automatically going to read from the local storage and continue with the third step of the process. If we don't keep it in storage and instead use RAM, if we restart the app, the data is gone. So we won't be able to access it. That's why local storage. Now coming to the third step, we are going to send a GET request to /protected resource with a header saying that, hey, this is our JWT. Please verify if the JWT is correct and give me access to the protected data. So we are going to create this API, and to verify the JWT, you'll see that the process is very simple. We have to use that secret salt or the private key so that the JWT information is decoded and we get access to our payload. And the payload is the ID of the user or the password of the user, whatever you want to store. And when we get access to that particular user data and everything is valid, we can log the user in. Otherwise, we can just show the sign up screen. Now this image is not exactly a representation of what we are going to do because this includes Twitter, Google and Facebook login. We are not going to do that. Instead, this diagrammatic representation is nearer to what we are going to do. We are going to edit our post/login route where email and password are sent. There we need to edit this part. We need to create a JWT with a secret in this /login route. Then we need to send it back to our client, that is our Flutter application. Then whenever the user opens the app or restarts the app, we want to send the JWT along with the GET request to the server. The server is going to check the JWT, get the user information based on the JWT payload and send the response to the client saying that, hey, everything looks good. This is a valid user. You can log in. And this way we also have the user information with us, which is going to help us in the future because we need the username and the user ID when we are uploading our music to the database, right? So I hope this process makes sense. Now let's implement it. We are going to go to our server and over here edit the router.post/login route. So what I want to do over here is after the password matching is done, before returning the user DB, I'm going to create a JWT based on a payload. Now, how do I create a JWT? For that, we are going to install a module called JWT, and it's very simple to install. We can do pip3 install JWT. That's it. Then we can again run our server. We are going to minimize this terminal. And now, first of all, let's go at the top and import JWT. After that, I can write jwt.encode. This encode function takes in two primary arguments. The first one is the payload, and in our payload, we can attach multiple fields. So here it's going to accept a dictionary or a map. And the only payload we want to add is the ID of the user because the ID of the user will give us all the information we need about the user. Remember, ID is the primary key in our PostgreSQL. So that means with the help of ID, we'll be able to identify our user. So I only need to store the ID. The ID value is userdb.id. Then as the second argument, I need to pass in the password key. Now this password key has to be secret. You don't want to show it to anybody. So I would recommend you to use .env to store this password key. For me, I'm just going to pass password key like this. Simple enough. And remember this password key. It's going to be useful when we want to decode this JWT to get the ID of the user. Now, whatever jwt.encode returns to us, I'm going to store it in the variable token. And then I'm going to return userdb along with token from the login route. So I'm going to convert this to a dictionary where the first thing I'm returning is a token followed by user where the value is userdb. Now I'm going to save this. Then I'm going to go to the extensions tab where I click on this post request, and instead of sign up, I'm going to do login. Then I'm assuming this user already exists. So let me click on send and it says internal server error. And we get this error because JWT is not the module we wanted to install. We wanted to install something else. My bad. So what we're going to do is first of all uninstall JWT from our project. I'll click on Y because we want to uninstall it. And then I'm going to do pip install py-jwt. This is the package we want to install. Then hit enter. Then again, the code is the same. We want to import JWT. And then we can call the jwt.encode function. And as you can see, this is a valid function. The first thing it requires is a payload where we pass in a dictionary. And the second is the private key. Then you can also specify the algorithm. We're going to keep the default algorithm. And there are multiple more things you can do. But yeah, this is it. Now let's run the server again. Go to the new request. Click on send. And there we go. Its state is 200 OK. And it returns a token to us and the user details. So our login route is now edited. The next thing we need to work on is the client side of the application. So we need to go to our features, auth, repositories, auth remote repository, and over here in the login function, we have done JSON decode, and then we have returned write user model.from map response body map. Now this is going to fail. Why? Because from map is being called on a map that looks like this. That means we're going to extract map like this, map at name. Now in this map, there is no name property. What we need to do is go to the users attribute and then access the name, email, ID properties. We cannot just do map of name. We can do map at token because that exists, but not map at name. So what I can do is instead of doing res body map, I can pass in res body map user. And if I do this much, click on restart, then go to the sign in page, pass in the email, let's say rrr12345@gmail.com, and the password is test1234. Click on sign in. There we go. The correct output is now given. But there's one problem. The user model doesn't have a property of token, and we also want to store the token of the user, right? Because this token is going to be very, very useful in our application later on. Using this token, we're going to send all of our requests because this token will signify that the user is logged in. For example, in the future, there are going to be multiple routes like upload song, get all songs that are going to be only for authenticated users. And how do I identify if the user is authenticated? Using this token. So obviously I want this token to be present in the user model. So I'll just go to the user model class and define the token field. Then I'm going to click on the bulb icon, generate data class, remove this comment at the top, scroll down, and again everything is as string. And it becomes important over here to make sure the null check is done because token is going to be null when map at token is done. What I mean is if we do res body map at user, obviously the token is not present in this user field, right? So map at token is going to be null. So that time we can tell it to take an empty string. So how do I make sure that the token field is later on set to the correct value? To do that, we can call the .copyWith function that we created. I told you, we'll get back to this copyWith function. This copyWith function will allow me to keep all the fields the same except the one we want to change. And now I want to keep the user model the exact same, only change the token field. So I'm going to pass in token like this and then pass in res body map token. I'll save this file. And this is the entire code for this. Again, just to reiterate, we're creating a user model from map passing in res body map at user. So this means email name and ID properties will be filled in the user model. After that, I also want to set the token. So to get the token, I'm doing res body map at token. And to keep rest of the fields the same in the user model instance, I'm doing copy with. The reason I need to create copy with is because all of the fields that are present in the user model class are final. That means they cannot be changed once they are initialized. Alright, having that in place, I'm going to restart my app, then again sign in, and hopefully I'll be able to see the token. So let me paste in the same email. The password is test1234. Click on sign in, and we have the token displaying as well. The next thing I want to do is store this token that I get after logging in the local storage. To do that, we'll be taking help of shared preferences. And it doesn't make sense for me to write shared preferences code in the auth remote repository, because auth remote repository deals with logic related to our server. It's not related to logic that I write with respect to the local storage of mobile. So what I'm going to do is in the repositories tab, create a new file called auth local repository.dart, then create a class auth local repository. And then I'm going to add my logic. It's only going to contain two functions, which is getToken and setToken. We'll be using shared preferences plugin for this. It's provided by the Flutter team themselves, so it's pretty safe to use. So let's go to our auth local repository and here create an instance of shared preferences. So we do shared preferences, and first of all, let's just add shared preferences to our application. So I'll do .add dependency shared underscore preferences. Then we can do shared preferences and make sure you import the shared preferences package. Then I'm going to create a private variable so that it's not accessible outside of this class. That is equal to shared preferences, but if we try to instantiate it, it's not possible. What we need to do to instantiate it is .getInstance. But when we do getInstance, it gives us future shared preferences. We need to do await. So obviously we need to put this in a function which is asynchronous. So I'm going to cut all of this code and pass late over here. We are going to do a late initialization of this. Then we are going to have future void init. That means we are initializing everything, and it's an async function. And then we are going to do underscore shared preferences equal to await shared preferences dot get instance. Now one thing we need to remember is we have used late over here, and if we call any other function we define here like getToken or setToken before we initialize shared preferences, it's going to throw an unhandled exception. So make sure you call init before you call getToken or setToken. Now let's define two of our functions, getToken and setToken. So first is going to be setToken. So it's going to be void setToken. It's going to take in a string token, and this string token is actually going to be a nullable token, because many times when we call setToken function in our application, the token is going to be either a string or a null value. And if the token is a null value, we don't want to do anything. So instead of writing the if condition every time outside, let's just write it in this function. So we are going to check if token is not equal to null, then I'm going to do shared preferences dot set string, and then I'm going to pass in the key and the value. The key is going to be x auth token because that's what I'm storing, the authentication token, and the value is the token itself. That's it. That's the setToken function. The next function I want to create is getToken. So we are going to have a return type of string, which can be null, because when we get string from the shared preferences, there is a possibility that no field like x auth token has been defined. That means the user has installed the app and is using it for the first time. That's why we are going to have a nullable string. Then we are going to have getToken. And then we are simply going to do shared preferences dot get string and define the key, which is x auth token. The same thing as we did over here. And also make sure to return this thing. So that's our auth local repository, as easy as it gets. So now what I want to do is go to the auth ViewModel, and at the top in the build function, just like we did with the auth remote repository, I'm going to create an instance of auth local repository. So let's create that really quickly, underscore auth local repository. And for that, we will need a provider of auth local repository. So let's create that in a similar fashion as auth remote repository. So we'll type in @Riverpod followed by auth local repository, which is going to be returned, then auth local repository ref, and then we're going to return auth local repository. Also make sure you add the part file. So let's add path auth local underscore repository dot g.dart. Save the file, make sure your build runner is running, and once that is done, a new file of auth local repository.g.dart file should be created, and it's pretty much the same thing as auth remote repository. So let's not examine it further. Go to the auth ViewModel and add auth local repository equal to ref.watch auth local repository provider. Then we are going to go down in the login user. Whenever there is a success, we want to call the set token function. So we want to set the token in the auth local repository. Now how do I do that? For that, I'll have to convert this arrow function into a block, and that's not allowed in pattern matching. So what we'll have to do is create a function separately, which will set state equal to async value.data r, and it will also call the auth local repository dot set token. So let's create that function, and it's going to be a private function because it only needs to be called here. Let's call this function underscore login success, and it's going to take the user model R variable. So let's pass in user over here. And what it's going to do is set state equal to this user. So let me pass in the user as the data, and it's also going to call auth local repository dot set token, and we'll pass in the token, which is user dot token. Then we can take this login success function and call it over here. And we'll also pass in the R like this. So this way the arrow is still maintained and 2 lines of code are also executed. But the downside of this approach is that this val changes from async value to dynamic. So let's pass in the return type of this function. It's going to be async value user model, and then we can do return state equal to async value dot data. Now this val again has the same type. So I hope this makes sense. We have done basically the same thing as before, but we have added another statement of auth local repository dot set token, and it is being set to user dot token. Now if I restart the app and do the login process, it's going to give me an error. Why? Because when we call the set token function, it's using shared preferences, and shared preferences init function has not been called yet. So let's go to the main.dart file and call this init function. But here's the thing, our repository doesn't directly interact with the view. So we'll have to create a new function in ViewModel that calls this init. So we are going to have a new future void init shared preferences function, and it is going to be of the type async. Then we are going to call the auth local repository dot init function, and this is going to be await as well. Now if you want, you can take this init and put it inside of build function, but for that you'll have to put async over here, convert this into a future async value model, and this will convert this notifier provider into an async notifier provider. Now if you save this file, Riverpod will automatically do that for you. You can check the generated file. You'll notice it is async notifier provider, but I don't want to do that over here. Why? Because there's a possibility that shared preferences is not just used inside of Auth ViewModel. It is probably also used inside of repositories. So instead of creating a new instance every single time, what you can do is just create once in the main.dart file. So here we are going to have async. Then we are going to have widgets flutter binding dot ensure initialized. The reason we have to run this function is because if we go to the run app function that is defined inside of the Flutter source code, you'll notice that we are running this function widgets flutter binding dot ensure initialized, and then we are running the widget that was attached to the run app. If we are running any specific functionality before running run app, it is usually said, and sometimes it also gives an error if you don't pass ensure initialized Now if you're just calling run app, it is already called behind the scenes, so there's no need. But now since you're going to run our code, just put it in. Now we are going to do await, and now I need access to ref. I need access to ref because I want to access the Auth ViewModel, which is a notifier provider. But here's the problem. How will I get access to ref from the main function? For that, Riverpod has created a neat solution. What you can do is create a new container, a provider container that will give you almost all the methods ref would provide you with, and then bind that provider container to this provider scope. We'll see how that's done. So let's create our own provider container. To do that, we are going to do final container equal to provider container. That's how easy it is. Now you can just take this container and call the read method on it. And in this read, we can pass in our auth ViewModel provider dot notifier dot init shared preferences. And obviously this needs to be awaited, so awaited. And now we need to bind this container to the provider scope. So you can pass the parent as this container. But you'll notice that this parent is deprecated and shouldn't be used, will be removed in version 3.0.0. What you should use instead is uncontrolled provider scope. This way you can pass in your own container over here. And now you can remove the constant. It's not constant anymore because you're passing in your own container and this is not constant. Then you can pass constant myapp, and now you have init shared preferences in the main function before running the app. And then you've also bound your container to this uncontrolled provider scope widget. And that's what uncontrolled provider scope does. In provider scope, it creates the provider container behind the scenes. So for programmers, it's very user friendly, but uncontrolled provider scope provides more flexibility. We can create our own container and bind it to uncontrolled provider scope. Now we can restart the entire app and hopefully everything works. And here we get an error saying unhandled exception, missing plugin exception, no implementation found for get all on channels Flutter IO shared preferences. And this error exists because we have not restarted the app after adding a dependency. So let me run the app again, and this time it should work fine. Then we are going to do the login process, and if everything works fine, that means we are setting the token in our local storage. The next step would be to get the token as soon as the user restarts the app, send a GET request to the server, and the server responds back with the user data if it's correct. And obviously for that it has to decode the JWT stored. So here, coming back to the sign in page, we have email. So let me grab this email really quickly. Password is test1234. Click on sign in. It says user model is present, name Rivan, email this, ID this, token is also present. So I'm assuming data is stored in local storage using shared preferences. Okay, so the next step, as mentioned before, is to go to the Auth ViewModel, and here we're going to create a function that will get the user data based on the token that we had stored. So what it's going to do is get the token from the shared preferences, and then based on that token, we are going to send a request to our server requesting the user data. In our server side, we are going to decode that token, and from that token get the user ID, and based on that user ID get the user data from the PostgreSQL database. I hope that makes sense. If not, we'll see that in code. So let's create a function here. Let's call that function future user model. So it's obviously going to return a user model, and that user model can be null, because if the JSON web token is empty, we are not going to get the user data, right? So let's call get data like this. Then it's going to be asynchronous. And then again, we are going to set state equal to async value dot loading, and it's going to be a constant. After that, I need to get the token. So to get the token, I'm going to contact the auth local repository and call the get token function on it. After that, I'm going to check if token is not equal to null, because there is a possibility that token is null. And now if the token is not null, I want to send a request to my server to get the user data. And that user data should be achieved by just the token. That's how important the token is going to be. So now obviously the next step is going to be to go to our server and create a route to get the user data. So let me close this tab, minimize the Explorer, and just below the login route, I'm going to create a new route. And that is going to be router.get. And it's going to be /. That's it. So when the user goes to the route of /auth, they should be coming to this particular function. Then let's define the function. Let's call this current user data or get user data, whatever you want to call this. Obviously, we're going to require the session and it's going to be through dependency. I hope you remember all of that. And now let's see what we want to do. First of all, I want to get the user token from the headers. Once I get the user token from the headers, I want to decode that token. And once I decode that token, I'll get to know if it's a valid token or not. Because if the JSON web token is tampered with, if its structure changes even a bit, it can cause errors. Once the token decoding is successful, I want to get the ID from the token, and that ID is my payload. And from that ID, I'm going to contact the Postgres database and get the user information, and then I can return that user information. So let's come back to the first step, getting the user token from the headers. Now, how do I do that? To do that, again, you can just pass in the parameter over here. Let's call the token x_auth_token, because that's what we're going to be putting in as our header. What I mean is, when I send an HTTP request using my auth remote repository, we have the option to pass in headers, right? Here, I'm going to pass in something like x_auth token like this. But since Python doesn't have the concept of variables having hyphen inside of them, we cannot pass in something like this. Instead, we are going to put that underscore in, and FastAPI will automatically understand that, hey, x_auth token should have hyphen between it. It will automatically convert underscore to hyphen. Let's remove this x_auth token. It's not required in the signup user function, so don't put it there. Now coming back to a server, x_auth token is mentioned over here, but just doing this is going to give the impression that x_auth token is a query. And no, it is not a query. It is a header. So let me pass in header like this and then import it from FastAPI. Then I want to check if this x_auth token even exists. There is a possibility that the user doesn't mention it, or if they mention it, it is empty. So here I can put a condition, if not x_auth token, then I want to raise an HTTP exception saying 401 no auth token access denied. Now, if you're wondering what 401 status code stands for, that's authorization error. Now, the next step is to decode the token. So to do that, I'm going to import JWT, and to my good luck, it is already imported at the top. So I can do jwt.decode. And then here I need to pass in my token. So that's x_auth token followed by the private key. And that was password_key. If you stored it in .env, make sure to import it using .env. Now this decode function is going to give me the verified token value. And this verified token is going to be a dictionary. If you want to test it out, you can print this verified token and you will see a dictionary. Now there is a possibility that this verified token doesn't exist, or maybe it is empty. So here I'll just check if not verified token, then I want to raise an HTTP exception again with the 401 error saying token verification failed, authorization denied. Now what if this token is tampered with? That means some part of the token is removed. In that scenario, this decode function is going to fail and it is going to raise an exception, and that can potentially crash this entire route. We are going to see this in action and then we'll implement the strategy to counter this. But I just wanted to point it out right now. Now we want to get the ID from the token. At this point, we are sure that verified token contains the ID. So we are going to do verified token dot get, because I know this is going to be a dictionary, and I can then access the ID property. I'm calling the get function here, not the square bracket, because if the ID is not present, I don't want this route to crash again. If I use get and ID is not present, it is going to return none. It's not going to throw an exception. So let me store this in UID, and then for now, I'm just going to return the UID from current user data. I'll let the Postgres database get the user info comment be where it is, because we still need to work on that. But for now, I just want to check if UID is present or not, and if everything was successful. So I'm going to go to my route, and from here, I'm going to grab the token. Then I'm going to go to the auth route, because that's where I'm getting the current user data. I'm going to remove the body. Then in the headers, I'm going to add a new header of x auth token. And then I'm going to pass in my value. Then click on send, and it says method not allowed, because it is a get request, not a post request. And then I'll again click on send, and it gives me an error. It says that it is required that you pass in a value for the algorithm's argument when calling decode. So let's go to the auth.py file, and when we call jwt.decode, along with the token value and the key, we also need to pass in the algorithms, which is HS256. This HS256 algorithm was used when we were encoding, so we are going to decode it using the same algorithm, and it should be in a list, so let me pass that in. Now I'm going to save it. Let's run the route again, and we get the UID. Now if you want to confirm, you can go to pgadmin and see for yourself that a user with the same ID exists, and their email is going to be what we mentioned in the body over here. So this part is successful, but what if in my headers I don't pass in xauth token? It is empty. Now if I send the request, you see we get 422 unprocessable entity. The header was missing. And what if I do pass in the xauth token, but it is empty? In that scenario, it is going to give 401 unauthorized. No auth token, access denied. Now if I pass in the token, but let's say I tamper the token, let's say I remove the 4 at the end, and then click on send, it gives a 500 internal server error, and our entire app crashes. It says signature verification failed. That's because I told you over here, if the xauth token is not in a valid JWT format, it's just going to crash the entire application. To solve this, what we need to do is wrap this entire thing in a try and catch block. So here, I'm just going to indent everything, put a try and except block since we're using Python, and specifically what I want to catch here is jwt.pyjwt error, which you can find over here. And if we get this error, that means data has been tampered with. So I can just do raise HTTP exception 401 token is not valid, authorization failed. Then I can save this. Let's again send a request. It says token is not valid, authorization failed, and it handles that gracefully, not by crashing the entire application. So you might think everything is done now. We only have to contact the Postgres database to get the user info. And you're right, but there's one small change I want to do. All of the logic that you see over here will be used again and again for all the authenticated routes. And current user data is also an authenticated route. We don't want to return the user data if the user is not authenticated, right? Otherwise, we'll be giving the information of the hashed password, the ID, the email, and all other properties present inside the user's table. So this is an authenticated route, and all of this should run for every authenticated route. The token is going to validate all of our authentication logic. Now I can't keep copy pasting this entire thing in all of the functions, because if I do that, first of all, it increases the length of the function, but most importantly, if I decide to update my logic for this particular verification, I'll have to change it in all the routes. In all of the functions, I use this logic. So what can I do? What I can do is something known as middleware. Now, if you have some experience in Node.js or Express.js, you might know the concept of middleware. Middleware is the thing that's going to run before a request is executed. So we can run all of this in the middleware. But unlike Node.js, there are no route-specific middlewares in FastAPI. But what you can do instead is use dependency again. Just like we did for DB, we can create a function for this auth middleware and then call that function over here at the top. Because dependency is also doing the same task, right? It is calling the database before the real part of the request is executed. So what I'm going to do is copy all of these things that you see, and actually the entire try except block. We'll need all of that. Let's put pass over here. Then go to the Explorer, and here I'm going to create a new folder. Let's call this middleware. And here I'm going to create a new file called auth middleware.dart. And actually it should be .py, not .dart. Sorry about that. Then you can create a function called auth_middleware. And then I can paste all of the code that you saw earlier. Now let's resolve some of these errors. First of all, we need XAuth token. So we can accept that header. And again, we can do the same thing as we did before, like taking the header, taking query parameters, taking body. All of that is allowed even when you're creating a dependency. Okay. So even in getDB, you could do the same things. Then we need to raise HTTP exception. For that, we'll also import it from FastAPI. Then we are also going to import JWT. And that's all there is. So let's save this. Go to the auth.py file. Let's remove XAuth token equal to header. We've already accepted that in auth middleware. And now we are going to get two things from here actually. Not just the UID of the user. We are also going to get the token, because if you see over here, we are not accepting the user token anymore, right? We are accepting it in auth middleware. So let me return that from here as well, just in case I need it. So I'm going to return the user ID, which is equal to the user ID, and the token, which is equal to the XAuth token the user has passed earlier. Then we can save this, go to auth.py, then access the user dictionary, which is equal to depends auth_middleware, and we can add that import, which is from middleware.auth_middleware import auth middleware. Now let's also format this nicely. Now I'm confident that I will be getting the user ID and the token if the request has reached here. If it has not, that means we have raised an HTTP exception and it is sent to the user. So all of that is handled by FastAPI. Now I can come back over here and directly make the call to the database. So I can just do db.query, and we are going to query the user, and then we are going to filter by what? I want to filter by the user ID, right? So I can do user.id equal to the user dictionary at UID, because from here we are returning a UID. So I'll pass in user dictionary UID. So in the user table, we are looking for the ID column, and the row it should match is user dictionary UID. And what I want to get is the first argument that you find, because there's only going to be one argument. ID is a primary key. So let's store that in user. Now, if no user exists, that means we have to throw an error. So let me pass if not user, raise HTTP exception of 404 error saying user not found. And if the user is found, we want to return the user directly. That looks good. Now I'm going to come back to my Thunder client, send a request. It says 401 unauthorized. So let me put the 4 at the end, click on send, and it says 200 OK, and I get the user details. That's fantastic. Our route is now working. The only thing I need to do now is connect my Flutter application to this route. So let's go to the auth remote repository and create a function to get the user data. So we are going to have something that's very similar to the login route. So let me copy that and paste it again so that we save some time. If you need some practice, I would highly recommend you to pause the video and try it on your own. It should be super easy. So we are going to return app failure and user model both, but instead of login, it's going to be get current user data. After that, we won't be requiring the email and password of the user, but we will be requiring the token of the user. Then it's going to be an asynchronous function. We're going to send a GET request, not a POST request, and we're going to go to the route of /auth. If you want, you can also pass in /auth/. Both of them should work. There is no body in the GET request, so we can ignore that. In the headers, however, we are sending content type application JSON, but there's another thing we need to send, and that's XAuth token. So we are going to pass in XAuth token just like I described before. FastAPI is automatically going to convert that, just to remind you again. And we're going to pass in token over here. Then we are decoding the JSON. If it's not 200, we are returning left app failure response body map at detail. And if the status code is 200, we are returning user model from map response body map. And if we see the output that we are getting, we're directly getting the user details. So we can just pass in response body map like this. Then we can call the .copyWith function, and instead of doing response body map token, we can simply pass in the token that we took from the parameter. Because over here, we are not returning any token of the user, right? And if all of the process was successful, obviously the token is what the user has passed over here. Now I can go to the auth ViewModel, and there I've passed in my to-do. I'm going to remove that to-do because now I'm directly going to send a request. So I'm going to do auth remote repository dot get current user data, and then I'm going to pass in my token. And then I'm also going to store this in a response variable, which is going to be awaited. And again, we have either app failure user model, so I can use the Dart pattern matching to get the actual value. And to save some time, I'm going to copy this and paste it over here. So we have switch response left. In case of left, we are doing state is equal to async value.error. That's right. In case of right, however, we need to do state is equal to async value.data and then pass in R like this. Now, since the return data type of this function is user model ? I have to return the user model from here, right? So I can simply do return val because it is async value dot value. So this value can either be a user model that is null or a user model that has proper data in it. And all of this was present inside of the if condition. So outside of the if condition also, I can return null if the token is null, right? Because if the token is null, that means the user is accessing for the first time. So the user model is not going to exist because the user is not logged in. I hope that made sense. Let's restart the entire application. I'm going to go to the main.dart file and call the getData function. So I'm going to have await container.read auth ViewModel provider.notifier.getData. And this is going to return some form of user model to us. So I'm going to store that in a variable and then print that user model. Now if I restart the application and come over here, we see the sign up screen. But if I open the terminal, we are going to get unhandled exception, late initialization error, field shared preferences has not been initialized. But why? We have called the init shared preferences, right? But here's the thing, when we call init shared preferences, it's going to the auth local repository and then initializing it. And here we have auth local repository equal to ref.watch auth local repository provider. So this is one instance of auth local repository. And on that instance, we are initializing shared preferences. But when I again do container.read auth ViewModel.notifier.getData, what I'm doing is creating a new instance of auth ViewModel and then using a new instance of auth local repository. So this is instance number 2 where I'm calling the getToken function. So basically, Here we are creating two instances of Auth ViewModel provider, because of which we get this late initialization error. So there are two fixes you can do. First of all, you can just take this container.read auth ViewModel provider.notifier and set it to a variable. So we have final notifier equal to this. Then I can take this notifier and call the init shared preferences, and using the same instance, I can call get data. And now if I restart the application, we see null because user model right now is going to be null. Now another way we can go about it is removing the concept of the same instance. What I'm saying is I'll go to this init shared preferences, then I'm going to go to this init function, and for this auth local repository, I'll make sure that this provider never disposes of. That means we're never going to create a new instance of auth local repository. There's only going to be one instance, and to do that, I'm going to convert this @Riverpod to a capitalized Riverpod where I can pass in the option of keep alive true. Now if I pass keep alive true over here and save the files and also make sure your build runner is running, then restart the entire application, go to the debug console, I again get null. So this way a new instance of auth local repository is not created, because if you now go to the auth local repository.g.dart file, you will notice that this is of the type of provider now, not auto dispose provider, because we are not disposing this provider automatically. So the same instance will be given to us every single time we request it. So those are the two fixes you could try. I'm going to keep this keep alive part so that you have some experience with non-disposable provider. Now if we restart the application and open our debug console, we still see null showing up and we're still on the sign up page. But why? Why is null showing up? We have logged in the user, so it should be storing the token and getting the right user data, right? Well, the thing is, we have made a silly mistake. If we go to the login page in the auth gradient button in the on tab, we have created an instance of auth remote repository and called the login. We are not using ref and we are not using Riverpod and we are not calling our notifier. We are directly calling the auth remote repository. And because of this, we are not able to save the token. So we need to remove all of this, and let's remove the imports as well. After that, let's scroll down again. And then we are going to do ref.read auth ViewModel provider.notifier. And then we can call the login user function, passing in email controller.text, password controller.text, and that's it. Other than that, we also want to use the form key to validate our form. So we are going to do form key.currentState.validate. And if that is true, we want to call this function, and this is going to be await. After that, we are going to have our else block where if the form key is not able to validate the form, that means there are missing fields. So we are just going to pass in show snackbar missing fields. Let's make sure we have done that in the sign up page as well. And we have not. So let's put an else condition and copy the show snackbar statement. Alright, so now everything should be working fine. Even now we are going to see the null option because the token is not stored. So let's log in the user. So we are going to have our email rrr12345@gmail.com, password test1234, click on sign in, and you see account created successfully. Please log in. Now you might be wondering why we got a message like that. In our ref.listen, we have not done anything like this, right? We're not navigating to the home page. We're not showing a snack bar. We're not doing anything. What we are getting is what's happening in the sign up page, account created successfully, and then navigating to the login page. So why is this function getting run when we are on the login page? And that's because we have used ref.watch over here, which listens to any changes that are made inside of the auth ViewModel provider. So if any state inside of auth ViewModel provider changes, this gets run. And then we take the isLoading property and we check if it is equal to true. And then this entire widget rebuilds. So what is the way to make this work? Well, the way to make this work is we only care about the isLoading variable. We don't care about anything else. So here we can only listen for the isLoading variable change. If the state of this isLoading variable changes, then the widget is going to run. Otherwise, it's not going to run. So to do that, we can call the .select on the Auth ViewModel provider. And then we're going to get a value here. And the value is going to be the async value user model. And the value I'm concerned with is loading. So I'm going to remove this from here. And inside of this, we are going to check if it is equal to true. And if it is equal to true, isLoading is going to be true. Otherwise, it's going to be false. So this way, we are only rebuilding whenever the value of isLoading in Auth ViewModel provider changes, not anything else. And the same goes for the login page. So let me just copy this and paste it in the login page as well. And now if I open up my terminal, restart the entire application, you see we get user model with the name Rivan, email, ID and token. And this gets printed from the main.dart file print user model. So that means we are able to fetch the data properly, we are storing the JWT token properly, and everything works fine. Now what I can do to persist auth state is just take this user model down to my app and here check if user model is equal to null, then that means the user is not logged in. So we're going to show the sign up page, otherwise the login page. And also let's change the title. Let's call this music app. I don't know why I didn't change it. So yeah, auth state persistence can work if we just do this much. But the problem would then be, how am I going to pass this user model throughout my application? So I've fetched the data of the user. Now I want to keep this in my application memory, right? And I want to use this across multiple widgets. For example, upload page. Now I can't keep passing it through the constructor. That's so cumbersome. So instead of doing that, what I can do is create a separate provider which stores the data of the user. And this provider can be accessed from anywhere in our application so that we get the user data. For example, we might need the email or the ID of the user. We can get that. So where do I have to create the new user provider? Well, to do that, I'm going to go to the core folder because this is a provider that can be used across multiple features, including auth, home, and any other feature you might have in your application. So let's create a new folder called providers, and inside of this, I'm going to create my new provider. Let's call this current user notifier.dart. And as the name suggests, this is going to be a notifier. So first of all, I'm going to have @Riverpod keep alive equal to true. And I know keep alive is going to be true is because even when no page is listening to a provider, we don't want to dispose it off. This is one particular provider that never has to dispose off. It is always going to provide us with data whenever we ask for it. So let's create a class, use current user notifier, and also make sure you import the Riverpod annotation package. And this should extend $$ current user notifier. Then we need to create our build function, and in our build function, what is going to be the return type? Well, the return type is going to be the user model because this is a current user notifier. It stores the current user. So we are going to return a user model and make sure you also have override written at the top. Don't forget that. And make sure you also import the user model. Now this user model can be nullable because initially we are going to set it to null. So we are going to have build like this and we are going to return null. Initially we are returning null because we are not sure if the user is logged in or not. However, we are going to provide one particular function that will change the state, and that is to add the user. So we are going to have a function void add user which takes in a user model. Let's call this user, and it's going to update our state. So we are going to do state equal to user. Now to resolve all of these errors, you can just add the part file, which is current _user _notifier.g.dart, then save the file and the error is resolved. A new notifier is created and we've already seen the structure before, so I'm not going to go over it. Now when do I have to update the user? That means I have to update the state. Whenever the user logs in, or whenever the user restarts the app, I want to add this particular user. I hope that's simple enough. So what I'm going to do is go to the Auth view model, and whenever the user logs in, so we have login success, whenever the user logs in, I want to update the current user notifier. So let me create an instance of current user notifier right at the top. So we are going to have late current user notifier underscore current user notifier, and that is going to be equal to ref.watch current user notifier provider. And since this is a notifier, to get the instance of current user notifier, I have to call the .notifier on the provider. Now I can copy this current user notifier, scroll down, and in the login success, after we have set the token, before returning the state, I'm going to call the add user function. And then I'm going to pass in the user I'm getting from the parameter, because that is our new user. Then I'm going to save the file. So whenever the user logs in, the current user notifier provider is updated. Next thing I want to do is whenever we fetch the data, and we fetch this data only when the user restarts the application, because this function is called in the main function of the main.dart file. So whenever we get the data and the data is correct, I want to update the user. So again, we'll have to create a separate function for this because we cannot convert the arrow to a block. So similar to the function we created above, we are going to have async value user model, and this async value can be null. We are going to create a private function. Let's call this get data success. And this is going to return to us a user model again. And in this, first of all, we want to return state. So let's just get done with it. So we're going to have return state equal to async value dot data and the user that we're getting from the parameter. And along with that, I want to update the current user notifier. So I'm going to do current user notifier dot add user, and then I'm going to pass in my user. Then I can take this function, paste it over here, and pass R to it. Then we can save the file and the errors disappear, but also this async value doesn't have to return null. So we can just remove that, save the file again, and that's it. So whenever the success part is present in get data, that means the user exists. We are updating the current user notifier to add a user, and then we are returning the state that we did before. So all of that is done. Let's restart the application. We should be seeing the user model still, but now I'm going to go to the main.dart file, and instead of storing the user model in a variable, we don't care about it anymore. We have just called the getData function. So when that is triggered, even this line is triggered. So our current user notifier is our main thing. Using this current user notifier provider, I'm going to check if the user exists or doesn't exist. If the user is null in current user notifier, we need to go to the signup page, otherwise the home page. So as simple as it gets, we can do final current user is equal to ref.watch, and I need access to ref over here. So I'm going to press Ctrl+Shift+R on stateless widget, convert it to consumer widget, and then we have ref.watch, current user notifier provider. Then we can take this current user, and if this current user is equal to null, we are going to return a constant signup page, otherwise the home page. So let's go ahead and in the Explorer create a new view folder in home, and in this we are going to have pages, and the first page we are going to have is the home_page.dart file. For now, let's just create a stateless widget or a stateless consumer widget. If you're wondering how I'm getting this extension, if you're wondering how I'm getting this snippet, it's because of the Flutter Riverpod snippets extension you can download. That extension is given by Robert Brunne. You can check that out. So let's add stateless consumer. Also, let's name this home page. Then we are going to return a scaffold instead of a container. Make sure you import material.dart and also Flutter Riverpod. Then I'm going to save this file, come back to the main.dart file. Now if the user is not null, obviously I'm going to return the home page. Now I can save this, restart the app, and we see the home page showing up. So everything goes successful. And now if I want to access the user data from some other widget. For example, homepage, I can do that. I can simply do final user is equal to ref.watch current user notifier provider and then print the user details. So I'm going to print out, let's say, user completely. Then I open up my debug console, restart the app, and there we go. So this is the benefit of current user notifier provider. From this one provider, I'm able to persist the state and check if the user is logged in or not. If they are logged in, I also get their details. Now, one thing I want to do over here before we move to the home page and start working on the nice features is go to the login page and just complete this to do, navigating to the home page. So I'm going to do navigate.push and remove until. We're not just going to do push. Why? Because if we push, we're able to go back to the previous screen, and I don't want to allow that. I directly want to go to the home page and remove any other page from the navigator stack. So I will use push and remove until, and then here the third parameter is going to be something like this, false. So this way I'm able to navigate from the login page to the home page. Let me write that as well. And now everything should work fine. Now there are a few code improvements we can do in the auth local repository, auth remote repository, like creating an interface, separating this Flutter Riverpod from repository and putting it in a separate file of its own. And we might do that at the end of the tutorial, but for now, we're just going to skip all of that and work on the features that we are most concerned with. And the first feature we are concerned with is uploading the song. So let's get started by working on the upload song page. So in the home feature, in the view in the pages folder, we're going to create a new file and let's call this upload_song_page.dart. Now obviously this is going to be a stateful widget because there are multiple fields we'll have to pass, like the name of the song, the name of the artist, the audio file, the image file, and we also have to select a color in that. And since we already know we'll be using Flutter Riverpod, let's just create a stateful consumer widget. After that, let's call it upload song page. And then make sure you import the material.dart package and also the Flutter Riverpod package. Once that's done, make sure you change this to returning scaffold. Then we're going to return an app bar, and in this app bar, we're going to have a title of constant text, and it's just going to say upload song. That's it. Now I'm also going to minimize this explorer, but before we do that, I'm going to go to the main.dart file, and instead of showing home page, for now we're going to show the upload song page. Later on we'll make the configuration such that we can access the upload song page from the home page. But for now, this is fine. Now let's get back to the upload song page and create the UI. So how should our UI look like? Well, it should look something like this. There are multiple components laid down vertically. The first one is the thumbnail picker. So we need to create something like a dotted border inside of which we have a folder and a text saying select the thumbnail for your song. After that, we need to leave some space followed by the text field that tells us to pick a song. When we click on this text field, it should open up the song menu. After that, we're going to have artist, and this is going to be a simple text input, followed by song name, which is also a simple text input. And after that, we're going to have the whole color picker thing. And for this, you obviously know we'll be using a package, and there's a very nice package to do this. So let's get started. Now, how do I create this border? Well, to create this border, there is a package on pub.dev called dotted border. We are going to install this. So let me copy it, add it to my pubspec.yaml file, and then I can pass in the body of the scaffold, which is going to be a column, and in this column we are going to have children. The first child is the dotted border itself. So let me instantiate that class. Now dotted border is going to take in a child, and our child is going to be a column, and this column is going to have the folder icon followed by the text. So let's pass in a column with children, and the first child is icon, icons.folder open. And then I also want to increase the size So let's set it to 40. After that, I want a text over here saying select the thumbnail, and this is going to have an increase in the font size as well. So let me put a text style with font size of 15. Once we have that, let's see the output. And there we go. Doesn't look that bad, but there are some changes we need to do. For example, the column right now only occupies this much space. We want to increase the height of the overall thing. So let me wrap the entire column with a widget of size box. Then we can increase the height to 150 and tell it to take all the available width. So we can do width as double.infinity. Then we can save it, come back over here, and this looks good. You see, we also have our border showing up. Now I want to take this and put it in the center. So in the column, I'm going to pass in main axis alignment as main axis alignment dot center. Then save it, and there we go. Also, let's make this select the thumbnail for your song. Save it again. And yeah, now let's leave some height between the two. So we are going to have a constant size box height 15 and then save it. And the structure of inside of the border is done. Now we only need to design the outside border thing. And for that, we are going to change some properties of dotted border. Also, to avoid the warning, we can put const over here and remove the const from the size box below and then save it. For the dotted border, what things do I want to change? First of all, I want to change the color of the border that's showing, and I'll change it to palette.borderColor. Then I can save the file and we see a border that is visible now. After that, I want this dash to appear. Right now, it's a thick line and it's not even that thick. So I'm going to pass in dash pattern over here and it accepts a list of double. So I'm going to pass in 10,4 over here and then put a constant for this list. Now, if you change this value, let's say 10,10, you'll notice that they're more spaced. And if I decrease this, let's say 4,10, you see this is smaller in size now. So you can play around with these values and take what suits best for you. I think this looks good. The next thing I want to do is add some padding from here and here. So I would wrap this dotted border in a padding widget and that would work fine. But the problem is, if you notice in this UI, all the fields are having a padding from the side. So let me just wrap the entire column with a padding widget, right? So I can just wrap this with padding and let's pass it as edgeinsets.all 20. Then we can save it. And when we come over here, this looks better. Next thing I want to do is this looks very sharp. Let me round this off. To do that, I'll go to the dotted border and pass in the border radius, which is constant radius.circular, and I'll pass in, let's say 10. Then save it. Now I need to change the border type. So I'm going to change it to border type rect. It's not a rectangle. It's rect. And now this has the same structure as this guy over here. Next, I'm going to change the stroke cap to stroke cap.round. And then if you see, this just gives a more rounded texture. If you want, you can play around with square and then see the difference. I like the round one. And that's all. The dotted border is now done. Let's get on to the next thing, the 3 text fields, pick song, artist, and song name. But before that, we need to leave quite a lot of space. So let me put the right commas and then do constant sized box height. And the height is going to be 40. After that, I'm going to have this text field. Now to create this text field, I can use the same text field that was used in the sign up and the login page. However, if I go in the Explorer and in the widgets tab, you'll see auth gradient button and custom field are present, but they're only present in the auth feature. They cannot be used outside of the auth feature. Now, how do I make sure this custom field can be used all around the app in all of the features? What I can do is take this custom field and drop it in the widgets folder, in the same folder where loader is present. This way I can use the custom field everywhere. And Dart now automatically sees that, hey, the location has changed. Let me change that for you. I just need to save the file. So make sure you save all the files, then close all the save files so that unnecessary files are closed, and we come back to the upload song page. Now I can simply pass in custom field over here. It requires a hint text. So the hint text is going to be pick song. But now there has to be no controller for this custom field, because this custom field is basically there so that it matches with the rest of the fields that are present. It's just present so that it doesn't look out of the sync with other widgets. In reality, when we click on this text field, it's going to open the song menu, which will allow me to select songs from my device, which I want to upload. So this doesn't have to have any controller. So what I can do is go to the custom field and edit some part out. First of all, I'm going to take a Boolean value which says if the custom field is read only or not. And this by default is going to be equal to false, because custom fields are not meant to be read only all the time. And in the text form field, I'm going to pass in the property of read only and set it to read only. The next thing I want to do is make sure the text editing controller can be passed as null. So I'll just add an extra question mark over here, and this allows me to put the controller as null. And the elegance of this solution is such that if you go to the auth feature, there are no errors, because we changed custom field in such a way that no other feature gets affected. Also, we want this custom field to be read only, so let me pass in true over here. And the last thing I want to do in this custom field is pass an on tap. So basically, whenever the user clicks on this pick song text field, we need to open the song menu, right? So whenever the user clicks on it, we need to register the on tap. So we are going to have a final void callback. This is simply like saying function. So we are taking in a function that doesn't return anything, and we are going to have on tap over here. Then we are going to require this on tap. But if we require this on tap, it's going to give error in all the places, and rightly so. It means that on tap is required, but actually it is not required. This on tap should only be present when read only is set to true, or when you want to register a tap and see what you want to do when the field is clicked on. So instead, what I can do is mark this as nullable, and this is not a required field either. So if you pass it in, that's good. If you don't pass it in, it works as well. Now I'm also going to register the on tap over here like this. Then I can go to the upload song page, add in the on tap. For now, it's going to be an empty function, but we'll work on it soon enough. After that, I want to leave some size box space height 20. And then my next custom field, which is going to be artist. So I want the artist name to be present. I guess you would put the song name first, but I don't know. After that, we also need a song name. So let me just put that right here. And then we'll create controllers for both of them. So I'll go at the top in the consumer state. I'm going to create my two text fields. So the first one is song name controller equal to text editing controller. And then we are also going to have artist controller. Then we're going to dispose these controllers off. So we're going to have song name controller.dispose and artist controller.dispose. Then I can take the song name controller, go where the error is, and pass it in. Then I can also pass in the artist controller. Then let's put commas so that the formatting is correct. And now we see artist and song name. Let me put some spacing between them. Let's say a height of 20. And this looks much better. The next thing I want here is the color picker. Now, there are tons of color pickers you can use in the Flutter world, but the one I really liked is this Flex Color Picker package. And this package was last published 7 days ago, and it comes from a very notable person in the Flutter community. So I can just take this and add it to my dependency. Now, if you want to read more about it, you can definitely do so. There's proper documentation for it, but I have experimented with this package a little bit, and I'm going to put in some options that I liked. So here I'm going to leave a size box of height 20, and then I'm going to pass in the color picker. and make sure you import the Flex Color Picker package. So over here, there's only one required argument we need to pass, which is onColorChanged. And obviously, this function is going to give us access to the color. So let me take that. And whenever the color changes, I want to store it in a variable. Now, if you're wondering, why are we even storing the color? That's because if we store the color, we'll be able to change the lighting when the user plays the song. If you watch the demo carefully, that's what the color helped us with, and it looks pretty good. So let's go at the top and add the selected color argument because we want to store this color. So we are going to have final selected color is equal to, and let's say the default one is palette.card color. I think that will look good. And then I can take this selected color and pass it in over here as the color. And if you hover over this, you can see the documentation for what this color does. This is the active color selection in the color picker. And it is also used as the initial value when the color is created. Now, whenever the color changes, what do I want to do? Well, I want to set state, that means rebuild the entire UI and reflect that the selected color is now equal to the color that's mentioned over here. And also this cannot be final anymore because we are changing it. So let me pass it in as color. And now if I save the file, come to the UI, I'm able to see the color picker, but we have an error. And that's because the color picker is extending the height of the screen. So to fix that, we can simply go at the top and wrap padding with a single child scroll view widget. Then I can save it. And there we go. So we have the colors displaying, and whenever I select a color, you see we get different shades of the same color, and that's pretty cool. So these are the primary colors, and we can move to the accent colors as well. Now, if you want only primary colors to show up, you can customize that. You can go to the color picker and add the option of pickers enabled. This accepts a map, and in this map, you have to specify something like this. So by default, color picker type.primary is set to true. If you want to disable this, you can set color picker type.primary false. What I want to do, however, is add the third option of wheel. So what I'm going to do is color picker type.wheel and set it equal to true. Once I do that, we have a third option here of wheel. And once we do that, you see this looks pretty good. There are lots and lots of stuff you can do over here, so I highly recommend you to read the documentation. But two things you might want to do is add a heading and add a subheading if you like to. In this UI that I've created, you can see that the header select color is present, but I'm not going to use any header. I'm just going to keep it this way because I think this is intuitive enough for the user to understand that, hey, I need to select some color. Awesome. After that, we only need the upload button, and we're going to put that on the app bar. So let's go right at the top, and here in the actions, we're going to specify icon button. The on press right now is empty, but we are going to come to it, and the icon is going to be icons.check. And let's put a constant over here. Let's save it, and there we go. This looks great. Now we need to get into the functionality of the UI. Basically, whenever I click on select the thumbnail for your song, I want to select the thumbnail. I want to go to a menu that allows me to select images, like my gallery. When I click on this part, I want to go to a menu that displays all the songs that are present in my device. So for that, we'll be using the file picker plugin. So let me copy that and add it to my dependency in pubspec.yaml. And after that, we have to do some installation and setup. So if I go to the setup, for Android, it says all set. You should be ready to go as long as you concede runtime permissions included with the plugin. Also, since Android 11 compatibility was added, you may want to make sure that you're using one of the compatible Gradle versions, or else you may encounter build issues such as query tag not being recognized. I don't think we should worry about it. That's all kept by Flutter. But remember this, for release builds, you need to exclude Android x.lifecycle.default-lifecycle-observer from being obfuscated. You can do that by adding this file. Now for the iOS part, since 1.7.0 sub-dependencies, you will need to add use frameworks to your project root iOS pod file. So if I go to my pod file for the iOS version, scroll down, we already have that target runner do use frameworks. Then in the optional permissions part, we need to do something. So depending on what file types we'll be working with, we need to add specific permissions in our info.plist file. Now if you're on Windows, don't worry about iOS setup. You can just skip this part. Now we'll be working with file type audio, so we need to copy this key and string. So I'll copy this, then go to the info.plist file in iOS//runner and then paste the key like this. Now you need to explain why your app uses music, and if you don't explain this properly, the App Store will reject your request. I'm just going to keep the normal string as it is. Then we can scroll down and we have the part of file type.image or file type.video. We'll be working with image, so let me copy that and paste it as well. Again, make sure you enter a valid string explaining how our app is going to use photos. Now I can close this part, even the pod file. I can close this application and restart the entire thing so that we don't get missing plugin implementation error. So I'll click on run without debugging. And while that is happening, we can start writing our code. So I'm going to go to the Explorer, and here in the utils.dart file, I'm going to create two more functions. The first function is going to be to pick the audio, and the second function is going to be to pick image. And I'm doing this in the utils.dart file because it should be a reusable function. And later on in your app, if you decide to add more features, there's a possibility that you might want to pick image and audio more than once. So let's just create it. We are going to have pick audio. So let's work on pick audio first. So we are going to have async, then obviously a try and a catch block because we'll be talking with the platform interface. File picker does all of that stuff behind the scenes. Then in the try block, we are going to have final file picker result equal to file picker, and make sure you import file picker package .platform .pick files. And here I'm going to specify the type of the file that I want. The type I want here is file type .audio. Also make sure you await it. So we are going to have file picker result now, but this file picker result can be empty. So I'm going to check here. If file picker result is not equal to null, then I want to return a file from here, and make sure you import .io, not .html, and then the path. So the path is going to be file picker result dot files dot first dot xfile dot path. Yep, that was a pretty long line, but yeah, that's what we want to return. Basically what we are doing is creating a file based on the path of the audio selected by the user. And we're getting this error now because we have passed the return type of the function as void. What I need is future file, and this can be nullable. So I'll just pass it like this. Now the future is not going to be nullable. The file is going to be nullable. Now if there is any error, I want to return null. If you want, you can just go ahead and print it as well, but returning null is enough. Now if file picker result is null, then I'm again going to return null. Most likely the file picker result is going to be null when the user opens the audio gallery but doesn't select any file. Now similar to this pick audio, we are also going to have pick image. So let me create that. We are going to have pick image function. Then we are going to select the file type of file type.image. Then we are going to return a file, and that's it. Pretty similar. So I'm going to save this file now, go to the upload song page, and now let's create a function of select audio and select image. So we are going to have select audio and select image. Both of them are going to be pretty similar. So first of all, let's just get the picked image. This is going to be a file, and this is going to equal to pick image function that's coming from the utils.dart file. Now I can await this and pass this as async, And then I can check if picked image is not equal to null, because it can be null, right? If this is not equal to null, then is set the selected image to the picked image. So for that, I'll need a global variable called selected image. So let me create file, and initially it is going to be null. And let's call this selected image. And similarly, let's just create it for the selected audio as well. And then we're going to have set state selected image is equal to picked image. Now the reason we are doing set state over here is because we want to update the UI as well. Once the user clicks on the select image option, the gallery will appear, and once the image is selected, we're going to display that image instead of this dotted border. So let's see if it works. I'm going to take this select image and wrap the dotted border with a gesture detector widget, and then pass the on tab as this particular function, select image. Also here, I'm going to check if selected image is not equal to null. If it is not equal to null, then I want to show the image, right? So I'm going to pass in image.file and then pass the file, which is selected image. As simple as that. Now I can save this, come over here and click on the select thumbnail for your song. It opens up the gallery. That's great. I'm going to select this Hive logo and it shows the Hive logo. Let me select some other thing. Let's select this leaf. It shows the leaf, but I have a few problems with it. It changes the height of the container that was present over here. So I don't want that to change. And second, I want this to be curved as well. First of all, let's fix the height and width issue. So we are going to have sized box. Then I'm going to pass in the height, which is 150, and the width, which is double.infinity. Then let's save it. Now you see, there we go, looks good. But now another issue comes into the picture, and that is this picture doesn't take all the available width. We need it to extend. And to make sure this happens, we're going to have fit as boxFit.cover. If you want, you can also use contain, but I think cover would fit better. And this way it takes all the available width. Now let me add the rounded borders, and to do that, I'm going to wrap the image.file with a widget of clip_rrect. Clip_rrect will take in a border radius. So we are going to pass in a border radius dot circular, and let's say this is 10. Just as the dotted border. Now if I come over here, this looks great. Let's change it to the leaf. Yep, looks good. So the select image is now working. The next thing is select audio. And then we are basically done with the functionality of the UI. So similar to this function, let's just copy paste. But this time we are going to have picked audio. This is going to be async function. Don't forget that. Then if picked audio is not equal to null, selected audio is equal to picked audio. And then I can bind this function to the on tab of the custom field. And now if I click over here, it opens the photos again. And that's because I've called the pick image function in the select audio function. So let me fix that. Now, if I click over here, it's not going to open on the iOS simulator because for some reason, Apple Music doesn't open on the iOS simulator, and there's some issue with that. So unfortunately, we will not be able to test it on the iOS simulator. If you want, you can test it on the real iOS device, but what I'm going to do is stop the execution of this iOS device for now, go to the Android emulator, and for some time we are going to stick to the Android emulator because that is probably going to allow us to select some audio. So let me run this without debugging and wait till it runs. Hopefully our application is working fine. So our Android emulator is up and running, but over here we need to sign in. So let's quickly sign in. Let's say my email was rrr12345@gmail.com and the password is test1234. Then click on sign in and we go to the home page. And that should be the case, but over here since we're testing the upload song page, let me restart so that we're shifted to the upload song page. This looks good. Now if I click on select the thumbnail for your song, we should be able to select a photo, but I guess the gallery is empty, so it's not showing anything. And if I click on pick a song, we do go into the files, so I'm assuming even that's working. So let me go back, and I'll be back once I install some images and an audio clip inside of this Android emulator. So I've downloaded an image and an audio clip. Let's see if it works. I'm going to click on photo and the photo shows up. That's nice. And for the song, I'll go to downloads and there is my MP3 file. You see, I'm not able to select the JPEG file, but I'll be able to select the MP3 file since it's an audio. And I'm assuming the audio clip is now present, but it doesn't show up over here. There's no indication that a song was selected. And that's the thing I want to work on as the last part of our UI functionality. What I want to do is if the user selects an audio path, I want a wave of the audio to show up. And to do that, we have a package. And the package is audio waveforms. You see, this is something I want. So we are going to create this. So let me install this in my dependencies. We are going to have audio waveforms. And if we scroll down, there is some platform specific configuration. The minimum SDK version should be set to 21 in build.gradle. So let's go to the build.gradle of Android/app. And here we're going to set minimum SDK version to 21 like this. Then we want the permission to record the audio in Android manifest.xml file. So make sure you go to Android app source main and then add the permission like this, just below manifest tag. Then for the iOS part, we need NS microphone usage description. We won't be needing the microphone, but let's just add it. So we are going to go to the info.plist file and then add the permission description here. Again, make sure your string is a valid one, not this app requires mic permission. Explain how your app uses the mic permission. Then we can go to the pod file and set it to 10 or higher. So I'm going to go to the pod file and set it to 12. Or if you want, you can set it to 11 or even 10. I'm just going to keep this at 12. Then in the Explorer, I'm going to create a new folder in View. Let's call it widgets. And the widget we are going to create here is audio wave. So we are going to have audio wave.dart file. And this is going to be a stateful widget. We're going to have audio wave class. And here, obviously, we're going to display our audio wave. So for the audio wave, we'll need the path of the audio that was selected. So we're going to have final string path like this, and we're going to require it from the constructor. So require this dot path. Now to play the audio, what we need to do is final player controller. So we need a player controller that comes from audio waveforms, player controller, and this is going to be equal to player controller. Then I need to initialize this audio player. So I'm going to have init state where I'm going to call a bunch of methods, or actually just one method on player controller. And that is player controller dot prepare player. And this requires a path. So we're going to get the path from the constructor widget.path. We're using widget dot because we are in a stateful widget. But if you notice, this prepare player is of the type of future void, and init state cannot have an async await call. So I need to create a separate function for it. Let's call this void init audio player. And then I'm going to mark this function as asynchronous and call await player controller dot prepare player. And then I'm going to call this function in init state. This way we are able to initialize a player controller that is asynchronous. Also make sure you dispose this widget. So we are going to have player controller dot dispose. Now we need to display the audio file waveform. And since it is a file, audio waveforms provides us with a cool widget for it. And that is audio file waveforms. Here we need to mention the size of the widget. So how long it should be and what should it be its width. So we are going to pass in constant size, and let's say the width is double dot infinity, how much ever space in terms of width it gets, and height is 100. For the player controller, we'll be passing in player controller just like this. Now there are multiple more things you can do over here to style this audio wave widget, and we're going to look into that. But first, let's just take this audio wave and put it in the upload song page. I want to display this audio wave whenever the selected song is not null. So let's scroll down and we are going to have selected audio. If it's not equal to null, then I want the audio wave to show up, otherwise the custom field. And this audio wave is not going to be a constant because I'll be passing in selected audio dot path over here. And I can tell here that the selected audio is not going to be null because I've put a condition that it is not null. So we can save this, and when we come over here, we are not able to see anything. And if I open the terminal, it's because we are getting missing plugin exception. So let me restart the entire app and then we'll see if it works. So let's run without debugging and let's wait till the app launches. So our app execution has failed, and if we see the debug console, we get some error like duplicate class kotlin random JDK8 platform thread local random. So if you want to fix an error like this, there's a very simple solution I found on GitHub, and that is to just go to the build.gradle android/app, and here we need to paste this particular piece of code. Configurations.all, resolutionStrategy, eachDependency if requested.group is equal to organization.jetbrains.kotlin and the requested.name.startsWith kotlin-stdlib, then we want to use version 1.8.0. Now I'll mention this piece of code in the description below. If you want to copy and paste this, go ahead and do so. I'll save this, and now I'm going to restart the application and it should work fine now. So as you can see, the app is now built and we can access it. So let's select the thumbnail for a song. We are still able to do that. We are able to pick a song, and as you can see, the audio waveforms appear over here. But still, there are a few changes I want to make. For example, I want to allow the option to play the music and pause the music. To do that, what I'm going to do is go to the audio wave, and inside of here, I'm going to create a function that stands for play and pause. So we are going to have a future void function called play and pause. This is going to be an asynchronous function, and let's minimize the explorer. So now what do I want to do? Well, if the audio is not already playing, we want to start playing, otherwise we want to stop. And this function will be called on an icon button, which I'm going to create down below in just a minute. So here, let's just add a condition. If not player controller dot player state dot is playing, that means if the player controller is not playing the audio right now, I want to play the audio. So I'll do await player controller dot start player, and then I can just put a semicolon. Now if I want, I can also pass in the finish mode over here, and the finish mode can be finish mode dot, and if you want to loop it, pause it, stop it, whatever. I'm going to do stop. So once the audio ends, it's just going to stop. It's not going to loop or anything like that. Then if the player state is not playing, then I'll add another condition saying else if player controller dot player state is not paused. And let me type in player state here. So what this condition means is if the player state is not in a paused format, that means it is currently playing, then I can just do await player controller dot pause player, and this way we are able to pause it. And after that, I also want to reflect in the UI that, hey, I've changed the state. So I'm just going to call the setState function over here. Now, this audio file waveform is going to be wrapped with a row widget, and in this row widget, we are going to have a first element as an icon button. The onPressed is going to be this function play and pause, and the icon is going to be icons.play, and this is actually going to be play arrow solid. And my bad, this was mentioned in Cupertino icons, not just material icons. So Cupertino icons.play arrow solid. But I don't want to always show play arrow solid, right? It again depends on the player state. So I'll again just copy this condition and paste it over here. So if the player controller.player state is in the playing condition, I want to display Cupertino icons dot pause solid. Otherwise, I'm going to show the play arrow solid. And now if I come to the UI, it is crashed. And that's because audio file waveforms is trying to take the entire width, but it's not getting the entire width. So to fix this, what I'm going to do is wrap this audio file waveform with an expanded widget. Once I do that, save the file, it's now working. Now I can click on the play option and it toggles correctly. Now we are not able to see the audio waveform for some reason, so let me restart. I'm going to pick a song again. Now we are able to see it, and if I click on play, as we can see, it starts playing the music, and if I stop, it stops. Again, if I start, it continues from the same position. The next thing I want to do is change the UI a little bit of the audio waveform. You might be fine with this UI because it looks fine, but there are small changes I want to do. For example, I want to change this part, which is the not played part of the music. And I also want to change this played part of the music. I want to change it from pure white to one of our gradients. Also, we can increase the spacing present between these audio waveforms. So let's go to the audio file waveform, and here we are going to specify player wave style. Then this is going to be constant player wave style, and we are going to pass in the fixed wave color. So this is color of the wave which is behind the live wave. So for the fixed wave color, I'm going to pass in palette.border color. Then I can click on save, and this looks much better. You see this part over here, this is the border color. Next, I want to change the live wave color, and as you can guess, this is the music that has been played. So I'm going to do palette.gradient1, save the file. Now if you want, maybe gradient 2 might look better, so you can put that. The next thing I want to do is increase the spacing, so I'll just pass in 6 over here. Then save it, and this looks much more spaced. If you want to see the real difference, just do 10, and yeah, that's a big difference. But 6 looks good. Next, you can see that this seek line over here is pretty big. So this allows me to change the music and start playing from wherever I want. But this looks kind of weird. So what I'll do is just remove this seek line altogether. So I can just do show seek line false. So it doesn't show that anymore. And now I can manually just drag it across to change the part at which I'm playing the music. Another thing you can do here is change the waveform type. So you can change this waveform type to fit with or long. Long is the one we are actually following, but you can also keep fit with. Fit with means it fits the width of the screen. But the problem I encountered with fit with was if my audio recording was longer than a particular time, it wouldn't move forward. It would just show me the pink screen that's present over here. It's not going to show me anything else. So I'm assuming they're going to fix that, but until they fix that, I'm not able to use fit with properly. So I can just remove that, restart the entire app, and now it should work. So let me pick the song. There we go. And now on the real device, you should be able to hear it. Even on your Android emulator, you should be able to hear it. So that's all I had with respect to the upload song UI and its functionalities. Now we're going to go to the server and see how we can upload all of this data to PostgreSQL. So let's switch to the server side Visual Studio Code and start writing our code. First of all, we are going to remove all the files from our tab over here. We don't need any of them. We'll be creating a new route now, and that route is going to be song.py. A new route is created because all the authentication related tasks are done. Now we want to create some routes based on song. We'll be uploading the song, fetching all songs, so all of the code will go inside of this file. Now similar to the auth.py file, we are going to create our router here. So let's create router equal to API router, and we need to import that from FastAPI. So let me do that. After that, obviously we need to create a route. So it's going to be @router.post. And then what I want to do is create a route for upload. Now again, when I register this router in my main.py file, I'm going to prefix it with song. So this route is going to be /song/upload, just like we did with authentication, right? This was /auth/signup. Now coming back to this, we are going to create a function. Let's call this upload song, and it's going to have some parameters which we are going to discuss. But before that, let me just go ahead and create the router in main.py file. So I have app.include router, and then I also want to import song from routes, and then I'm going to call song.router, and then I'm going to prefix it with /song. That's all. Now I'll come back over here and start writing the code. So what parameters do I need? Well, I need the song file, the thumbnail file, the artist name, the song name, the color from the body of the request. Now we know that song name, artist, and the color can be fetched through the body of the request. But what about song and thumbnail files? How do I get that? Files can be fetched through the form data, and we'll see how that is done in the client side. For now, let's just start writing all the parameters that we require over here. And we'll not be creating pedantic schemas here, because when we need to fetch files, we can't take it from a pedantic schema. We have to manually write all the files down. So let's go ahead and pass all the files. So the first one is song, then we have thumbnail, then we have the artist, then we have the song name. After that, we need the color. Now the color we are going to store is not going to be the color class that Flutter has. It's not going to be something like color.from_RGBO. What we are going to do is convert this color that the user gets into a hex code format. If you don't know hex, it's 6 characters and specifies the color. So the first 2 stands for red, then green, then blue. And this #FFFFFF stands for white. And if you do 00000, it stands for black because no colors are involved. So this is the format we'll be storing. We'll not be storing the color class directly. Why? If we do this, it gets easier for us to fetch the colors and also store them in the database. Here I'm going to pass in hex_code. Now, obviously, if I pass in parameters like this, FastAPI is going to consider them as queries. What I want is for both of them to be accepted through form data and all of these through the body. So let's minimize the explorer, and here the song is going to have a type of upload file. Now let me import that from FastAPI, and the thumbnail is also going to be upload file. Another thing we have to do over here is set it equal to file like this, and then we can pass in 3 dots over here. Let's also import file from FastAPI. When we do is equal to file, we're basically saying that we need this as a file, and the 3 dots inside say that this is a required argument. Now we can do the same thing for the thumbnail. So let me put that over here. And let's take this to the next line. After that, we have artist, and artist is very simple. It's a string, but we are taking that from form. So let me pass that over here as well and import it from FastAPI. Then we can pass in 3 dots because this is a required field. The song name is also a string. So we are going to do the same thing. We're going to set it equal to the form. After that, we have hex code, which is of the type of string, and that is also equal to form with 3 dots mentioned inside. Now to upload the song to the Postgres database, we obviously need access to the database. So again, we are going to take it from the dependency. We are going to have db, which is of the type of session. Let's import that from SQLAlchemy, and I'm not getting the option right now. So let me just write out the whole code. So we are going to have depends, and depends is going to come from FastAPI. And then I'm going to pass in the getDB function, which is going to come from my database.py file. And we still don't have access to session. So let me manually write it down. So we are going to have from SQLAlchemy.orm import session. Now the final thing that we need over here is the auth verification. I want the user to be authenticated to upload a file. And for that, we have created a reusable auth middleware, which we can inject using dependency. So we are going to have auth dictionary taken from the auth middleware using dependency injection. So let's have auth underscore middleware over here. Let's import auth middleware and we're done. So this way we are verifying that the user is logged in. Now the big question comes up. How do I store the data in the database? I know artist, song name, hex code can be stored in the database. But what about song and thumbnail? They both are files. Can they be stored in PostgreSQL database? And the answer is yes, they can be stored in Postgres database, but as binary. We'll have to convert this file into a binary format and then store them. However, such approach is not encouraged because sometimes these song and thumbnail files can be very large. For example, the thumbnail we'll upload is let's say 2 MB and the song is let's say 10 MB because let's say it's a 4-minute song running at 320 kilobyte per second. That can happen. So it's not a good choice to store both of them in PostgreSQL. So what we can do is add an external storage service that will store the files. It will give us the URL and then we can store that URL in PostgreSQL. So you can consider this external storage service like Firebase storage. When we are using Firebase, we are storing our normal data in Firestore. But when we want to store large files, we do that in Firebase storage. That's because Firestore doesn't allow you to store more than 1 MB files. So we can use the same approach. But what storage service are we going to use? Are we going to use Firebase? No. We are going to use Cloudinary. If you have any other resource in mind, you can use that. But I'm going to go ahead with Cloudinary as I find it very easy to use. So you can click here, sign up for free. Then you can take any option. I'll see you after I've signed up. And once you've signed up, you should be seeing a screen like this. I'm going to skip everything and just go to the dashboard directly. And here you see it asks me to choose an SDK. And it has automatically created an environment for me as well. If we want to add a new environment, it's going to ask us to upgrade, which we are not ready to do. So let me just use the default one it created. Now the SDK I'm using is Python. So it asks me to install this plugin. So let me copy this. Open up my terminal, stop the execution of the server, and then just copy paste pip3 install Cloudinary. And then we can hit enter. So Cloudinary is already installed for me, but it should install it for you. After that, you can start the server again. And then we can go to their documentation again. And here you'll see upload, optimize, and transform. So the first thing we'll require here is the configuration and the imports. So I'm just going to copy the configuration and paste it in my code. Now I can drop the configuration over here in upload song, but I'm not going to do that. I'm instead going to create an instance outside of the API route. That's because I don't want the config to be set up every single time router.post endpoint is checked. I want the config to be present once and for all. So I'm just going to create it over here. Now obviously we need to resolve the warning over here. Cloudinary is not defined. So let's import it. We're going to do import Cloudinary. Then save the file. And it still shows this warning for me, but I'm going to ignore it for now because I have installed Cloudinary. I don't think there's anything else left for me. After that, I also need to import Cloudinary.uploader, as you can see over here, because that is going to allow me to upload it to my storage. Now, if we come back to our code, you'll see that the API secret is not mentioned. Everything else is mentioned. And it says to get the API secret, we need to click on view credentials. So let's just click on view credentials over here. It gives me this API secret, which I can copy and directly paste. Again, if you're deploying your app online, you should put this in .env. My project is not going to exist after I've uploaded this tutorial. So I recommend you to just use .env. Then I can also close this, and here we can get a hint of how to upload an image using Cloudinary. So let's go to this function and upload the song and the thumbnail file to Cloudinary. So we are going to do Cloudinary.uploader. And then we are going to call the upload method that is present in it. This upload method takes in multiple arguments, but the main thing is to pass in the file. So to pass in the file, we can just do song dot, and you see this song is of the type of upload file. So it gives me option to read the file, to close the file, to get the content type of the file, but what I need is the file. So I'll just pass in song.file like this. After that, I can specify the resource type over here. And passing the resource type can be very crucial. So let me pass in the resource underscore type like this. But the thing is that Cloudinary doesn't have an external support for MP3 audio files. Like, you cannot mention MP3 audio file over here. What you can do instead is just set it to auto so that it auto detects what resource type is being put in. After that, you can also specify the folder in which you want to upload this file. Right now, if you just do this, it is going to upload in the main board over here, just like these sample files present. I want proper segregation over here. So what I'm going to do is mention the folder over here, which is going to equal to songs. So I'm going to store it in the songs folder, but along with that, I also want to go one step further, because if it stores in the songs folder, that means there is one folder, let's say samples is songs. So it goes to this songs folder and stores our file over here. But if there are multiple files uploaded, there are going to be multiple songs displaying. So we'll go one step further and store it in one particular song ID. So for that, I'll have to generate the song ID. To do that, we can create a variable song underscore ID is equal to string, and then we have uuid dot uuid4, and obviously we need to import uuid for that, and we're done. So I can take this song ID now and pass it over here. Now to do string interpolation in Python, we have to create this as an if string. Once I do that, this song ID will be considered as the variable, so it can have songs folder with a subfolder of song ID, and inside of that we will store our song file. If it doesn't make sense to you right now, we'll see that in Explorer and it will make much more sense. Now this upload is going to return to us a song result, which we can store. This is going to be pretty important. And then I can also print this song result just to see what it gives me. After that, we're going to do the same thing for the thumbnail. So let me just copy this entire thing and paste it over here. For the thumbnail, let me just call this thumbnail response, and that is going to equal to cloudinary.uploader.upload thumbnail.file, and thumbnail is also a type of upload file, so we can call .file on it. After that, we set the resource type, and fortunately, Cloudinary supports the resource type of image, so I can explicitly type image over here. Then the folder is going to be the same thing, songs/song ID. So this way, the song file and the thumbnail file both are getting stored in this folder. So I can go ahead and print thumbnail response here. Now the next thing we want to do is store all of this data in the Postgres database, and we can do that later on. But first, I want to see what response this song and thumbnail are giving me. So I can simply return, let's say, OK over here for now. Later on, obviously, we are going to change this return type. To test this route, we can use Thunder Client, but I was not able to make it work. So if you see 7 days ago, when I was creating the demo application, I tried to do song upload over here. And after that, when I wanted to pass in the data, I use form over here. So I need to mention the form fields. So the form fields are these three things: artist, song name, and hex code. And then I needed to upload these files, the song and the thumbnail. When I tried to upload the files over here, so to upload the files, we click on this particular option. And here you can see the field name followed by choose file. When I tried to do that, it gave me boundary error and stuff like that. Also, my headers had to be changed over here, because of which I believe I did something wrong. So I wasn't able to make it work using Thunder Client. So what I plan to do now is go to the client side of the application and manually send a request passing in all of the data. So let's go to the client side and start working. So what I'm going to do is go to the Explorer And here in the home feature, I'm going to create my new folder called repositories. And in this, we are going to create our first repository, which is home repository .dart. After that, I'm going to create a class home repository. And inside of this, a very simple function, which is going to be future void. As of now, we are not returning anything from this function, but later on we'll have to update it a lot. And it's going to be upload song. Obviously, we'll require a lot of arguments over here in the function as well, but we're just hard coding everything right now just to see if the request is being sent properly or not. So how do I send a request to my server such that I'm also able to send files? To do that, we're going to use something known as multi-part request. So let me import HTTP first. So we're going to have package http.dart as HTTP. Then we can do http.multipart request. And in this, we need to specify two things. First, the method of the request and then the URL. So the method is post request. So we have to type this out caps lock. And then the URI, which is going to be URI.parse. And then we'll pass in the URI, which is server constants dot server URL followed by /song/upload. That's all. After that, we're going to store this in a variable. Let's call this request. And to this request, we're going to add new things. So if I do request dot, you see there are multiple properties. And one of the properties we are going to use is files. So I can do request dot because I want to attach to this request whatever files we are adding. And we are going to call multiple things on it. For example, we are going to add the files, but we are also going to add fields, and we are also going to add our header because we need to tell that the user is authenticated, right? So to this files, we are going to do add all, and then we are going to add our iterable. So what are the files that we need to pass in? Well, to add a file, first of all, we need to create a multi-part file here. So let's add a multi-part file, and it comes from HTTP again. But we are not just going to do http.multipart file. We are going to do http.multipart file .from, not string, but from path. Because we have the path of the file that we want to upload. Then we need to pass in the field name. So if you go to the server, the field name we described here is song. So we need to upload song. And the value is going to be a simple string that is going to tell us where the song is located on our file system. So what I want is /users/Rivandanavath/desktop, and there I've passed in this file whoosh.mp3. So let me just type that out. So this is the first file that I'm adding. And this from path function is a future. So we need to await it so that we get the real multi-part file. And the same thing goes for the second file that we are uploading, and that is the thumbnail. Just make sure you match it over here, the thumbnail that's present. And again, my file is located on the desktop, which is java.png. Why am I using Java picture? I don't know. So let me just store java.png, and that's it. Notice I've put / over here because I've created this as an absolute path. It's not relative to the folder I'm currently in. After this is done, you see we are getting warnings because it's saying that we have unnecessarily used cascade expression. Dot is a cascade expression, but we have not used it without any reason. We have used it because we need to add another field, and that is the fields property. To this fields property, we want to add all again, and this is going to be a map. Here we are going to describe the artist name, song name, and hex code. So rest of the things that we mentioned over here, we are going to pass that. So let's pass in the artist. Let's say the artist name is Taylor. Then the song name. So I'll pass in song name like this. I think you can also mention song name like this. Shouldn't be an issue. And the song name can be whoosh. Finally, we need to pass in the hex code, and the hex code can be FFFFF. I hope that's 6 characters. Yep, There we go. We are not going to store the hash over here. We are just going to store the value of the hex code. After that, we need to add another field, and that is the header. Because over here, we have told that we'll be needing the value from the auth middleware. And auth middleware requires us to pass an XAuth token. So let me pass in a header of XAuth token. So I'm going to pass in a map over here. It's going to be XAuth token. And then we need to pass in the token. If I pass in any other token, it's going to give me an error. So what I'm going to do is go to Thunder client, then go to the /auth route. Here in the header, I had mentioned the XAuth token, which I'm going to copy and paste over here. I've hard coded it, but later on, we are going to pass in the actual token. Also, let's put some commas everywhere so that it's auto formatted. And this looks good. It's much more understandable. After this, our request is set up. All we need to do is send that request. So we are going to do await request.send. And this is obviously going to return some response to us. So let me get the response and store it in the variable, which I can print. Now, instead of creating a view model right now, I'm going to create it later on. What I'm going to do is bind this home repository directly to the tick mark that was present at the top in the app bar. So we are going to do home repository dot upload song and also make sure that async and await is done. Now we're going to restart the entire thing. I'm going to click on send. If I open up my terminal or my debug console, it says unhandled exception, path not found, cannot retrieve length of file this particular path. It says there is no such file or directory, and I'm not sure why it's not able to find the path of this file. So what I'm going to do is just go to the upload song page, and here I'm going to pass in the selected song and the selected image. So here I'm going to accept the file. So let's import .io. Then we're going to have selected image. Then we're going to have the selected audio. And then we can just take the selected image and take its path. So we have selected audio dot path, and then we can have selected image dot path. Once that is done, we can go to the upload song page and pass in the selected image and the selected audio. So here's the selected image and the selected audio. And I'm going to mark both of them as not nullable, because for sure I'm selecting the image here and then clicking on the tick mark arrow. So let's select the image. Let's select the song. Then we're going to click on this arrow and open the terminal. And if we scroll down, we do get an instance of streamed response v2. So that's good. And if we open our terminal in our server, our data is uploaded to Cloudinary. It says 200 OK for song upload. And here are the two responses that we get for thumbnail response and the song response. Before examining this response that Cloudinary gives us, let's go to the Cloudinary database, refresh, and we see a songs folder was created, and inside of this we should see another folder with the song ID. And if I go inside of this, we get the audio and the image. Now this resource type is marked as video because, as I said, Cloudinary doesn't have special features for audio, so it's considering this as video. However, if I open this in full mode, we see our image and this is our audio, and if I play the audio, I hope you can hear it, it's working fine. Now, what is this response that is being thrown to us? So this response contains multiple things. We have the asset ID, the public ID of where it's stored. Then we have the version ID, the signature, the width, height, format, resource type, created at, tags, pages, bytes, type, e-tag, placeholder. But what we are concerned about is URL, because we want to take this URL and store it in a PostgreSQL, right? Then it also has secure URL. For us, the secure URL and the URL returns the same thing. Then we have the playback URL, Then we have audio, where the codec, bitrate, frequency, all of it is written. So this is nice things that Cloudinary gives us. And for image, you see we don't have the playback URL. We only have a URL because image cannot be played, right? So anyways, what we are concerned about is the URL property on this map. So we are going to extract that. And we can do that as simply as song response URL and thumbnail response URL like this. Because thumbnail response is a dictionary, so I'm accessing the URL property on it. Now, I'm assuming this works. So what I want to do is directly store the data in database. For that first, I'll have to create my model just like I did with the user. So let me go to the models, and here I'm going to create a song.py file. Then I'm going to create a class called song, which is going to extend the base that's coming from the models.base file. You remember over here, we had declared base equal to declarative base, and that was coming from SQLAlchemy. Here I'm going to do a similar thing. After that, we need to specify the table name of this song. And to do that, we can just pass in __ table name _ is equal to songs. And after that, we specify the attributes of the song table. So first of all, it is going to have an ID. So that is going to equal to a column, and this column is going to be imported from SQLAlchemy. And this is going to be a text version because as you can see in the song.py file, I've already created my song ID, which is in the string format. So let me import that text as well. After that, this ID is going to be the primary key. So let me just pass that in. After that, we need to store the song URL. And that is going to be a column with text passed to it. Then we also have the thumbnail URL. And that is also going to be a column with text passed to it. Then we have the artist name. So artist is equal to column with text written over here. Then we have the song name, which is equal to column. And then you can specify the text. But what I like to do is pass in variable character. That's because if you remember, for our name of the user, we specified the varchar to be 100. I want the same thing to happen with the name of the song. Now, if you don't want that, you can simply set it to text. But I would like to keep it this way. So make sure you import that. And after that, we are going to have our hex code, which is equal to column. And then again, we are going to use variable character here. And I'm very sure that this hex code is only going to be 6 characters. We're not going to store the hashtag. We're just going to store the 6 characters of the hex code. And that's it. That is our table. So now, since I've saved the file, and in our main.py file, we have base.metadata.createAllEngine, we should assume that the song table was created in PostgreSQL. Now, the next thing I want to do is just go to the route, create a new song, just like I did with create a new user. So obviously for this, the status code is going to be 201. I'll just change it to that before I forget. And the reason this is 201 is because we are creating a new song. After that, I'm going to remove this return and the store data comment. And here I'm going to create a new song, which is going to equal to song. And let me import this models.song. And then I can pass in the ID. So the ID is going to equal to the song ID that I created above over here. Then we're going to have the song name, which is equal to the song name we are taking from the form. After that, we are going to have the artist, which is going to equal to the artist. Again, we are taking that from form. Then the hex code, which is from the form as well. And then for the song URL, and I don't think I spelled that correctly. So let me just copy this and paste it over here. And this should be equal to song_response at URL, just what I've printed over here. Then we're going to have the thumbnail underscore URL, which is equal to the thumbnail response at URL. That's it. Now I'm going to remove the print from here. I'm also going to remove the print from here because I don't want my terminal crowded up. After that, I'm going to do the usual db.add and then add a new song. Then we are going to do db.commit, then db.refresh, pass in the new song so that this new song attributes are refreshed with the new data, and then we are returning the new song from here. I'm not going to explain all of these methods again. If you want to know more about them, just watch the previous section where we created a new user. And now I'm assuming everything is set up correctly. I can click on send again, and we see post song upload HTTP 1.1201 created. And if I refresh the songs folder in Cloudinary, it should show me a new folder. There we go. The files are the same thing. However, it's good to see them over here. And also it is stored in pgadmin now in our Postgres database. So let me refresh the table by right clicking on it. So we have a new songs table created, which I can expand and look into. So I can right click, do view or edit data, all rows, and we have our first data or our first song. Now, if I just take this URL, copy it, paste it in the browser, we should be able to see the correct image. And if I do the same thing for the audio, so let's see where the audio is. There we go. Let me copy it, paste it in the browser again. We are able to see it and also play it. And rest of the data is also the exact same thing. So that's pretty cool. So with this, we are done with the backend of uploading music to database. Now you might be wondering, hey, this auth dictionary that you had didn't come in use at all, right? And that's true. This didn't come in use at all, but this depends auth middleware was very important. How? Let's say in my home repository, I didn't add the header. That means the user is not authenticated. So let me just remove this header, save the file, click on the send button. You see, it says 422 unprocessable entity. It gives an error because the token is not mentioned. If the token is not mentioned, the user is not authenticated, the user cannot upload the song. So even though auth dictionary was not useful, this statement over here is quite important. I hope you understood that. And with this, we are going to go back to our client-side application and make sure we return correct stuff from here. The first thing I want to change is the return type of this function, and then convert this response to a string, which we can understand. Then we can create our view model and connect it to the view. Let's get into it. So what is the return data type of this function going to be? Well, it's again going to be future either, which is coming from the fp package, and then app failure. And in case of success, for now, let's just print out string. However, whatever we return from here doesn't really matter because we have uploaded the song to the database. That was all that matters. Now we only want to say that, hey, the upload was successful. So now let's go down and fix things. So first of all, I would like to put a try and catch block here. In case of any error, I'm just going to return left, then pass in app failure, and then pass in the message as e.toString. After that, I'm going to take this request, all of the stuff over here, and then pass it in the try block. After that, we have the response over here, and this response is in the form of streamed response. And we saw that when we try to print response, it prints an instance of streamed response. So to convert it to string, what we can do is call the function response.stream.bytes_string. After that, we also need to await this, and we'll be returning this as write. So we can just do return write and then pass in this value. But before that, we obviously need to check if the response we have has a status code of 201 or not. So here we can just check if response.status code is not equal to 201, that means we have an error. So we are just going to return left, then pass in app failure, and then we are going to pass in the failure as await response dot stream dot bytes to string, and that's it. So I hope this makes sense. Now what we can do is open the Explorer and create the view model in this home feature. So let's create a folder called ViewModel, and let's name this home underscore ViewModel.dart. Then we can create a class home ViewModel, and this needs to extend underscore dollar home ViewModel. Again, this is going to be a Riverpod notifier. So let's just work on it. We're going to mark this as @Riverpod. Make sure you import Riverpod annotation. After that, also put part home underscore ViewModel.g.dart. Then we need the build function, and this build function is going to return async value. And this async value is initially going to be null, just like before. So let's just return null over here. Now what is the thing we need? And before we continue, let's just save it so that a new notifier provider is created. Also, let's mark this as @override, and there we go. After this, we need to create a function called upload song. So we can create future void upload song, and this is going to take multiple things. So we are going to require the file, and make sure you import .io, and this file is first going to be the selected audio. After that, we'll require file of selected thumbnail. Also, let's create a proper function here. The next thing we need is the song name. Also fix the S over here. After that, we are going to require the artist name. And finally, we require the color that was selected. So the selected color. And make sure you import the color library. So for that, we need to import .ui. And that's it. Now we need access to the home repository class. So let me create that dependency just like we did before. What I'm going to do is late home repository, and this is going to be a private instance so that it's not accessible outside. And after that, we are going to have home repository equal to ref.watch. And now I need to create a home repository provider. So let's go to home repository.dart and create a provider for it. So we have @Riverpod. Make sure you import Riverpod annotation. Then we are going to return home repository. Let's call this home repository. So we have home repository ref. And then we are going to return home repository like this. Also make sure you add the part file again. So we have home underscore repository.g.dart. Then we can save it and a new provider is created. Now I can come to the home view model and pass in home repository provider. And here we are getting a warning saying generated providers should only depend on other generated providers. And that's what we are doing. This is a generated provider which is depending on another generated provider. So I'm assuming this is kind of a bug, so we can ignore it. Later on it might get fixed by itself. Now what I want to do is, first of all, as soon as this upload song function is called, I want to set state equal to async value dot loading. And obviously this is going to be a constant. And this function is going to be asynchronous. After that, we're going to get a response when we call home repository dot upload song. Now there are only two parameters required over here, but we are going to change that. So let's go to home repository, and actually let me just copy this entire thing and paste it in the home repository upload song function, because it's pretty much going to require the same thing. But here, instead of requiring color, it's going to require the hex code. So let me just get the hex code over here. So we will have the selected audio, selected thumbnail, song name, artist, and hex code. So in home view model, we need to convert from color to a string. Now I can just take the selected audio, paste it over here. Then we have selected thumbnail, which I can paste over here. After that, the artist name, which I can pass over here. The song name, which can be over here. And finally, the hex code, which is over here. And I also need access to the token. So let me require that as well. So we have required string token, and then I pass in the token of the current user, not the hard-coded token. Now I can go to the home view model again, and here let's call the upload song function so that it writes most of the stuff for itself. So we have selected audio, selected thumbnail, song name, artist, we need to work on hex code and we need to get the user token. So let's do that. Now, how do I convert from a color to a hex code? For that, what I'm going to do is go to the Explorer, core folder, utils.dart, and here I'm going to write a very simple function that is going to convert a color to a hex value and a hex value to a color, because when we retrieve data from the database, we want to get access to the actual color value. We don't want to get access to the hex value. So we'll need both of these colors. So let's write both of the function. We have string RGB to hex. That means a color is being passed and we're converting it into hex. So we're going to require a color. And now we're going to return a string based on that. So we are going to return something like this. A single inverted comma followed by string interpolation. And then we do color dot red dot to radix string. And then we pass in the radix value. So if I pass in 16, it's going to convert it into hexadecimal. After that, I can make sure that this string always has 2 characters in it. So I can do pad left 2. So that means this string is always going to have 2 characters. And if it doesn't have 2 characters, from the left hand side, it is going to add an extra string, which is going to be a 0. Now I'm just going to copy paste this 2 more times. And then instead of saying color.red, I'm going to say color.green. After that, I'm going to say color.blue. And the logic is the same. So this way we convert from RGB to a hex. First we convert it into hexadecimal and then we make sure that it's always 2 characters. And if it is not, just put a 0 from the left. So if we do this for red, green and blue, each of them having 2 characters, we have a hex which is 6 characters. Now let's create another function which is going to be hex to color. That means we get access to the hex and we want to convert it from hexadecimal to a color. So we are going to return a color and this color requires us to pass an integer. So we can simply pass in int.parse followed by hex. But if we just pass in hex, it's going to convert the string hex, let's say 0000 to an integer. So it's again 0000, but that's not what I want. I'll mention here the radix and the radix is going to be 16. And after that, I'm going to make sure that the opacity is always 255. So here I'm going to add 0xFF 0000000. Make sure there are 6 zeros at the end. I think I added 1 extra. And that's it. Now I can take this RGB to hex function and pass it over here. And then I can pass in the color, which is the selected color. After that, I need the token. Now to get access to the token, what we need is the current user notifier provider we created earlier. Because current user notifier provider contains the current user model and the user model contains the token. We have some good luck here because ref is a built-in part of this notifier provider. So I can simply do ref.read current user notifier provider, and this way I can get access to the user model through which I'm using the .token variable. Now this user model can be null, but at this particular point when we're trying to upload the song, I'm sure that this user is not null, so I've used this null check operator. Also make sure we do await over here, and after this we are going to do our pattern matching. So we are going to have final val equal to switch, then we are going to have the response passed over here. Now the case can be that we get a left value, and make sure you import fp dot. So we get the value and we store that in the final L variable. Otherwise, we are going to get the right value and we are going to store that in the final R variable. In case of an error, what I want to do is simply what we have done before. Async value.error, then pass in L.message, and the stack trace is going to be stack trace.current. In case of success, it's going to be async value.data. Then we are going to pass in R and we're done. After that, we want to print the value so that we know what we are getting. And that is the entire upload song function. So let's save it. Let's go to the upload song page. And now instead of using home repository directly, we're going to use the home view model. So let's remove the import of home repository. Let's go down again. And here we're going to have ref.read and we're going to contact the home view model provider. Then we're going to access the notifier on it and then call the upload song function. Now we need to pass in the selected audio. So we can pass in selected audio over here. Then the selected thumbnail. For that we can pass in selected image. Then the song name is going to be song name controller.text. Then the artist is going to be artist controller.text. Selected color is going to be just selected color, and that's all. But we get two errors over here, and that's because selected audio can be null and selected image can be null. And I cannot put a bang operator here like this because what if the user doesn't select the audio or the image and just directly clicks on the tick mark option? In that case, we're going to get a null check error. So in this scenario, I want to check if the audio and image is selected. And I also want to check if these three text fields are not empty. So a good option for me would be to pass in a form over here. So I'm going to wrap my entire column with a form widget. Then at the top, I'm going to create my form key. So let me pass in the form key like this. I can take this variable, create it at the top. So we have final form key equal to global key, and this global key is going to be of the type of form state, something we've already seen before. And fortunately, if we scroll down, go to the custom field, validator is already put in. Now all I need to do to ensure that the text fields are not empty is just doing if form key dot current state dot validate. And if this returns true, I want this to execute. But this still doesn't resolve our errors because selected audio and selected image can still be null. They're not a part of the form. So here, I'm going to add another condition using and because this should be true and the rest of the conditions I'm going to add should also be true for this function to run. So here I'm going to check if selected audio is not equal to null and selected image is not equal to null. Then I can save the file and here I can put the bang operator because I've checked over here. Selected audio is not null and selected image is not null. And if they are, it depends on you if you want to show a snack bar or not. I'm just going to show a snack bar saying missing fields. Then I'm going to save it. Now, if I click on the tick mark option, it says missing fields and it also shows artist is missing, song name is missing. So that's nice. Now I'm just going to restart the entire app. And before starting this from scratch, let's just have some faith in ourselves. What we are going to do is also add the loading indicator. So we are going to have final is loading is equal to ref.watch. Then we are going to watch the home view model provider dot select and we are going to select the value of value dot is loading and this value can be nullable, so we are going to equal it to true. I'm not explaining in much detail because we've already gone over it quite a few times. Now in the body I'm going to check if is loading is true, I want to display a loader, otherwise a single child scroll view. Then we can save it. Now again, I'm going to restart the entire application, select the thumbnail for your song. Let me select the same thing. Let me pick the song, the same audio file. I can still play it, so that's pretty cool. Then the artist name is Bob, let's say. The song name is song 3. Then we're going to go to the primary. Let me select this blue color, or I think purple should look good. So let me put this in. And then finally, I'm going to select this tick mark option. So the loading indicator shows up and the loading indicator keeps showing. However, if I go to my server, it says song upload HTTP 1.1201 created. So that means everything went well. And I just realized in the home view model, I forgot to do state is equal to async value.error and state is equal to async value.data. Since we didn't update the state over here, it continuously showed the loading indicator. Now that we have state is equal to something, it should be fine. Now we just need to restart the entire thing and let's test it again. So let me quickly pass in all the fields and I'll see you after I've entered all the fields. So I've selected everything. Now I'm going to click on the tick mark option again. It shows the loading indicator and we're back on the screen because we switched from the loading indicator to the data indicator because we have 201 created. And if I go to my PG admin, execute the script again, that basically means refreshing the entire thing. We have new data saved over here. And that's amazing. Now the next thing I want to do is list all the songs on the home page. For that, first I'll have to create the home page, and the home page is going to be very simple, just a bottom navbar with two options, one to see the home page and the second one to go to the library page. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code, close all the save files, and we're going to go to the home page. So let me find that really quickly. There we go. So to create the bottom navigation bar, we can simply specify the bottom navigation bar property in the scaffold. But before doing that, what I would like to do is import some assets. So for the home icon and the library icon, we're going to use the one provided by Spotify. So for that, in the Explorer, I'm just going to go to the root folder and over there describe my assets folder. In this assets, we are going to have an images folder, and in this images, we are going to drop our image. To get the images, you can use the link in the description, which will take you to the GitHub repository, and you need to download all the images from there. I already have them with me, so I'm just going to drag and drop right over here. After that, I'll just go to the pubspec.yaml file to register the images. So I'll scroll down and here I have the option to add assets to my application. I can uncomment this, then pass in assets/images, and I'm going to remove the end part. Make sure you add the / at the end because then Flutter will know that this is a folder we want to include. So all the files in this folder will be included. Then I can click on save, Flutter pubget will run, and the image should be there with us. Now in the scaffold, I'm going to specify the bottom navigation bar property and let's pass in bottom navigation bar. After that, we need to pass in items, which we'll do. Also, let's put some commas so that we format it. Now what are the items? The item needs to be of the type bottom navigation bar item. So let me pass in bottom navigation bar item with the icon, and the icon is going to be image.asset because we are passing in an image and that's coming from the asset, right? We have described it over here. So for now, let's just put in home_filled.png. But just doing this isn't enough. We need to specify the absolute path. So we have assets/images/homefilled.png. Then we can save this. And similarly, we are going to create another bottom navigation bar item, and that is going to be library.png. Now in the assets, I've also mentioned the search filled and search unfilled.png images. Just in case you want to add the searching functionality in the application, you can use them. After this, we also need to specify the label of the bottom navigation bar item, and that is going to be home for the first one. Then I'm going to copy this, paste it over here, and it's going to be library for the second one. Then we can save the entire thing. Now we are still seeing the upload song page. So let me quickly go to the main.dart file and here change this to home page. Then we can click on save. Let's remove the import of upload song page that shouldn't be in the main.dart file. Let's restart and we have our home page showing up, and the home icon and the library icon also work. The next thing I want to do is run this on the iOS simulator as well so that we get a good feel of how it's looking on both the devices. So our iOS app is also running and we can see home and library page showing up. The next thing I want to do is set up the color of this bottom navbar. The color should be the same thing as this background color. So I can just go to the theme.dart file and here I can specify the bottom navigation bar theme which is going to be bottom navigation bar theme data, and the background color, which is going to be palette.background color. After that, I can put a const over here, and that's pretty much it. So let's save it. Let's restart both the applications. And when we come over here, we can see the update. That's good. The next thing I want to work on is just switching between the tabs. So to do that, we are going to make this entire widget a consumer stateful widget, because we'll be keeping track of the index on which it is clicked. So is it clicked on the first item, which is index 0, or the second item, which is index 1. And based on the index, I'm going to display the page. So let's convert this to a consumer stateful widget. After that, we are going to have int selected index is equal to 0. That means we are on this particular page. Initially, we are going to be on the 0th or the first page. And if the user changes, we can toggle between the pages. After that, we can pass in the selected index as the current index of bottom navigation bar, that hey, you should be on the 0th page first of all. After that, we can register the onTap functionality. In this onTap, we get a value. What index was clicked on? Was it clicked on this one, which is index 1, or this one, index 0? So I can simply do setState because I want the entire build function to rebuild, and then selected index is equal to value. Just doing this should work fine. Also, I'm going to remove this ref.watch. We don't need it as of now. So let's remove the import also at the top. We can restart the app and hopefully it works now. So if I click on library, it seems to be not working, but if I click on library over here, you see this part enlarges. If I click on home again, this part enlarges. So this is giving us a clue that, hey, the changes are being made, but there are no design changes. So let's make those changes. Whenever we are on the home page, we want to show this filled icon. Otherwise, we are going to show the unfilled icon. So to do that, we need to change the image. So we can simply add a condition here. Selected index is equal to 0 because this is the first item. So if it is equal to 0, I want to show homefill.png. Otherwise, I want to show home unfilled.png. Then I can save the file. And now if I move between, you see it changes the logo. Even over here, it is going to change the logo. And I don't think it changes over here. So let me restart the Pixel 8 emulator. Now if I change, yep, the change happens. But there's another change I want to make, and that is the color change. So if we are on index 0, we want white color to show up. Otherwise, it should be the inactive bottom bar color. So let's specify it. Now there is a property we can specify in bottom navigation bar, which is unselected icon theme, but this won't work for our setup because we are using image.asset. So it wouldn't matter because over there we need to specify the unselected icon theme. So we need to pass an icon theme data. And here we need to change the color of image. So here we'll have to manually do it. Color selected index, if it's equal to 0, then I want palette.white color. So let me get the white color really quickly. And if it's not 0, then I want palette.inactive bottom bar item color. Now I can copy this condition and paste it for this part as well. But this time the condition is going to be equal to 1 because we are on the first index bottom navigation bar item. Now if I save this, I can come back here, and if I click on home, it shows home. If I go to library, it shows up library, and the inactive bottom bar color is also present. So our bottom navigation bar is now set up. The next thing I want to do is specify the body of the scaffold based on this index. So what I'm going to do is create a list of widgets at the top, and this list of widgets is going to display all the widgets that can be toggled between. So the home page, which contains the songs, and the library, which is going to contain the library. So let's call this pages, and this is going to equal to the list, and let's create the widgets in here. So first is going to be the songs page, and second, the library page. So in this pages, we have songs underscore page.dart. For now, it is going to be a very simple stateless consumer widget because I already know we're going to deal with Riverpod over here because we want to fetch the data. And make sure you import material.dart and Flutter Riverpod. After that, we also need the library page. So let's create that. Again, it's going to be a stateless consumer with library page written here. Then we need to import Flutter Riverpod and material.dart. After that, I can save the file, go to home page and specify the first item as songs page and the second item as library page. The order of these two pages matters quite a lot, and you'll see why in a minute. Also, these are consts, so we can just specify const over here. After that, I can take the pages and specify it over here, but I obviously cannot pass a list to the body. So what I'm going to do is pages at selected index. What this means is if we are at index 0, that means the song page, it's going to return the songs page widget. Otherwise, we are at index 1, so we'll return the library page. And this means our toggle is going to be effective. If you want to test it out by putting a text over here, you can do that, but I'm pretty confident. Now we are not going to see any changes, obviously, because nothing is being returned. But trust me, we are toggling between the pages. Having that set up, the next thing I want to do is fetch the latest songs from my backend and display it on the home page. So for that, we are going to go back to our server folder and here start writing our code. So just below the upload route, I'm going to go ahead and create @router.post. And actually it's not going to be post, it should be get, right? Because we want to get all the songs. So let's pass in get, and this is going to be list. Basically we'll go to /song/list and it should list all the songs that are present in the database. After that, I'm going to create the function list songs, and the first thing we require is DB, obviously. So let's get the session equal to depends, and then we'll pass in the get DB. After that, I also need to make sure the user is authenticated. Now, if you want to edit the app such that guests are also able to retrieve all the music, you don't have to put this auth middleware dependency over here. However, I don't want that. So I'm just going to do auth details or auth dictionary, whatever, and that is going to equal to depends auth middleware. After that, I'm going to put a colon, and here I can specify the songs. Now, what do I want here? I want to get all the songs. So if I go to my auth.py route, here we'll notice that when we wanted to get the user data, we did db.query user.filter. Now, why do we need to do the filter? Because we don't need one particular row. We need to get all the rows present in the table. So it only makes sense for me to do db.query. Now, instead of user, I'm going to pass in song because I want to query the song, and then I can instantly call the all method on it. The all method is going to return all the rows that are present in the songs table. And then I can store that in a variable, let's say songs, and then return that songs variable. And that's all. That's how simple this function is going to be. Now, if you want to format this file, you can do so like this. And now we can go to our Thunder client. We already have the token, so that's nice. And here I'm going to specify song/list. Then I'm going to click on send. And you see it replies with status 200 OK, and it lists out all the songs in a list format. And that's perfect. Also, you might notice we have a different hex code over here. So our function to convert color to hex code had run fine. Amazing. Now that we have this set up, all I need to do is connect this server to my client-side application. Very simple. We have already done this quite a lot. So let's go to home repository.dart and here create a new function. And this function is going to be quite different from the function we created above, because here we are sending a multi-part request. Now we need to send a single GET request. So I can do future either failure, and we need to pass an app failure here, followed by a list. But what is this list going to be? It is going to be a list of a new data class that I'm going to create, and that is going to be list of song model. So let me go to the Explorer. In the home feature, I'm going to create a new folder called models, and here I'm going to specify my new model, songModel.dart. After this, we are going to create a class called songModel, and let's define the attributes present in the song model. As we already know, it's going to have a song name, ID, song URL, hex code, thumbnail URL, and artist. So let me create that. We have final string ID, then final string song name. Now, if I put song name like this and generate a data class using the .data class generator extension, in our from map, we are again going to have song name like this. However, that's not what our field is. Our song name is song underscore name. So if I pass in like this, you'll see what we get. Let me just create a data class now. If I scroll down in our from map, we have song name like this. Now map at song name doesn't exist. We'll have to manually go ahead and edit it to map song underscore name. And that can be quite hectic, especially when we add new fields to our application. And continuously just click on generate data class. So that's why I'm not going to name this song name with camel casing. I'm going to use snake case over here. And you see the variable name song name isn't a lower camel case identifier. Try changing the name to follow the lower camel case style. And what I'm going to do is click on quick fix and here use ignore non-constant identifier names for the whole file. So this way it won't give us a warning whenever we have snake case. Now I can specify final string artist, final string thumbnail URL, and again this is going to be thumbnail underscore URL. Then we have final string song underscore URL, and then we finally have the string hex code. Now if you want, you can specify color over here and make sure you import it from Dart UI so that we have all the Dart related files here, not any Flutter related file. And then you can specify color like this and then use the hex to RGB function. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to store the string hex code over here. And after that, we are going to have our generate data class done. Let's remove this top part. We only need non-constant identifier names. Then we can save it. And if we scroll down, we have a from map function where song name is present like this, exactly as we had over here. Also, we don't want as string to show up. We want the nullable check to be present. So let's put that nullable check. If you're wondering how I got that multi-cursor, that's because I pressed option and clicked on every line. So I had multi-cursor enabled. After that, I can save the song model, go to home repository, and this over here is going to return a list of song model. After that, I'm going to minimize my explorer and here create a function called getAllSongs. And I think we're missing a third angular bracket here, so I'll just put that in. Now from the getAllSongs function, we also need the token of the user, so let me get that. And this is going to be an asynchronous function. Then again, we are going to have the try and catch block. In case of any error, I want to return left with app failure, and the message is going to be e.toString. Now in the try block, I want to send a get request to my server. We have already seen all of this stuff before, that's why I'm racing through it. So we have a get request sent, then URI.parse, then we are going to have $server constants dot server URL followed by /song /list, and that's it. Now we can await this, store this in the response variable, also put a comma over here so that we format everything well. After that, we also need to specify the headers, and the header is going to be, well, first of all, the content type. Even though we are not sending any content, let's just specify application /JSON. And then we're going to have our Auth token and then specify the token. Then we're going to check if response.statuscode is not equal to 200. That means I want to return left failure and again app failure. And for the message, we need to extract it. So what we are going to do is final response body as map is equal to JSON decode response.body, the same thing as we have done before, and we're going to treat this as map of string comma dynamic. Then we're going to take this response body map and pass in the detail over here, because that is going to contain the actual detail of what happened, why it went wrong. Now if the status code is 200, then we are getting a list. Now what I need to do is convert that list of map string comma string into a list of song models. So I need to go through every single map present in the list and convert it into song model. To do that, obviously, I'll have to run a for loop. And running a for loop on response.body is not going to give us the right output because response.body is a string. If we run a for loop on a string, it's going to go through every character. We don't want that. We want to go through every map. So again, I'll have to run JSON decode in the home repository itself. So what I can do is just take this outside. But if I take this outside, here's another problem. If the status code is 200, this is not a map. This is a list of map. So what I can do is simply run this as JSON decode. And this is not going to be final anymore. This is going to be variable. And here I can specify that response body map should be treated as map string comma dynamic. And over here, if the status code is 200, then it should be treated as a list. So I hope that made sense. Just to reiterate, here we are decoding the JSON. So we are getting either a list or a map. It's a map if the status code is not 200 and it's a list if it's 200. And this way, what we can do is for final map in res body map, we can do song model dot from map and pass in the map like this. So we are converting the map in the list to a song model, but now we need to store this in a list, right? So we are going to create a list of song model. Let's call this songs, which is equal to an empty list initially. And then I can do songs dot add and then add this song model dot from map like this. Then I can save it. And finally, I can return write songs. So I hope this entire thing made sense over here. I'll just go over it again. We are decoding the JSON at first. And if the status code is not 200, it is a map. And then we get the detail of why it failed. Now, if the status code is 200, we are treating it as a list, then looping through every element in the list and storing it in the songs list and returning it from our function. Now I can simply go to the home ViewModel and here I can create a function to get all the songs. And that would be a good approach, but there's a better approach. Riverpod has a provider called Future Provider. We can directly create a future provider based on this get all songs, right? So we are getting all the songs, we are fetching all the songs, and it's going to give me a list of song model which I want to display on the home page. So by using the future provider given by Riverpod, it's going to help me with caching. It's going to do a lot of stuff behind the scenes, so that's great for my app performance. And it will also help me manage the loading, data, and error state. So that's a positive as well. So in the home view model, instead of creating a function in the home view model, I'm going to create a function outside marked as @Riverpod. And then we're going to have the return type as future list song model. And make sure you import song model correctly. Then I'm going to call this function get all songs. And the ref for this is going to be get all songs ref. Then this is going to be async. And then I'll save this file. Now, if your build runner is running, it should generate a provider, but first we must import the song model, then save the file. And now we must go to the home repository, call the getAllSongs function from it, resolve the either that it gives us, and then return the list of song models. So I'm going to have final response is equal to await. This is why I did async over here. And then I'm going to do ref.watch, then pass in the home repository provider, then call the getAllSongs function. And here I need to specify the token. So the token is going to be final token is equal to ref.watch current user notifier provider. And that is going to give us the token. Now at this point, I'm sure again that user model is not going to be null. So let me pass in the bang operator. Then I can take the token, pass it in over here, and that's all. Now notice I've used ref.watch over here because whenever the user changes, I want the new token to be passed over here. I don't want the old token. And it is usually recommended to to do ref.watch inside of another provider. Now this res is of the type of either app failure or list song model. So just like we did before, we are going to have a switch and case. So we are going to have final value is equal to switch. Then we'll pass in response. Now if it is a left value, we are going to get value, and I'm going to store that in the L variable, and I want to do something. If it's success, we are going to get right. We get a value. I'll store that in the R variable, and I want to do something. Now if it's a success, obviously I just want to return this list of song model. However, if it's an error, I can't just pass in L.message over here, because then we are returning an object value and we don't want that. Also, if I return L or anything like that, it's not going to make sense because I'm returning a list of song model from this function. I cannot return just anything. So what I'm going to do is throw an exception here because this is a function, right? So whenever there's an error, I want to throw an exception from this function. And when we call this getAllSongs provider in our songs page, we'll be able to handle that exception using the error state. You'll see that in just a minute. But first, let me just throw L.message. After that, I can put a semicolon here. And then I'm going to do return switch response this and this. Now if I save the file, you see all the errors go away. And this is our function. Just to revise, what we did over here is get the token of the user, pass it to the getAllSongs function from the home repository, and then over here we are doing a switch of response. Now if it's a type of left, we are going to throw an error message, and if we throw an error message, we'll be able to handle that when we call the getAllSongs provider. And if it's success, it's just going to return this R, which contains list of song model. And we are returning this entire switch because if it's left, it's going to throw, and if it's right, we are going to have this return. If that doesn't make sense yet, let's go to the songs page, and it will make more sense when we use it in the application. So instead of returning a container, first of all, I'm going to return a column. And the reason we'll be returning a column is because we're going to have two main sections. The first section is going to show all the recently played music, and the second section is going to show all the latest music. We're going to ignore the latest played songs for now. We'll get to it later on. So I'll just work on the UI of latest songs that were uploaded. And the latest songs uploaded UI is going to look like a text that says latest songs. And below that, we're going to show a horizontal list view with all the songs. So let's create it. In the column, we're going to have children, and the first child is going to be text. Let's say latest today. Then we want to style this text. So we have text style. And this is going to be quite big. So let's pass it as 23. Then the font weight is going to be font weight.w700. I think w800 is bold. I want something less than bold, but still quite strong. So we have W700. Now if I come back over here, I see latest today. I do need some padding from the side. So what I'm going to do is wrap this text widget with a padding widget, and let's say agencies.all 8. Let's keep it at 8. Then this can be a constant. We can save this. Now I don't want latest today to be stuck up over here. So what I'm going to do is wrap this column with a widget known as safe area. What safe area will do is put it below all the notches and everything. So we have latest today showing up over here. Later on, we are going to remove the safe area widget because we are going to have our colors displaying based on the music. But for now, safe area can stay there. Now after this, I want to show a list view builder, which is horizontally scrollable, and it's going to contain all the latest music. And that latest music is going to be basically all the songs that we have stored in the database till now. So let's have ref.watch, and I think we are in a consumer widget, so it shouldn't be a problem. And inside of this provider, I can pass in getAllSongs provider. Make sure you import that. Now if you go to getAllSongs provider, you'll notice this is an auto dispose future provider. So Riverpod automatically saw that this is returning a future. So future provider is going to be apt for this function. So it automatically gave it this type. Even though I knew what type of provider I wanted, Riverpod does it for me. Now, the good thing is if you don't know what type of provider to use, Riverpod can be really helpful over there with this generator. Now, if you see over here, it's the same thing as before, but just the type of the provider has changed. Now let's close this, get back to ref.watch. Now, since we do ref.watch, we are going to get async data. And this async data is going to have multiple options we can use. The one we are going to use is when. This when function is going to give us 3 states that we can handle: data, error, and loading. And we've seen similar thing when we went to the signup page and had next.when. It gave us data, error, and loading. But this time we will be able to return a widget inside of here because data, error, and loading, all of them are going to return some form of widget. So for the data, we're going to get actual data. For error, we're going to get error and the stack trace. And for loading, we're not going to get anything, so an empty function like this. Now the data that we're getting over here is going to be a songs list. So let me just type in songs. For the error, what I want to return is a widget which is centered with a text displaying error.toString, because what else can you do with an error? In the loading, we just want to show a loading indicator. So we have constant loader. Make sure you import the correct file. And finally, we have data. And for the data right now, I'm just going to return a text that says hello, just to make sure everything's working fine. And the reason we're getting this warning is because I've put this inside of the padding widget. We don't want that. We want it outside of the padding. Now if I paste it over here, there we go. A silly error. And now we see the hello showing up. That means all of our data is being fetched. If I want to check, I can just go ahead and print songs before returning the widget. Then go to the debug console, and here we can already see everything shows up nicely. Now, what do I want to return over here? Well, I want to display a list view builder that is horizontally accessible. So I'm going to do list view builder. Then in the item builder, we're going to get a context and an index. And then we also need to specify the item count of the list view builder. How many items are present in this list? So we know the length. It's songs.length. And for the item builder, for every item, what do we want to build? Well, what I want to build is a big image followed by a small text written beneath it that specifies the song name followed by the artist name. So for this, I can return a column widget inside of this. The first child in this is going to be image, as I mentioned. But for this image, we're not going to use image.network. What I'm going to do is use a container. If I use a container, I can specify the width of the image. Let's say it's 180 by 180. So we have a square showing up. And after that, I'm going to specify the decoration over here, which is going to be of the type box decoration, because box decoration allows me to put something known as an image. Now this image requires me to pass in decoration image, and this again requires me to pass in an image, and this is going to be network image like this. The benefit of using this over image.network is that I can set the width and height of the image, and it's going to take that properly. It's not going to create any issues of the fit and width. Now I need to specify the URL of this. So it's going to be songs at index.image or thumbnail URL. Then I can save this entire thing, go to my devices, and I don't see anything. If I open the debug console, it's going to give me an error. Why? That's because list view builder tries to take the entire height of the screen, and it's not getting the entire height of the screen. We already have a text here. It cannot take all the height. So what I can do is tell it that, hey, you need to compromise. Just take the remaining space. But I don't want it to take the remaining space either. So what I can do is just set a manual height to this. That, hey, you shouldn't exceed this particular height. You can do whatever you want in this particular height constraint. So I'll wrap this entire thing with a size box of height 260. Now if I come back, you see my image shows up. The next thing I want to do is make sure that this is horizontally scrollable, not vertically. So here I can specify the scroll direction, which is going to be axis.horizontal, save it, and there we go. We have 3 of our images and we uploaded the same image again and again. That is why these show up. Now I need them to be of a particular fit. So I'm going to specify the fit in decoration image, which is boxFit.cover. Then save it. And there we go. This looks like a nice 180 by 180 image. Now I need some spacing between all of these widgets. So I can wrap the entire column with a padding widget. And this padding is only going to be from the left hand side, right? I don't want it from everywhere, because if I do it from everywhere, it leaves it from the bottom and from the top. I don't want that. So here I'm going to specify only, because I only want to set it from the left hand side, and it should be, let's say, 16. And now we get a similar effect, but we're not leaving any space from the top and the bottom. Now the next complaint I have with this is latest today is showing in the center. I want this to be in the left hand side. So what I can do is go at the top and here specify that the column has a cross-axis alignment of cross-axis alignment.start. Now I'm also going to remove this unnecessary const, save it, and there we go. Latest today shows up over here. Perfect. Now I need this image to be curved a little bit. So I'm going to scroll down and add a border radius to my container. So we are going to have border radius as border radius dot circular 7. Save it. And there we go. This looks good to me. After that, I need the name of the song followed by the name of the artist. So I'm going to go below this image. Here leave a height of, let's say, 5. And then again, we're going to pass in a text with songs at index dot song name. Now we are using songs at index again and again. So what I would recommend you to do is just final song is equal to songs at index. Then use the song over here, song.thumbnail URL, and this will become song.song name. Save it and it shows whoosh. That's nice. Now I want to increase its height and also its font weight. So I'm going to have style, text style, font size is going to be, let's say, 16, because I still want it to be smaller than latest today subtitle or the latest today header. And I'll specify that the font weight is the same thing as the header. So we have W700. Then we can have a constant text style, save it, and it shows whoosh. That's nice. Now again, I want this whoosh to be in the left hand side. So I'm going to go to this column now, because this column doesn't have the property cross-axis alignment.start. Now if I do that, it goes right and the left. But here's another problem. What if the text over here increases? I said that the song name has a maximum character length of 100, right? So it can exceed from here. So to resolve that, what I'm going to do is wrap this text with a sized box of width 180. If it goes beyond the size box of 180, I can set an overflow property over here, which is text overflow.ellipsis. That means if we exceed the width of 180, which is the same width occupied by this container, the text is going to go something like this, ... So let's say the song name was "This is a nice saw," and ng will be converted into ... And for this to work, I also need to specify max line, which should be 1, because if the size box has a width of 180, the text is just going to go down. I'm saying that after one line has been passed, you need to convert this into ellipsis. I hope that makes a bit of a sense. Now I can copy the size box, paste it again, and this time we're going to have song.artist. Now the width is going to be the same, max lines is going to be there, overflow is going to be there, but the color is going to change. It's not going to be pure white. The color is going to be palette.subtitle text. Then the font size is going to be smaller, so it's going to be 13. And the font weight is going to be W500. So it's more than normal, but still not quite bold. And now I can save this, come back over here, and we get our data displaying nicely over here, and that's the way I wanted it. Now what if we get an error? Let's go and manually set up this error. For that, I'll have to go to the home repository, and for this token, I'm going to pass in an extra string. Let's say A is passed over here. Then I can save it. Now obviously we are going to get a JWT error. So let me restart the entire thing, and it says token is not valid, authorization failed. Why did this text show up over here? Well, that's because if we go to the home view model, here we created a function called getAllSongs. So it got the token, it passed it to the repository. So the repository function is now run, and in the response we get a status code that is not 200. So we call the detail property on this map, and it returns it as left app failure. Now again, the control is shifted over here. Then we are doing switch response left, and it is indeed a left value. So we are throwing an error. Now when we throw an error in this future, it is handled when we do ref.watch.when, because if an error is thrown in that function, it means that we shift into an error state. And that's why it returns a center child text called error.toString. So I hope that made sense. And now let me remove the error from here before I forget, and we can close all the save files. And now I'm going to restart the app, and now we are able to display all the songs that were uploaded to the database. Now if you want, you can go to the server and limit how many songs are retrieved, because if there are like a billion songs in your application, you don't want all the billion songs to display over here, right? However, this is where I'm going to leave it. The next part we want to work on is whenever I click on any song, I want the song to start playing. Now how do I achieve that? To achieve that, we'll be using the just audio package. So we can scroll down just to see if there are any platform specific configurations, and there are. So in our Android manifest.xml file, we need to copy this permission and put it in. So let me go to Android manifest.xml. Here we have the record audio permission. Let me put in the internet permission as well. Then if we wish to connect to non-HTTPS URLs, typically HTTP, we need to add the following attribute. So let's copy this part of the application tag and put it over here. Then we can save it. And that's all the configuration we require for Android. Now we can scroll down and we'll find that there's iOS configuration as well. And here we need to describe the microphone usage description. So let me just copy that, go to the info.plist file, and as we can see, we already have this permission. So we can just save the info.plist file. The next thing is to add this section in the pod file. So let me copy this, go to the pod file, scroll down. Then over here, we are going to paste our section. That's it. Then we can save the pod file. Then again, we need to go to info.plist file and copy paste this thing. So let's go to info.plist and copy paste this thing right over here. Also, let's indent it properly. There we go. After that, make sure you add the just audio package using Dart add dependency. And now we are all set to use just audio for Android and iOS. If you want to make this app work for macOS, Windows, go ahead and do all of these things. And if you want to know more about how you can add more features to your application, you can simply read this API documentation, and you'll get a lot of classes here which will help you to do most of your work. And there's also a tutorial section which you can check out. Now coming back to our application, what should the structure of this audio playing be? Well, the thing is, whenever the user clicks on a song, we want to start playing it. Now this can be on the latest song section we just added, or the recently played music that we are going to add, or in the library page where we show our favorited music. So there are multiple places where we can run the music. So that's one point to consider, being able to run the music several places. So we are going to require some code that is reusable. After that, the next consideration is that this music should be playable from anywhere in our application except the authentication pages. For example, if I'm on the home page, I want the music to run. But if I switch to the library page, I still want the music to run, right? And if I switch to the upload song page, the song should keep running. It shouldn't just go away. It will keep running as long as you don't press pause. Let's say you also have a fourth and a fifth page. You want your music to be playable from anywhere in the application. So that's another consideration. That means if I put my song playing code in one class and then call that class anywhere in my code, it should work fine. But that class is not going to be anything. I want to persist the state in it. I want to make sure that if the song is being played from one part, it reflects in the another. For example, if I start playing the music from the library page, I still want that music slab to show up. So there's a lot of state transfer that's going to happen. So I want a centralized place of the state control for music. And for that, the obvious choice is to make a notifier for it. And we did a similar thing for the current user notifier as well. We created this provider with the sense that this user should be accessible from anywhere in our application. And the same goes for the song. The current song that is playing should be accessible from anywhere in our application. So we are going to follow a similar logic. I hope that made sense. If it doesn't, then let's write out the code and hopefully it makes sense. So here we are going to have a current song notifier.dart file. And again, it's going to be very similar stuff. So we are going to have @Riverpod followed by a class current song notifier, and that is going to extend _ current song notifier. Then we are also going to have a part file. So we have part current _song _notifier.g.dart. And before we save it, we also need a build function. Now, what is this build function going to return? Well, this build function is going to return a song model which can be null. Initially, no song is going to play, right? So we need to return null from here. So we have song model, make sure you import it, which can be null, then a build function. And initially, we are going to return null. Then we can save this file and we get an error over here because it could not resolve annotation for class current song notifier. And that's because I've not imported Riverpod annotation. Once we do that, save the file, the provider is created. Awesome. Other than that, I also want to put override for this build function. Don't forget to do that. And now what do I want to do over here? Well, I want all of my audio playing logic or the song playing logic inside of here. We're going to have just one function that will allow us to toggle between different music. And that is going to be void update song. So this void update song function is going to take in a song model from the parameters. And whenever we want to update the song playing logic, we take this song and update the state. But before updating the state, I want to make sure that audio starts playing. So for that, I'm going to import all the audio player stuff inside of here. So I'm going to create audio player over here like this and make sure you import just audio for that. So we have import just _audio followed by just audio.dart. That's it. Now this audio player is initially going to be null, but whenever the update song function is called, this audio player is initialized. And after it is initialized, we pass in the song that needs to be played. So we can simply do audio player is equal to audio player over here so that a new instance is created. We're not doing audio player is equal to audio player over here because why do we want to instantiate the audio player if the update song function is not called? So we'll just create an instance whenever a new song is added, and it's going to help us if we do it this way, because every time you update the song, you make sure a new instance is created. That means everything starts from scratch. Now, after creating a new audio player, I want to tell the audio player that, hey, this is the song you should play. So for that, I can simply do audio player dot set URL and then pass in the URL. So the URL is song dot song URL. And just doing this much and obviously awaiting this. So for this, we need the function to be asynchronous. So after doing this much, we are all set to start playing the audio player. But we're not going to take this approach. This is one of the approaches, but not the only approach. What we are going to do is create an audio source, and based on that audio source, we are going to let the audio player be created. Let me show you how we are going to do it. We are going to have a final audio source, which is going to equal to audio source dot URI, and then we need to pass in the URI. So it's going to be URI dot parse, and then we pass in the song dot song URL. And we're going to leave it at that. We'll take this audio source and set the audio player's audio source to this particular audio source. So we can do audio player dot set audio source, and then we'll pass in the audio source like this. Now this audio player is obviously not nullable because we just instantiated it. Now why are we following this approach and not taking the previous approach? That's because if we use audio source, we'll be able to pass something known as tag over here, and this tag will help us to play music in the background. We'll get to that, but this is the reason why we'll be using audio source. Also, if you want multiple songs to be lined up in the queue, audio source would be a good option. If you go to the documentation of just audio, you'll see that they have given you an example of how you can define your own playlist and start playing it. And you can see here concatenating audio source is present. And here multiple audio source URIs are present. So this way you can start playing an entire queue. So you can add that functionality in your app very easily. Now obviously we need to await this audio player set audio source, and after that I want the audio player to start playing. So I'll do audio player dot play. And this is not nullable, and I also want to await it. After that, before I forget, I'm going to set state equal to song, because now we have a current song. And notice I've only put state equal to song after we've done all of this, because there is a possibility that we run into some issue, and if we run into some issue, we don't want to update the state. Now what I want to do is whenever the user clicks on one of the latest music, I want to call this update song function. This way I'll be able to test if my logic is done correctly and if everything works fine. Now I can simply go to the songs page and call this notifier. So let's scroll up. We have return padding. So I'm going to wrap this return padding with a gesture detector widget. And in this we are going to have an on tap. And in this on tap I'm going to do ref.read. Then I'm going to read the current song notifier provider. Then I'm going to call the update song method. So let me call that. And for that I need access to the dot notifier. And now I can call the update song method. Here I can pass in the song, which I've created over here, songs at index. And then my song should start playing. So I'm going to save it. Now I'm going to start both of my applications to make sure everything is going fine on the iPhone and the Android emulator. I'll see you after both of these applications have launched. So both of our applications are now up and running. So let's see them. I'm going to click on one of these music. So let's say whoosh. And it starts playing if you can hear it. So obviously the next thing I want to do is whenever the user clicks on a music, I want a small music slab to appear over here. Now how do I do that? It's going to be very simple, right? We already have a notifier created, and that notifier is keeping track of everything. It is keeping track of the current song. It is keeping track of the instance of the audio player. So it should be a piece of cake for me to know that, hey, the song is playing, just show this music slab. So first of all, I need to create the UI of this music slab, and then we can work on the logic of displaying it whenever the user clicks on a music. So let's get into that. I'm going to close all the save files for now, go to the Explorer, and in the home feature in the widgets, we are going to create a new file called music_slab.dart. Now how is this music slab going to look like? And this is what the music slab should look like over here at the bottom. The first thing we have is the image thumbnail. After that, we have the name of the song followed by the name of the artist. Then we have a favorite option, and then an option to toggle between the playing and the pausing of the music. Now how do I achieve a thing like this? Well, first of all, we should understand that all of this are horizontally laid out. So we're going to use a row, right? Now in this row, we are going to have two more rows. The first row is going to be this part, and the second row is going to include these two things. Why are we creating two rows? Because we want this part to be on the left hand side and this part to be on the right hand side. So what I'm going to do is in the main row, I'm going to add 2 rows, and then in the main row, we are going to have main axis alignment dot space between. So this way there's space between the 2 elements of the parent row. If that doesn't make sense, let's see it in code. So what I'm going to do is create a stateless consumer widget. I already know Music Slab should have a ref. So a consumer widget is fine. Then let's import material.dart and Flutter Riverpod. Then here I'm going to listen to the current song. So if the current song is present, I want to return the entire thing. Otherwise, I don't want to display anything. So we are going to have final current song equal to ref.watch, and we are going to pass in the current song notifier provider. Now this current song is a song model that can be null. So let's put here an if condition. If current song is equal to null, return constant size box. Then we can save it, and we shouldn't be seeing anything because this Music Slab is not put anywhere in our widget tree. So let's go to the Explorer, and in the home page where we are returning pages at selected index, I'm going to show this Music Slab. So this Music Slab should appear on the bottom no matter what page we are on, the home page or the library page. So for this, what I'm going to do is wrap this pages at selected index, because this is essentially a widget that we are returning, and I'm going to wrap this with a stack. We're not going to wrap it with a column. We're going to wrap it with stack. So let's pass in stack over here. And the reason we're passing stack is because I want to use a positioned widget that will allow me to always put this Music Slab at the bottom of the page. So I can put in positioned child is going to be the Music Slab. Then I'm going to save it, and then I'm going to specify the bottom, which is 0. So that means this Music Slab is always at the bottom of the page. Now I can put a const over here, save it, and we're still not seeing anything. And if I select a music, the music is going to start playing, but we still don't see anything. And that's because we are still returning a container if the current song is not null. So instead of returning a container, let's return a row with children, and the first child is going to be the first row. So let's pass in a row again with children, and the first child of this row is going to be this image icon. And this image icon is again going to be a container where I specify a width of 48, the decoration as box decoration, and then image as decoration image, followed by the image properties, setting it to network image. Then we specify the URL, and that is equal to current song dot thumbnail URL. After we have the image done, the next thing I want to work on is displaying these two texts. And for them, we are going to use a column, right? Because they are vertically laid out. And if you see over here between the image and these two texts, we have some spacing. So we are going to leave a constant size box of width, let's say 8. And after that, we are going to have a column, and in this column children, and the first element is going to be a text, and the text is going to be current song dot song name. And we need to remove this exclamation mark because we have already established current song is not null. After this, we're going to set up the style. So the style is going to be text style, and then we increase the font size. So let's say it is 16, the font weight, which is font weight.w500. Then we can put a const over here. Then similar to this text, we are going to have another text, and that is going to be current song.artist. Then we want the font size to be 14, the font weight to be w500, and the color to be palette.subtitle text. Then we can save it. And if we go over here, we see song 3 and Bob showing up. However, they're not beginning from the start. Bob is somewhere over here. So let me pass in the cross-axis alignment of this column as cross-axis alignment.start. We save it, and there we go. Now, why is our image not loading up? Just pass in a fit and box fit of cover. So I want it to cover all the space. Alright, now I'm going to restart the entire thing. Let's click on this song. and we see that this whoosh and tailor appear over here at the bottom after the music has stopped playing. To avoid that, what we can do is go to the current song notifier and remove the await from here. So it will start playing the audio player and also set the state equal to the song. So if I save this, restart the entire app, click on whoosh tailor now, we see both of them appear automatically. But why is our image not showing up still? And that's because we have not set the height for our image, and we're not going to do that until later on, and you'll notice why. But for now, let's just go ahead with our work. We've added the two texts now. The last thing required is the next piece of row with the icon's favorite and this pause and play. So I'm going to minimize this row, then create another row which is going to have another set of children, and the first child is going to be icon button, where the onPressed is going to be an empty function and the icon is going to be icons.favorite. Now if you want, you can again use Cupertino icons because in my opinion they usually look better, and then you can take the heart icon. So let me put that over here for now. Also this is going to be const. Let me remove the comma at the end. That's it. Now we are able to see the heart icon, but they're too closely put together. So what I want to do is go to the parent row, and here I'm going to say main axis alignment dot space between. What this will do is put space between the first row and the second row. Now along with this icon button, I want another icon button, and that is going to be Cupertino icons dot play or pause fill. Depending on whether the music is playing or pausing, we'll display the icon, but for now let's just keep this one. Then I can click on a particular song, and the reason they're still together is because we've not set a width to this row. So what I'm going to do is wrap this entire parent row with a widget. Let's call it container, and we're going to use a container instead of size box for now because I know the various things we are going to add here. The first thing is height, so let's pass in 66. Then the width, and the width is going to be media query dot of context dot size dot width. So this way we are occupying the entire width on the device. Then I can save it, and you see everything goes towards the end. Also our image appears now. As I said, the reason this image was not appearing over here was because I had not set the height. Now that the parent widget's height is 66, this height is also 66 and it shows up. The next thing I want to do is set up the color of this container. So in the decoration, I'm going to pass in the box decoration, the color, and the color we have with current song is the hex code. I want to convert that hex to a normal color. And to do that, we can simply call the hex to color function from the utils.dart file. Remember, we created that. And now we can simply do current song.hex code. Now I can save it, and we see the color, and that's perfect. The next thing I want to do is set up the padding over here. You might notice that our song 3 and Bob are showing up at the top. We need to move that to the center, so we can do that in the column. But along with that, they're too stuck over the top. So I want some padding to be present, and this way the image will also be resized, and that's good. So here I'm going to specify the padding property, which is going to be constant edgeinsets.all. We'll pass in 9, save it, and there we go. So this looks much similar to this now. A padding was added all around over here. After that, in the column where we mentioned the two text fields, I'm going to specify the main axis alignment as main axis alignment.center, just to be sure that they're always in the center. So these look great, but if you notice, this icon is not pure white color. So let me change that to pure white. So in the icon, we are going to specify the color, which is palette.white color. We can save that, and I'll do the same thing for the heart icon also. So we have white color showing up for both of them. Perfect. The second last change I want to make here is this border radius of the image should change. Here it is rounded. I want it to be rounded again. So let's go to the decoration image and specify the border radius property. And it's going to be border radius dot circular. Let's pass in the value to be 4, then save it. And that's great. Also, you can see that a purple color shows up, the color we selected. And if I click on whoosh, white color shows up because we had manually set it to FFFFF. And now if I click on new one, it displays a blue color, and that's great. The next change I want to make is, if you see over here, this music slab takes the entire width. I don't want it to take the entire width. So let's reduce the width by going to the container and setting the width to be whatever the device width is, minus 16. And this way we have some space left from here. Now I notice that this thing over here is too squarey. I again want to round this thing off. So in the decoration, I'm going to pass in the border radius to be border radius dot circular, and then we can pass in, let's say, 4. Then I can save it, and this is more rounded and looks better. Now the final thing that we need in this music slab is this part over here, the part that shows the progress of how much music has been played. How do I add that? Well, the thing is, it's not a part of this container. It is a separate widget that we'll have to create. So my plan is to wrap this entire row with a stack widget. Once I wrap it with a stack widget, I'll be able to add a widget of positioned 0, which will allow me to put a widget right at the bottom. To make you understand this, let's write it in code. We're going to wrap this entire container with a stack widget. So let me put stack over here. Then we can minimize this for a bit and then go down. Here we're going to have 2 widgets returned. 2 position widgets with the container that looks exactly the same, but only the color is different. One color is going to be this grayish color you can see, which shows that this is how much music is left, and the other position widget is going to be a white color, which tells, hey, I've gone through this much song already. So let's pass in position. The child is going to be a container where the height is going to be 2. The width right now is going to be any static value. Later on, we are going to change it to a dynamic piece of code. And after that, I'm going to set the decoration of this container to box decoration. In this box decoration, we can specify a color, which is palette.white color, because I want to show how much music has already been tracked. Let's put a const over here. And now if I go to the music slab, you can see the white piece of label over here. I want to set it to the bottom. So what I can do is set position to bottom 0. And now it comes over here. Perfect. If you notice in this image carefully, there is some space left from the left hand side. So let me do that as well. I'm going to set left equal to 8, and then it starts from over here. Now I can take this position widget and paste it again. Now it's going to be at the exact same position, bottom 0, left 8, container's height is going to be 2. But instead of showing palette.white color, I'm going to have palette.inactive seek color. Then I can save it, come over here, and we're not able to notice anything. So let me set the width to be media query.offContext.size.width. And this time we're going to set it to minus 32. Because if we set it to width, it's going to take this entire screen width. So it's going to exceed the music slab itself. Because this was media query.offContext.size.width minus 16. If I do 32, it's going to end before that. Now I'm going to save it. I come over here and I'm able to see the inactive seek color as well. Now if you want to get more fancy, you can see that this thing over here is also a border radius. So let me add the border radius, very small details. So let's add border radius dot circular, and then we'll pass in 7. So this can't be a const anymore. Let's save that. Let's copy this border radius and paste it again. Again, we'll remove the const, and that's it. A small difference we cannot notice, but let's see if I user scan, right? Now the next thing is to start working on the functionalities of this audio player. Whenever I click on this, the music should play and pause and the icon should change. And also when the music is playing, the progress bar should keep moving ahead. So we need to calculate that dynamically. Let's remove the screenshot from here and start working on that. So how do I manage this play and pause thing? My idea is that I'll go to the current song notifier, and over there, I'm going to keep track of if the music is playing or if it's not playing. If the music is playing, I'll just set the variable is playing to true. Otherwise, whenever the user clicks on the pause button, it stops the music. So let's go to the current song notifier and over here create a variable bool is playing and set it equal to false initially. Then I can create a function to play and pause the music. So we have play, pause, and over there I'm going to check if is playing is true. Then I want to pause the audio player. So I'll do audio player dot pause like this. Now this audio player can be null and I can call the pause function without making sure that this is not null. So let me do that. And if the music is not playing, then I want to start the audio player. So I can simply do audio player dot play. And notice how I've not put await over here. Whenever we put await, it plays the entire song and only then changes the state or only then executes the code further. But I want the code to execute further. And now that I've toggled between the playing and pausing, I want to change is playing variable, right? So I'll do is playing is equal to not is playing. So if is playing was true, it would mean that it would pause the audio player and set is playing to the opposite value of true, which is false. So now is playing is equal to false. But just doing this much is not enough because all of this runs, but a provider listening is not triggered. That means any UI changes will not take place. Audio player will pause and play. That's fine. But the UI won't change and I want the UI to change. So what I can do is change the state so that the listeners of this provider are triggered and the UI rebuilds. But I don't really want to change the value of the state, right? So how can I set state to a different value? Well, I can just do something like this. State is equal to state dot copy with, and I set the hex value to be state dot hex code. That's it. Now I'll just put a question mark over here and a question mark over here. And with this, we are able to trick Riverpod into thinking that, hey, we have changed the state, just trigger the listeners of this provider. So this way we'll be able to see the UI changes. I've not done this thing over here, state is equal to state, because probably Riverpod has a check inside that will check if it's the same instance or not. If I do state is equal to state.copyWith, we are returning a new song model. So Riverpod thinks that this is a new state because of which the UI rebuild will take place. Now even in the update song function, I want the is playing part to be present because as soon as I play the music, I want is playing to set to true. So I'll do is playing is equal to true. So the audio player starts. Now the song or the audio is playing and we set state equal to, so the UI rebuild will take place. Now we can come back to the music slab, open this container, go to the second row widget where we have defined our Cupertino icons.heart and Cupertino icons.playfill. Now I'm going to add a condition here. So let me remove the const and then I'm going to check if the song notifier is playing. So I need to create an instance of song notifier. Here I've created an instance of current song notifier provider, which gives me a song model, but I don't have an instance of song notifier. So I can simply do final song notifier is equal to ref.read song notifier provider. If you want, you can do watch over here, but I prefer read because I want to access the notifier property. Then I get access to the instance of current song notifier class, and now I can check if it is playing because I have made is playing over here as a Boolean variable that is publicly accessible. Now if it is playing, then I want to display Cupertino icons dot pausefill, right? So I can simply do that. Otherwise it is not playing, so we want to start the music, so we have playfill. Now if we start a music, let's say song 3, we see this icon showing up. Now I want to attach my play pause method to this onPressed. So I can simply do song notifier dot play pause and pass it in like this. Now if I restart the entire application, click on song 3 again, click on pause, it pauses the music and the music pauses. If I click on it again, music starts playing again. I can pause and it pauses. So that means everything's working fine with the play and pause method. Now I want to show the actual progress down here. Now, how do I do that? Well, to do that, if we go to the current song notifier, we'll see that audio player already has some things set up for us. To track what audio we are on, we can simply do something like audio player dot position, and it will give me the duration. So that means what position is the song playing part on. And if I want it in a stream format, it can give me the stream as well. And that's exactly what I want. I want to be continuously updated with the progress because the music is going to keep moving, right? So I can access this position stream and cause changes over here. And for this, I can obviously go ahead and use the stream provider or the stream notifier that is provided by the Riverpod package. But I'm not going to do that. I'm simply going to use stream builder. Also, I'm not going to use the ref.watch current song notifier provider .audio player .position stream, because whenever the position of the music changes, it would mean this entire thing is going to rebuild. And I don't want this entire thing to rebuild. I only want this section to rebuild, because this is the only section that should be updated whenever there's progress in the music, not the entire widget. So I'm going to wrap stream builder with this widget and do all of my things over here. So let me wrap this positioned widget with a stream builder. I'm going to remove this generic type, and the stream over here is going to be song notifier .audio player .duration stream. And this audio player is not going to be null, but if you want, you can pass in null over here as well. Doesn't really matter. After that, I'm going to check if the connection is well established. So we have snapshot.connectionState equal to connectionState.waiting. After that, we are going to return a constant size box because we are still loading. If it's still loading, no point in showing anything. Assuming the connection is established, we want to get the actual position. So to get the actual position, we can do snapshot.data because that data contains the actual duration value. And this is the duration that's going to continuously change. Now to show the progress of how much music has already been completed, I need to get the actual duration of the song. Is the song 8 seconds long, 3 minutes long, 2 minutes long? What is it? So to get that, I can do final duration equal to song notifier dot audio player dot duration. And now I can create a variable double slider value, which is equal to position divided by duration. And obviously we cannot divide two durations by each other. So what I can do is position.in milliseconds divided by duration in milliseconds. Now this position and this duration both can be null. So I'll just add a check over here. If position is not equal to null and duration is not equal to null, we want to execute this piece of code. But if we do this, we won't be able to access the slider value outside of this if condition. So what I can do is extract the slider value outside of the if condition over here and set it equal to 0.0. Then if they are not null, which is highly likely, we can set slider value equal to these two things. Then we can save that, and then I can pass the slider value as the width. But just doing that isn't enough, because right now it's going to be in some form of fraction. It's going to be in between the value of 0 and 1, because whatever position we are on, let's say 1 second, and the duration is 8 seconds. So 1 divided by 8 is going to give us a fraction that's less than 1. The maximum possible slider value is 1 and the lowest possible value is 0. So it lies between the value of 0 to 1. And that's a good thing. Slider value is between 0 to 1, so I can control my width on the basis of that. I can specify width as slider value into media query of context.size.width. So let me pass that over here and save it. Now obviously the inactive part is media query of context.size.width minus 32. So what I can do is multiply the slider value with minus 32. Then save it. As you can see, the value shows that it's at the end. And the reason we get this white line showing up is because we have passed in duration stream over here instead of position stream. Let me fix that really quickly. Then click on save and you see we're over here. So that might seem we've hard coded it, but if I run the music, it moves ahead and it does it very smoothly because we're using Stream Builder, right? And as soon as we get done, we have the music ending and the entire gray line disappears. But we have a bug to fix over here. What is the bug? Whenever the music stops, what I want to do is set this is playing to false. And also I want to set this position to 0 again and pause the music, obviously. How do I do that? For that, all I need to do is go to the current song notifier. After that, in this update song method itself, I'm going to add audio player. And this time it's not going to be nullable. And we are going to listen to the player state stream. And we are going to actually call the listen method on it. In this listen method, we are going to get some form of state. So let me get that. And what is the state that we are getting? It is of the type player state. And if I do state dot, we see playing processing state as variables. So it tells us what state the audio player is in. Has it completed the music? Is it still playing the music? Or has it paused the music? So all of that can be retrieved using the state. And I'm using the listen method and using the stream because as soon as the processing state hits the end, I want to set the audio player to start from the beginning, pause the music, and make sure that this icon over here changes back to the play icon. So here I'm going to add a condition if state.processing state is equal to processing state dot completed. That means we have completed the entire thing. Then we also have buffering. We have idle. That means player has not loaded an audio source. And we have loading. That means the player is loading an audio source. And then we have ready. That means we have audio available and we can play it. So let's pass in completed. That's the thing we are interested in. And as soon as it hits the completed state, I want audio player to go at the beginning. So to do that, we can do audio player.seek 0. And obviously we need to pass in duration. So let me pass in duration.0. Then we can do audio player.pause so that it pauses the music. Even now it's pausing the music, but just to make sure. And we want to set is playing equal to false because we have stopped playing now. And now if I save it, restart the entire application, it is going to start from the beginning again, but it's not going to change the icon over here. Why? That's because I've not triggered the listeners. Over here, we triggered the listeners because if we didn't put this icon wouldn't update. So I'm going to do a similar thing over here. We're going to trick Riverpod into thinking that, hey, we have changed the state. So just give me a UI update. And now you see we get an error over here. And this error exists because this state, which is player state, clashes with the state that is provided by Riverpod. So to access the state provided by Riverpod, I can simply do this dot state. This refers to the instance of the current song notifier class. And this way, this dot state is equal to this dot state dot copy with this dot state dot hex code. Now I can save the file, restart the entire app. Let's do it for Pixel Emulator just to make sure it works over there. Let's click on Bob and we have Bob displaying and everything works fine. I can pause it over here, play it, and it works smoothly. And as soon as we complete the song, this part changes. So we are back on the pause state. Our song progress changes so that we can start from the beginning again. And now I can play it again. And it changes nicely. I can do the same on the Android emulator and we'll be able to actually hear it. And there we go. Everything works fine. Now the next thing I want to work on is whenever I click on this particular music slab, I want the entire music player to appear, which gives me multiple options like pausing and playing again, and also the ability to change what part of the music I'm listening to. Then we also have the option to move to the next song or go to the previous song. However, we won't be implementing the features of that. If you want, you can do so by using concatenating audio source. We'll not be doing that. And obviously we are going to have a nice gradient that makes our app look pretty cool. So let me close all the save files. We're going to go to the Explorer. In the widgets, we are going to create a new widget. Let's call this music_player. player.dart. And now let's create our widget. So we are going to return a stateless consumer widget here, and let's call this music player. And we need to import Flutter Riverpod and material.dart file. After that, I'm going to return a scaffold here. And in this scaffold, the first thing we'll have is a body. And in this body, we're going to pass in another column. And in this column, we are going to have multiple children. So what are the children? Well, first of all, this image is going to be present. After that, these two pieces of text, this heart icon, then the seeking option, and there are two pieces of text also available over here. And after that, all of these controls followed by these controls right over here. So there are multiple elements. Let's focus on the first one, that is the image. So for the image, we are again going to do the same thing as before. Container, decoration, box decoration. Then we are going to pass in the image attribute, and this image is going to be decoration image. And in that, we are going to pass in the network image. Now this network image is going to have a URL, and we are going to take that from the constructor. So we'll take the entire song model from the constructor, because we'll also require the artist name, the song name, the color. So all of that can be put in over here. After that, I can take the song model and call songmodel.thumbnail URL. Then I can save this file so that it formats everything. Whenever the user clicks on this music slab, the music player needs to appear. So for that, I'll go to musicslab.dart and then wrap this entire widget with a gesture detector widget. And in that, we are going to have onTap, and in the onTap, we are going to have navigator.offContext.push, and then we'll pass in material page route. Then we are going to get access to the builder, context, and then we are going to return the music player widget. Then we need to pass in the song model, and the song model can be current song. And since this current song is going to be ref.watch current song notifier provider, what I can do is go to music player, and instead of taking it from the constructor, what I can do is simply take this final current song and paste it over here. Then I need to import current song notifier provider, and this way I have access to the song. So I can do current song.thumbnail URL, and I'm sure that this song model is not going to be null. Then I can save this, go to the music slab again, remove the song model and put a const before returning music player. After that, I'll put a semicolon and we're done. Now, if I click on the song 3, a new page appears and our image is not showing up because we have not specified the height and width. Also, we have not specified the fit of this image. So let me do box fit dot, let's say cover. We can save that. And instead of specifying a height to this container, what I'm going to do is use the concept of expanded widget. So if you see, there are multiple elements over here, and many a times we need quite a lot of spacing. Now, instead of doing it manually using size box height 20, what I'm going to do is divide the spaces in terms of flex. So let's say in total we have 10 parts over here. I'll make sure that this image gets 5 part of the 10. This text and this text gets like 1 or 2. This part gets like 1. This part gets 2, and so on. So I'm going to divide all of this into, let's say, 10-15 pieces, and I'm going to give each of them that particular space. This way our UI is quite responsive because it will work on any screen size, especially the way we want it to work. So what I mean is I can simply wrap this container with an expanded widget where I pass in the flex, and the flex is, let's say, 5. So that means it will take 5 portions in the entire column. Now here's the thing, there are only 5 parts created as of now. As and when I add more flexes, this image is going to take the proper size. For example, the next thing I'm going to add is this section over here, and I'm going to say that this section should take up like 4 pieces. So this way in total there are 9 pieces. So we have a proper division done. So if I save this file and come over here, you see it takes the entire height of the screen because there are only 5 portions present. However, if I add another widget, and this widget is going to be a column, and in this column we are going to have a row because we have 2 elements, the name of the song and artist plus the icons.favorite. So let's pass in a column over here with, let's say, children. And the first child is going to be row. And in this row, the first element is going to be column because we need to pass in the name of the song and the name of the artist. So let's pass in text. Then we have current song dot song name. And then we'll pass in the style, text style. And for that, we need to pass in color. So the color is going to be palette.white color. Then we need font size. So that's going to be 24 and font weight, which is going to be font weight.w700. Then we can save the file, put const for the text style. And now I'm going to copy this text and paste it again. This time we are going to pass an artist. Then the color is going to be palette.subtitle text. The font size is going to be 16 and the font weight is going to be font weight.w600. Then we can save it. Here we have song 3 and Bob showing up. And they show up horizontally laid out because we have not put it in a column. So let me wrap both of these things with a column widget. So let's pass in children and the first and the second child are going to be these texts. I hope that makes sense. Again, just to make sure you understand, all of these elements are vertically laid out. So I've put in a column and after that we have a row because we have elements lined up this way. Now the first element of this row is going to be a column because we have the song name and the artist name. After that, in the row, we are going to put icons.favorite. So in this row, after the column, I can pass in icon, button, and then the onPressed is going to be an empty function, and the icon is going to be Cupertino icons dot heart. Then we can put a const before this icon, save it, and yeah, if we come over here, this is how our row looks like. And again, we have the same issue as we had in the music slab. The row is only taking this much space. We want it to take the entire space. So to fix that, we can wrap this entire row with a size box saying the width is mediaquery.offContext.size.width. But there's another approach I want to show, and that is over here before returning the icon button, but in the row itself, what I'm going to do is pass in constant size box, but just doing that isn't enough. So what I'm going to do is wrap the size box with an expanded widget. So that means the size box is going to take how much ever width it can take. And this way, everything is spaced out properly. I hope that makes sense. We have simply told that these texts are present, this icon button is present, and in between of them, we want as much width as you can take to be present. So it takes that. So this is yet another option you can take on. After that, I'm going to wrap this entire column with an expanded widget. And in this expanded widget, I'm going to specify flex as, let's say, 4. Then I'm going to save it. And you see the image shows up over here and the song details are appearing over here. It's starting to take shape. This is 5 and it's taking the remaining space of 4. Now, before we move further, I want to make some change. First of all, add padding to this image. I wanted to leave some space from the top. So what I can do is wrap this entire container with a padding widget where I specify edge insets.symmetric. From the vertical side, I'm going to leave a padding of 30. Then I'm going to save the file. I'll come back over here and I see this. Now, why did I do that? I did that because I wanted some space over here and at the top, because I don't want it to be perfectly lined up. Now you might say you could use safe area, right? And that would have solved the issue. But the thing is, I'm going to add an app bar later on in the application because I want this icon to be present, which will allow me to close this player. So that's why I've put in a padding. Another thing I need is some padding from the left and the right hand side. To do that, I can wrap the entire column with a container widget, or what I can do is wrap the entire scaffold with a padding widget. If I wrap the entire scaffold with a padding widget, even my app bar icon that I'll add later on will be shifted a little bit to the right, and that's a good thing. That's what I want. So let me wrap the scaffold with a padding widget, and in this we are going to have edge insets.only horizontal, because from the left and the right hand side I want a spacing of, let's say, 24. And actually I should be using symmetric, not only. After that we can save the file, and yeah, This is how it looks. Decent enough. Next thing I want to do is make this image curved a little bit. So I can go to the decoration image and here specify the border radius, and this border radius is going to be border radius.circular, let's say 10. Then save it, and yeah, there we go. After that, over here in our song name, we want both of this to be starting from the beginning. So what I can do is go to the column where we have specified both of the texts. I can pass the cross-axis alignment there to be cross-axis alignment.start. We can save it, and this looks nice. After that, I want to add the seek option. And if you notice below the seek option, we have two texts that display the position and the duration. So I'm going to return a column. Let me go down over here. I'm going to add another column. And in this column, we are going to have children. The first child is going to be a slider. Why a slider? Because I want this kind of UI to appear. And this kind of UI can be easily made using slider. And in this slider, we're going to have a value. So let's say the value is 0.5 as of now. And in onChanged, we are going to get a value and we need to do something based on that. That's it. Now, if I come back, our slider shows up over here. That's nice. There are multiple changes I want to make. For example, the color of the slider shouldn't look purple. It should look pure white. After that, the inactive color, the color we have not gone over, should look something like gray, but not exactly gray. And also, this thumb color that we see over here should change. And we probably also want to change the height. So let's make all of those changes. To do that, we need to wrap our slider with a widget known as slider theme. And here we need to specify our data, which is going to be slider theme dot of context dot copy with, and then we specify the active track color. So the active track color will be palette dot white color. Then the inactive track color, which is going to be palette dot white color, but with an opacity added, and that opacity is going to be, let's say, 0.117. That's a value I experimented with and got to it. After that, I can save the file and we come over here. This looks decent enough, but still a few changes to be made. For example, this thumb color needs to be changed. So let's pass in the thumb color, which is palette dot white color. After that, I also need to change the track height. So I'll change the track height to, let's say, 4. Then I can save it and this looks good enough. After this, we are going to add a row which is going to contain these two values, the position and after that the duration. So after this column, we are going to have a row, and in this row we are going to have children, and the first child is going to be text. And this text is going to display the position we are at. So let's say 0 minutes and 0 seconds, or let's say 0 minutes and 5 seconds. After that, we need to style this text. So let's pass in a text style, and obviously that's going to be color palette.subtitle text, font size of 13, and font weight of font weight, and this time it's going to be less than normal. So it's going to be font weight.w300. Then I can copy this text and paste it again, and let's say the total duration is 10 seconds. Then we have palette.subtitle text, font size 13. So everything looks good. After that, I can put a const to this row. Obviously, this is not going to be const later on because we are going to have dynamic values set up. But for now, we are able to see the two texts, but they're stuck together. So to change that, we can specify the main axis alignment, or we can again pass in an expanded widget. So we have constant expanded, then we pass in the size box, and that's it. Then we can remove the const. And yeah, this is it. So 0.5 and 0.10 show up, but here's the problem. 0.5 and 0.10 are showing up quite at the bottom, and there's so much space left between the slider and the text. And that's because of this thumb. So this thumb is taking up a lot of space, which puts this text way below and makes it seem as if they're not connected. So to change that, we can go to the slider, and in this data, we can pass in overlay shape, and it's going to be slider component shape.noOverlay. So this way, there is no overlay and both of them are connected to each other. Or at least it feels they're connected to each other. Now after this, I need to add these control options, playing the music, going back, going ahead. So let's get out of this row widget, then add a constant size box of height 15. Then we are going to have a row again, and in this row we are going to have children, and the first child is going to be this shuffle option. And for this, we'll be using custom images to make our buttons. So you can go to the assets mentioned in the description below, download them and add it to your project. So I'm going to open my Explorer. Here I have assets images. I'm going to copy the new images that I want, the new 4 images that are next song, previous song, repeat and shuffle. And since I've already mentioned assets images in my pubspec.yaml file, all of these images should be registered. Now coming back to our design, we can simply type here image.asset. Then we are going to pass in assets / icons, and then the name of the icon, which is shuffle.png. After that, I can save the file. Also, let's minimize the Explorer. And I see unable to load asset. That's because it's asset images shuffle.png. And now I'm able to see the shuffle icon. That's good. Then I also need to make sure that the color over here is palette.white color. Then I can save it again. No visible difference. And I'll also add another thing, that is the padding widget. So I'll wrap it with a widget called padding. Padding is going to be edgeinsets.all, and then I'm going to pass in the 10 value. So this way I have padding from all the sides, including the top and the right hand side. So that's nice. After that, we are going to have previous song.png file, and it's going to be very similar to this. So let me copy and paste. So we have previous -song.png. Let me save it. And that's because I misspelled the image. So let me pass in the misspelled name over here and have my image showing up. After this, we are going to add an icon button. The onPressed is going to be empty, and this time the icon is going to be the proper Cupertino icons.playCircle that we used earlier. We are not using an image for this. So we have icon Cupertino icons.playCircle fill. So let me pass that in. Then we can save the file. Also put a const over here. And if I come back over here, this is quite a small icon. So let me enlarge this. To enlarge this, I'm going to specify the icon size, which is 80. And also let's pass in the color, which is palette.white color, just in case it's not already white. Then we can save it, come back, and this looks nice. Now I'm again going to copy this and paste it over here. This time, instead of previous song, we are going to have next song. Save it, come back. Yep, this is looking good. After this, we need the last option, which is to loop the music. And for that, we are going to use the repeat.png. Then we can save it. And brilliant. Now what I'm going to do is specify the main axis alignment of this row. So we have main axis alignment dot space between. Save it. And everything's spread out properly. Everything's looking good. After that, I'm going to leave some space and add the final layer, which is this 2 icons. So let me take this size box, put it below the row. Then we have a height of 25. Then we have a row. And in that row, we are going to have children. And the first child is going to be, well, similar to the earlier icons, we are going to have a padding widget with image.asset. So let me copy and paste that. And for this also, we need the images. So you can open the Explorer, go to the assets images again, take these two and paste it over here, playlist and connect device. Now you are going to find all of the list of images in the assets mentioned in the description. So you can just download them and use it whenever you want. But make sure you have all of this. So coming back to our application, we are going to change this repeat to connect device.png, save it. And we see our nice icon showing up. After that, we are again going to have the same widget pasted, but this time it's going to be playlist.png. Then we can again save it, come back over here. Now we need space between these two things. So I can specify constant size box and wrap the size box with an expanded widget so that it takes the entire width. And doing that should make sure everything's working fine. Now the next thing I want to do is add an app bar that contains this icon. So to do that, I'm going to go right at the top. And when we return a scaffold, we are going to set an app bar. In this app bar, we are going to specify the leading widget, and it's going to be what we have already seen before, a padding followed by an image inside of it. So let me copy this entire thing and paste it over here. Now in this image asset, I'm going to pass in pull down arrow.png. It should be installed in your assets. Then we can save the file, restart the entire app. Let's click on a music, go to the music player, and we see our icon showing up. That's nice. Now this icon is way off from where I want it to be. So what I'm going to do is wrap this padding widget with another widget. Let's call it transform.translate. And here I'm going to specify the offset. And this offset is going to be constant offset. Then the dx is going to be -15, dy is 0. So horizontally on the left hand side, 15. So this way our icon moves over here. Let's test this on the iOS device as well. So I'm going to click on one of the songs, then open the player, and it looks good. The next thing I want to do is add a linear gradient throughout this entire screen. Now you'll notice that this gradient starts right from the top, goes to the bottom, including the app bar. So instead of returning a padding over here, we're going to wrap it with the container widget. Container already has a padding property, but it also has another property, which is decoration. So we can pass in box decoration. Then we can specify the gradient, which is going to be linear gradient. And then we can specify the colors. So the colors is going to be, first of all, hex to color function that is coming from the utility. And we specify the hex of the current song that's playing, which is current song dot hex code. And this is not going to be null. After that, we can specify constant color value, and that is going to be 0xFF121212. This is a color that's going to give that black effect at the end. And if we do this much, we hope it works, and it doesn't. Why? That's because this container is trying to enforce the colors on the descending widgets. And when it's trying to do so, it does show up the colors over here. But later on, the widgets have their own color, especially the scaffold, which is scaffold background color, which we defined in the theme.dart. If you go here, we defined scaffold background color. So it's taking that color. But this color over here, the gradient shows up on the left hand side. That's because we have added a padding to the container widget. If you notice, we have a padding here. So it is able to display the colors, but when it goes to the actual scaffold, it's not able to show it, because it then gets overridden by the actual scaffold background color. To avoid that, what we can do is in the scaffold set the background color equal to palette.transparent color. Once we do that, save the file, you see the entire scaffold is now covered, but the app bar isn't. So we also need to set the app bar color to palette.transparent. So let me pass in background color, which is palette.transparent. Once I do that, everything is now covered. But it's not looking the same thing as this one, right? And that's because in our linear gradient, the begin value is alignment.center left and center right. So it's going from left to right. I want it to go from top to bottom. So I'm going to change the begin value to alignment.top center and end to alignment bottom center. After that, our UI looks very similar to this one. Now we also need to fix the alignment issues over here, and that exists because if I scroll down in our column, we have first expanded widget which takes flex 5, and in our second we have expanded which takes flex 4. But after that we have defined more columns, and we don't want to do that. We have segregated our column into two expanded only. One is 4 and one is 5. Now all of the things that I've defined here, like the slider, the duration, and the control options, all of those are going to be cut from here, and we're going to put that in the column of the expanded flex 4 widget. So I'm going to scroll down, and after this row, I'm going to paste all of this. Once I save it, my UI looks like this. Now why didn't this work earlier? Earlier it didn't work because we were passing in flex 4 for this container and flex was 5 for this one. So that means out of the 9 portions that were divided, 5 went to this expanded, 4 went to this, and the rest were taken away by the next options, by these text widgets, these sliders, and these control options, because of which we got a messed up UI. Now this looks good, but still there are a few changes I want to make. And by few, I mean only one change. Between this slider and this artist name, I want some space to be present. So I can scroll down, find the artist. And after this row, I can pass in constant sized box of height, let's say 15. Also for the heart icon, I'm going to pass in the color as palette.white color, then save the file. And yeah, this looks much better. Now the next thing is the UI functionality. I need to work on that. So whenever I click on this, the entire music player should go down. For that, I'm going to scroll to the top, and here I'm going to wrap my padding widget with an inkwell widget or a gesture detector widget, whatever you prefer. Then I'm going to specify the on-tap property, and here it's just going to be a simple navigator.pop. Then I'm going to restart the entire app on Pixel Emulator, iPhone Simulator. When I click on the song, I'll open the music player, and then I can click on this particular icon and it pops. So that's nice. This is working fine. But here's another problem. I don't want this splash to appear over here. How do I avoid that? To avoid that, I can simply use gesture detector. But still, if you want to use inkwell widget, you can make some changes. You can set the highlight color over here to be palette.transparent. After that, the focus color can be palette.transparent as well. Then the splash color can be palette.transparent. After that, I can save it. Now, if I click over here, it works just like gesture detector. I've made sure that none of the splash effects can be seen. Another thing I would like to change is whenever I click on this music slab, I want some sort of animation to appear. It shouldn't feel like a new screen is opening, right? As of now, it's feeling like I'm clicking on this music slab and there's a right to left animation which makes me feel like a new page is being opened. I don't want that. I want it to feel as if I'm opening this music slab widget as it is. So it should have an animation from bottom to top, and there should be a hero animation between this image and this image. So it gives a sense of connectivity. To do that, I can simply go to music slab, then wrap my container with a hero widget, and this hero is going to take in a tag, and the tag is, let's say, music-image. Now make sure you remember this tag, because even in the music player, we'll have to wrap our image with a hero widget and then specify the tag, which is going to be music-image tag. So the tag should be the same so that when we navigate from one page to another, Flutter automatically does the job for us, knowing that, hey, this hero widget and this hero widget have the same tag. So we need to animate these two images. So let's restart everything and hopefully it works. So let me select a song. Then I can click on the music slab, and you see we do have an animation appearing. That's nice. If we see it on the Pixel Emulator, click on the music slab, we do see animation appearing. And if you notice closely, on the Pixel Emulator, or in general Android emulators, have a navigation from bottom to top. And when we have a navigation from bottom to top, it looks way better than the animation over here when we do it on iOS Simulator, which opens it from right to left. So let me do a page transition such that we open the image from bottom to top, no matter what device we are using, Android or iOS. So let's go to the music slab.dart file, and when we have a gesture detector over here, navigator of context.push material page route, instead of returning a material page route, we are going to return a page route builder. Then we are going to get a page builder here, which is going to give us context, then animation, and then secondary animation. Now from this page builder function, I need to return what widget we'll be navigating to. So I'm going to return a constant music player because that's the page I'm going to. Then we also need a transitions builder, which means where we are going to transition So we are going to get context, animation, secondary animation, and the child. So the child is going to be whatever it's returned from the page builder. And the transition builder, I want to go from bottom to top. So I'm going to create a tween here. So we are going to have final tween equal to tween. And here we can specify the beginning and the ending value. Beginning is 0.0, ending is 1.0. Let me specify end over here. And now I can change this tween to make sure it is curving. So we have curve tween. Then we can pass in a curve, which is curves.easeIn. Simple. Now a tween was created. Now I need to make sure that this tween runs. So I'm going to do animation.drive. This animation is coming from this transitions builder. So we can pass in the tween over here. Now, if you're wondering how this code is working, I would recommend you to watch the video on animations present on the channel that covers all of these things. Now, we already have the offset animation set up. All I need to do is return slide transition because it is sliding, right? We're sliding from the bottom to the top. So the position is going to be this offset animation, and the child is going to be the child that we get from the parameter. And we notice over here that the position requires animation offset, and we have a tween of double. So an animation of integer is created. Now to create an offset, all I need to do is pass in the begin value as offset 1, 0. So that means the dx is 1, the dy is 0. And for the ending, we are going to have offset.0. And actually offset 1, 0 doesn't make sense. It should be 0, 1. Why? Because consider it in terms of a graph. Okay. Let's say you have a graph like this. 1, 0 is somewhere over here because x is 1, y is 0. So we are going from 1 to 0 to 0. So it's going to create an animation from right to left. We don't want that. Instead, what we want is 0, 1. That means we are over here, and we go to 0. That means an animation that goes from top to bottom. So let's pass in 0, 1, save the file. Then we can click on this music player, and there we go. It works as we want it to work now. You can also set a duration over here if you want to, but I'm fine with this. Now I can close the music slab, and in the music player, we can actually work on the functionalities. First is the playing and pausing of music. This should be pretty easy because we've already covered this. We can simply go to the top of the music player and here, just like before, create a song notifier instance, which is equal to ref.read current song notifier dot notifier. Then we can take the song notifier and use this to call the function play pause. So I can go to this icon button, play pause icon button, and here I'm going to specify the on pressed as song notifier dot play pause. Then we can remove the const from the icon and check if song notifier dot is playing. Then I want to show a pause icon. So we have Cupertino icons dot pause circle fill. Then I can save it. Now if I click on this icon, I'm able to play the music. I click on it again, I'm able to pause the music. Play, pause, and that's nice. Now I need to show the real progress of this music. And to do that, we've already seen what we need to do. We need to wrap this slider widget with a stream builder. But I'm not just going to wrap this slider widget with a stream builder. I'm also going to take this row, put it inside of the column, and wrap the entire column with a stream builder. Why? That's because if we see this position and duration widget, we also need to get track of this, right? And every second they update, I want to update this as well. So along with the slider, this text is also going to update. And again, the reason we are using stream builder and not using the listen option is because of the rebuild issue. Because if we use listen, we'll have to call setState on the entire widget and the entire widget will rebuild unnecessarily. I only want this column to rebuild whenever we have a new value. So let me wrap this entire column with a stream builder. Then the stream is going to be song notifier dot audio player dot position stream. Then I'm going to have if snapshot dot connection state is equal to connection state dot waiting. Then we are going to return a constant size box. And then we are going to do our calculation. And our calculation is going to be pretty similar to what we have done earlier. So what I'm going to do is go to the search option. Here specify stream builder. And in the music slab, we notice we have created a stream builder. I'm going to copy paste exactly that. So I'm going to copy this final position, duration, slider value, this if condition, all of that, and paste it right over here. Now remember that our slider value was between 0 and 1. And this is very helpful, especially when I'm using slider over here, because our value is going to be between 1 and 0 as well. Because here I'm going to specify that the minimum value it can take is 0 and the maximum value it can take is 1. And now the actual value is going to be slider value. So this way we are going to get the actual progress shown, and that's really nice. Now, if I restart both of the devices, then click on a song, go over here, you see the seek is updating. If I pause the music, it pauses, then it again starts. If I stop, it again stops. Perfect. The next thing I want to do is whenever I take the slider and slide it across, the value should come back to that value. To do that, I can specify the onChanged over here. So that can be slider value equal to the new value. So let's say I went from year to year, this onChanged is going to run and set the slider value equal to this value. And then I'm also going to run the function of onChangeEnd. That is going to give me the real value. And this onChangeEnd function is run whenever the user is done selecting a new value for the slider. The difference between onChanged and onChangeEnd is that onChanged is called whenever you drag when the user is selecting a new value for the slider. For example, I'm sliding from year to year, and then I'm sliding from year to year. I've not released it yet, so onChanged is being called. And as soon as I release it, onChangeEnd is called. So onChangeEnd is the final value that the user has selected, and onChanged is when the user is dragging. So in onChanged, I've set slider value equal to value so that it really reflects the data that we are changing. And in onChangeEnd, I want to tell audio player that, hey, you need to play this part of the music. And for that, I'll have to go to the song notifier class and over there create a new function that will manage the seeking. So let's do void seek. Here we're going to get access to a value that's going to be double. And then I'm going to tell audio player to go to that value. So I have audio player dot seek. Then I pass in a duration. And in this duration, what am I going to pass in? Well, I'm going to pass in milliseconds, but will I just pass in val over here? Not really. Because whatever value I get from here is going to be a value between 0 and 1. So how am I going to seek between 0 and 1, right? What I need to do is multiply this value with the actual duration of the song. Just like we did in the music slab. When we wanted to show the actual progress, what we did is slider value into media query .of context.size.width because it was the entire duration UI. So this represented the entire duration width and slider value represented the actual progress in terms of a fraction. So I multiplied both of them. Even over here, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to multiply the fraction that I have with the actual duration of the audio player. And we know we can get the actual duration using audio player dot duration dot in milliseconds, and that should give me the value. But milliseconds accepts an integer. So what I'll have to do is take this entire thing, wrap it with parentheses and call the toInt function on it. Now this duration can also be null, but I'm sure it's not going to be null at this point whenever we call seek. Now I can go to the music player and add the functionality of song notifier dot seek. And once I do that, save the file, restart the entire thing, click on the song, go to the music player, click on pause, and then let's say I shift over here, I'm able to do that. That's great. Let's say I change it over here, then click, and it indeed ends the music. But as you can see, the text is not updating. So let's get the actual text. So we are going to go over here and then specify the minutes and the seconds. So this is going to be the actual position we are on. So we have position dot in minutes, then we're going to put a colon, and then we're going to have $position dot in seconds. Then I can remove the cons from here and put a cons for the text style only and for the expanded widget also. After that, we're going to do a similar thing. So let's copy it and paste it over here. This time it's going to be duration in minutes and duration in seconds, and both of them can be null. Let's also call const text style over here, save it, and we see 00 and 09 showing up. And when I click over here, it updates the text as well. If I click over here, it updates the text. That's perfect. But here's the problem. It shouldn't be showing 08 over here. It should be showing 008 and 009. So if I manually go ahead and put 0 before the seconds, it's again going to raise an issue. Because what if our duration of the song is, let's say, 30 seconds? If it's 30 seconds, it's going to show me 0 minutes and 30 seconds. I don't want that. So I'll have to put some logic over here. The logic is going to be something like this. If position in seconds is less than 10, if it is less than 10, then I want to add the 0 over here. And if it's not less than 10, that means I can ignore the 0. So if it is less than 10, then we are going to have something like this. $position in seconds. And before that, we have 0%. Otherwise, we are going to have position in seconds. Then we can save the entire thing. And also we get an error over here because this can be null and we cannot use less than operator when this operand is null. So what I'm going to do is add a null check operator here that, hey, if this is null, just take the 0 value. And I'm going to wrap this with parentheses so that it doesn't cause any issues. So here is the big text logic that we're going to have. Let's copy it and paste it over here. Then we are going to replace all the position with duration. So let me copy it, paste it every single time. Then we can save the file. We come over here, we see 008 and 009. Perfect. And now if our duration is, let's say, 50 seconds, the 0 is not going to appear due to our logic. Because if the seconds is less than 10, only then are we displaying 0 over here. If it's more than 10, then we are ignoring the 0 and the value is going to display as it is. And this looks great. Now, if you want the dragging to be very smooth as well, you can simply do set state in on changed of the slider. But since we are in a consumer widget, not a consumer stateful widget, set state is not going to work. And also, why would you want to rebuild the entire widget just because you want to move the slider? So what you can do is wrap the slider theme with a stateful builder widget. Stateful builder widget is going to give you a set state which we can use so that it only updates this particular part of the widget. And this way, everyone's satisfied. The entire widget is not going to rebuild, only this part of the widget will rebuild, and that's what we want. Having all of that set up, the entire music player option is now working. And we can play the music from anywhere in our application, and that's perfect. The next thing I want to do is whenever I click on any music, I want it to be stored in my local storage, and for that we'll be using Hive. And after that, we also want to retrieve the data and display it at the top in a grid format. So our UI is going to look something like this. On top of that, we also want to add this gradient that you can see at the top. So let's work on both of them. First of all, let's just store our data in our Hive storage whenever the user clicks on a music. So let's install Hive in our system. I'm going to copy this, go to pubspec.yaml file, and then install this in the dependencies section. After that, we also need to install two more dependencies, that is izar flutter libs and path provider. So you can copy that and paste it as well. Then we can click on save, flutter pip get will run, and everything should work fine. We can close all the save files now and see what other thing we need to do. So over here, we need to designate a home. Basically, Hive needs a place to call home. Using path provider, we can find a valid directory. And that was why path provider was installed over here. So let's go to our main.dart file, and here we can call the appropriate function. So we need to get these two lines. Let me copy that, paste it over here, and then I'm going to import path provider. I'm going to import Hive package, and then I'm going to click on save. So I'm assuming the installation for Hive is done. There is no more platform specific configurations that we have to do. Now I can start the applications on iOS and Android since I added new dependencies. So we are just restarting the device. Now we can go to the Explorer. In the repository, let's create home local repository. Now you might want to rename home repository to home local repository, but I'm not going to do that. Then we are going to have class home local repository, and then we need an instance of Hive because we need to create two functions over here. First to upload the songs to the database, and then to load all the songs from the database. So let's create an instance of Hive, and it's done using box. So we have box equal to hive.box. Then if you want, you can pass in the name of the box, but I'm not going to do that. After that, let me create my two functions uploading the song. So I'll just create this function upload local song. Then for that, we'll obviously require the song model. And then we have another function called load songs. And we are going to load all the songs from the database for this. And obviously this is not going to have a return type of void. We are going to return a list of song model. Yep. Now let's write the function for uploading the local song. So we are going to do box.put. That's how easy it is to store data to Hive. So now we need to specify the key. So the key is going to be song.id. And the value is going to be song.toJSON or toMap, whatever you want to store. So that is our entire function to upload the song to Hive storage. After that, to retrieve data from Hive storage, first of all, we'll have to create a list of song model, which is going to store all of our songs. So let's create an empty list. After this, we'll have to loop over all the keys that are present inside of Hive and add it to the songs list. So I can simply do for final key in box.keys because box.keys gives me a list of all the data available in box. So with this key, I can retrieve the data that was stored. Basically using this key, I can get the song.toJSON. So I can call songModel.fromJSON because I need to convert that JSON into a proper map. And here I need to specify box.get and then the key. So I hope this makes sense. Box.getKey is going to give me the song.toJSON that I stored. And then I'm converting that JSON into a song model. And then I'll add this to my songs list. So let's do songs.add songModel.fromJSON. And after that, we are going to return the songs list. So it's very easy for us now. We need to create a provider for this repository because we are going to call this function, specifically the upload song function, whenever a music is selected. And this way we are storing data in the local database, and that's great. So let me put a part file first of all. So let's have part home _local _repository.g.dart, and after that I'm going to add @Riverpod annotation followed by home local repository, home local repository, home local repository ref. We have done this many times now. So we have return home local repository, then we can save the file. Then the build runner is going to do its job and create a home local repository.g.dart file. Perfect. After that, I can go to my current song notifier, and whenever I click on a music, I want the home local repository to call the function of upload local song. So let's go to current song notifier, and as soon as the user selects a song, we set the audio source, we start playing it. But before we start playing it, let's just say local home repository, and we need to create an instance first. So let's create home local repository _ home local repository. This needs to be private, not accessible outside of this class. And then I can do late as well. Now in the build function, I'm going to have _ home local repository is equal to ref.watch home local repository provider. Then I can take the home local repository, and before playing the song, I can call the upload local song function passing in the song. And this song is the one I'm getting from the parameters over here. Then I can save the file, and we won't be able to see any data even if it's being stored. So let's just create a function that will allow me to get all the songs from the local storage, and then I can display those songs in a grid view format as I want it to. So I'm going to go to the Explorer. Obviously, we are not going to write this code in current song notifier. We're going to write it in the home view model. Am I writing it in home view model? Because I just want to call a simple function of home local repository.get recently played songs. And I can't directly call the repository in view. That's why I'm going to create a function for it in the home view model. So right at the bottom, I'm going to create my new function, which is going to return a list of song model, just like we had in the local home repository. Then we are going to name this function get recently played songs. It's not going to take in anything. And then we need instance of home local repository. So let's create that really quickly. Home local repository underscore home local repository. And that is going to equal to ref.watch home local repository provider. Then I can take the instance of home local repository, scroll down, and here return home local repository dot load songs. Pretty simple. This is just a wrapper function kind of thing in ViewModel, so that ViewModel is called not repository. Then I can go to the Explorer and songs page. Over here, we notice that we have latest today section. Above that, we are going to have a grid view that is going to show all the songs that were recently played. So let's pass in a grid view builder. Then we need to pass in a grid delegate that is going to determine how many elements are going to be there horizontally, vertically, and how much space each element is going to get. So here we're going to pass in constant sliver grid delegate with max cross axis count. Then we need to pass in max cross axis extent. So we'll pass in 200, and this determines the maximum amount of space the tiles can take. Then I need item builder, which is going to have context and index. Then I can save it. Here I'm going to pass in more things like child aspect ratio. That means the ratio of the cross axis to the main axis. So the cross axis is, let's say, horizontally and the main axis is vertically. So what is the ratio between them? So here for the child aspect ratio, I'm going to pass in 3. Then the cross axis spacing. So that means how much spacing should be left between each child in the cross axis. So here I'm going to pass in 8, and the same goes for main axis spacing. So here also I'm going to pass in 8. Then we need to pass in the item count, how many items there are. And for this, I'll need access to all the recently played songs. So I can simply contact my home controller provider and get the songs. So I have final recently played songs, which is equal to, and let me camel case this. So this should be equal to ref.watch home view model provider dot notifier dot get recently played songs. That's it. Now I can take the recently played songs and pass it as the length for the item count. After that, over here, we need to build some UI. But before that, let me save it and see what's showing up in our phone, and nothing really shows up. And the Android emulator for some reason doesn't have the app loaded. So let's open the terminal, go to the Pixel 8 Pro emulator, and we see we have an error over here. So we need to go to this particular file, app/buildgradle in Android folder. So let's go over there. And here we need to change the minimum SDK property. That's 21 right now. We need to change it to 23. Then we can click on save. Then I'm going to restart the application on Android emulator. And while that is happening, let's switch back to the iPhone 15 debug console, and it shows an error over here. Why do we get an error? This error shows up because Grid View Builder again tries to take the entire height of the device, and it doesn't have that. It only has a particular set height on the screen. So we need to manually set up a height for Grid View Builder. So let's pass in, let's say, a sized box of height 280 surrounding the Grid View Builder. Then I can save it. And if I restart the entire iPhone simulator, I do see my latest today showing up, and this space is reserved for Grid View Builder. Also, I notice my app for the Android app has built. So let me restart the app over there. And as you can see, the stuff shows up correctly on the Android emulator as well. Now, coming back to our Grid View Builder, let's return a proper item. Now, what is our item going to look like? Well, it's going to look like this. there's going to be an image at the end. We are going to have some color on the tile, and we are going to have the song name displaying over here. So we are going to use a row where there's going to be an image and then a text. Pretty simple, right? So let's return a container from here. And in this container, we're going to have a decoration with box decoration, and the box decoration is going to have a color of palette.cardColor. Okay. Then we are going to have a child of row, and then we are going to have children. And as the first child, we're going to put in the image. This image is going to be the same code as we have done multiple times before. So I'm going to go to the music slab.dart file, and here I'm going to find the container that contains an image. Just going to copy that and paste it over here. Now this time the width is not going to be 48, it's going to be 56. Then I need access to the song. So we are going to have final song is equal to recently played songs at a particular index, and then I can take that song and put it over here. So we have song.thumbnail URL. Now the fit is going to be boxfit.cover. However, the border radius is going to be different. Why? That's because if you notice over here, we only have a border radius on the top left hand side and the bottom left hand side. So let me put in a border radius dot only, and then I'm going to specify the top left, which is, let's say, radius dot circular 4, and then bottom left, which is going to be radius dot circular 4 again. Then I'm going to put a const over here, save it, and we're not able to see anything. And the reason we're not able to see anything is because I've not played any music. So let me just play one music. So we have new music over here. Now the data should be stored in the Hive database. So let me restart the entire thing. And we do have one tile showing up. That's great. But the color over here doesn't match this color. So let me change it. I'm going to change it to, let's say, border color, not the card color. And this matches. Now I need some changes inside of this container as well. First of all, let me add some padding. Now since the padding needs to be applied to all of the widgets that are inside of the grid view builder, I can wrap the grid view builder with the padding widget. So let me wrap this entire grid view builder. Where is it? Over here. I'm going to wrap the size box with the padding widget, and here I can specify that from the left I want 16 to be present, from right I want 16, and from bottom I want 36. Then I can save it, and I come over here, and this looks much enlarged with padding present. That looks absolutely great. Now I need a border radius, so let me pass the border radius to this container. So we are going to have border radius dot circular, and then I'm going to pass in the value as 6. After that I can save the file and come back over here, and I see a rounded effect. That's nice. After this, I need to display the text, and to do that, it's going to be very simple. In the row itself, I can pass in a constant size box of width, let's say 8. And after that, we're going to have a text that says song dot song name, and then we'll pass in some style. Let's pass in a text style, and it's going to be font size 13. So let me type it out quickly. There we go. After this, I'm going to put constant again, save it, and we see song 3. Now let's also bold this a little bit. So we are going to pass in font weight of fontweight.w700. Then I can save it again, and this looks good. Now in case the text overflows from here, I want the ellipsis to come back. So we are going to wrap this widget with a flexible widget. Then I'm going to pass in the max lines property, which is going to be 1. And then I'm going to pass in the overflow, which is going to be text overflow dot ellipsis. Then I'm going to save the file, and no visible changes over here. But if we exceed, it's going to go to the next line. And when I played another song over here, it came right here. So that's good. Now if I click on the third song, new one, and then pause it, now I've played the song. So let me restart the entire thing, and it shows the new one over here as well. That's great. Now I only need to add the padding from the right, which I can do in the container over here. So I'm going to pass in padding, which is going to be edgeinsets dot only from the right hand side, let's say 20. Then I'm going to put a const over here, save it, and there we go. Now the next thing I want to do is whenever one of these tiles is clicked, I want the music to play. And that should be very easy. We have set up a very good functionality in our application such that we only have to call one method to play music. So I can wrap this entire container with a gesture detector widget. Then I'll pass the on tap, and in the on tap, I'm going to do ref.read current song notifier provider dot notifier dot update song. This way I can pass in any song and it will update it. So now I can restart the entire application. Let's click on new one and it starts playing it. If I click on whoosh, it starts playing whoosh, and if I click on song 3, it starts playing song 3. But here's the problem. Even if I pause this song now, it wasn't pausing. It wasn't pausing because what happened is we updated the song. So that means this function ran, audio player was created, and all of this ran. Then I clicked on the second song. So again, all of this ran. So that means 2 songs started playing. I don't want to allow that. So what I'm going to do is first of all, just put await over here, and I'm going to await audio player dot stop. And I'm going to call this with a question mark because I want to make sure that if first time the song is played, we don't call this method because audio player is not instantiated. But if we are already playing a song, I want to stop that song, create a new instance of that audio player, and then play the rest of the thing. I hope that makes sense. Now we can save the file, restart the entire thing. And now if I click on song 3, I get song 3 playing, and I'm going to keep playing it while I click on whoosh. And we don't get 2 instances of the same song playing. I can click on new one and we only get 1 instance. So this way, multiple songs don't get piled up when we are playing. Only one song plays at a time, and that's great. Now the final thing I want to do is show this gradient whenever the song starts playing. And to do that, we're going to go to the songs page. So let me close all the save file, go to the songs page, and over here, before we return a column, we're going to wrap this entire widget with a container, and then we are going to pass in the linear gradient as we have done multiple times before. So we are going to pass in decoration, box decoration, then we are going to have gradient, and then we are going to pass in the linear gradient. Then I'm going to pass in the list of colors. And what is the list of colors? Well, I want to get the latest playing song. So I want its color, and then I can just put colors.transparent, and then I can create my linear gradient. So for that, I need to get the currently playing song. So I'm going to get final current song is equal to ref.watch current song notifier provider. Now, if this current song is null, I don't want the linear gradient to be present. So I can put a check over here. If current song is equal to null, then I want to return null. Otherwise, I want the box decoration to be present. And in that box decoration, we are going to pass in palette.transparent color at the end. So that's going to be my second color. And the first color is obviously going to be current song.hex code. And I need to convert that hex code into color. So I'll call the hex to color function. Then we can pass in current song dot hex code. And we've already checked current song is not null. So we don't have to put the bang operator. Now after this, if I save my file, come over here, it doesn't look that good, right? It's spread across the entire application. I don't want that. I only want it to remain at the top. So what I can do is simply pass in the stop in this linear gradient. So this accepts a list of points at which I want the color to display. So this color should start at 0.0. Then the color.transparent should be there at around 0.2. Then I can put a const over here and then save it. So this way you can see our linear gradient is only at the edges now. Now what I'll do is change the linear gradient position. So it should begin from here, but it should end somewhere over here. So the begin, instead of being alignment.center left, it's going to be alignment.top left. And the end is going to be alignment.bottom right. So this way, as you can see, we have a linear gradient showing up. But still, there's a problem. It only starts from here. I want it to start from the corner. And the reason it is starting from here and not from the corner is because we have used a safe area widget. So we have to remove the safe area widget, and then we'll notice that our gradient starts from over here. And that's great. That's how I wanted it to be. Now, if you like 0.20, you can keep that, or you can change it to 0.30. And that is the one I'm going to keep. This is a little more gradient-ish. Now, if I change the music, let's say I play whoosh, I get white. If I change to song 3, it changes to purple. But here's the thing, it changes very suddenly, right? It doesn't seem very smooth. So let's add animation over here. Instead of returning container, I'm going to return animated container. And then we need to pass in the duration. So the duration is going to be constant duration, milliseconds, let's say 500. What animated container is going to do is whenever one of the properties inside of this container changes, it will animate from the previous color to the new color. So let's say I shift from white to pink, it is going to smoothly animate within a duration of 500 milliseconds from purple to white, or from white to purple, whatever. So let me change the song now. Let's say whoosh, and you see it changes smoothly now. And I can do the same thing for the music slab over here. So let me go to the music slab.dart, and instead of returning container again, I'm going to have animated container, duration of constant duration, let's say milliseconds 500. Then I'll save it. Now, if I change the color or change the music, you see it changes very smoothly, and both of them change at the same time because both have a duration of 500 milliseconds. And this way, we have created an application that plays music, changes the music, and looks pretty cool. Now, there are only two things needed in this application. The first thing is whenever I play the music and go in the background, I want the music to keep playing, and I should get a notification over here that, hey, your music is being played. So basically we need to allow background music. The second thing we need to work on is favoriting the music. Whenever I click over here, I need to add it to my library. And in the library, we also need to add the option to go to upload song page. So these are the two features that we need to add. And before moving there, let's see if this works on Android. So I'm going to click on Bob song 3 and it shows up. Then I can switch between the song. There we go. Then I can click on new one and we do that as well. Perfect. And you can see we had an automatic update over here. Why did this automatically update? This automatically update because over here in the final current song, we are doing ref.watch. So whenever the song changes, this entire build function rebuilds, and because of which this function is also called. When this function is called, we get the new list of recently played songs. So it updates the UI over here. So that's a nice side effect that we get. Now we are going to save all of this, close all the save files, and let's start working on implementing the background music. So to play the audio in background, we'll be using the Just Audio Background plugin. So make sure you copy this, go to the pubspec.yaml file, paste it over here, save the file, and it should run the Flutter pub-get for you. After that, there is some platform specific configuration that we need to do. If you scroll down, there's the Android setup. What you need to do is add these two permissions, wake lock and foreground service. Also add this permission if we are targeting SDK34. We are. So let me copy all of this. Then we can go to the Android manifest XML. Then we can paste these three permissions. Make sure none of the permissions are repeated. Then we can save it. Also, we can remove this comment if we want. Nice. After that, in the activity, we want to edit the Android name attribute to this particular thing. So let me copy this. And here where I have activity Android name, I'm going to pass in the string that I copied, com.ryanhive.audioservice.audioservice activity. Then we can click on save. After that, we need to add these service element and receiver element. So let me copy them. Make sure you copy everything till receiver. Then we can scroll down. And before the application ends and even before the metadata, I'm going to paste this service. Okay. Now I'm going to save this. We can close this file. Then in the iOS setup, I can copy this line, go to the info.plist file and paste it right over here. So we have UI background modes audio. Now I'm going to go to the main.dart file and add the just audio background.init call that's present. So let me take this, paste it in the main function. So I can do it right over here, and make sure you import just audio background plugin. After that, we can click on save. Then we can start both of our emulators to make sure everything's working fine now. We'll select iPhone 15 and click on run without debugging. Perfect. Now, if you refer to the documentation, this is how we need to use it. We need to call audiosource.uri, then we'll pass in a URI, and then we also need to pass in the tag or in the audio source. Setting a tag will allow us to describe what details should be shown in the notification. So I'm going to close this main.dart file. I'm going to go to the current song notifier where I have audiosource.uri, and here I'm going to pass in the tag, and the tag is going to be media item. So let me pass in media item. Make sure you import just audio background. Then I need to pass in the ID. So the ID is going to be song.id. Then the title is going to be song.songname. Then we also need to pass in artist. So the artist is going to be song.artist. And then we are also going to pass in the art URI. That means what is the main thumbnail that we want to show. And that is going to be URI.parse. And then we'll pass in song.thumbnail URL. Then we can save this thing. I think the iPhone simulator is running fine. Let's see the Android one. It failed and it says app process debug manifest. So it had an error parsing this Android manifest.xml file. And the reason we had this error is because we hadn't specified this tools line. So make sure you add this tools line and run the application again. I did that, and now the Pixel emulator is working fine. And now let's test the application. I'm going to restart the iPhone simulator. Let's also restart the Pixel emulator. And now I'm going to play a song. Let's say song 3. It starts playing. Now I'm going to hit play again and then go in the background. And here you see the music is playing. It shows the indication over here. If I click on it, I see song 3, Bob. And if I click on it, I get redirected to the application. Now I can again play it. Then I'll close the application. And if I open the notification, it says the name of the song, song 3, then the name of the artist, and also the image that we used for the art. Awesome. So it seems to be working all right. Now I can open the application again. Then let's test it on the Android emulator. I'm going to click on a song. It's going to start playing. Now I'm going to go in the background. And if I open the notifications, yep, it is playing. So that means everything's working fine in the application. So let's just rewind it. Then we can click on play. Then I go to the application and here we are. Perfect. So that means audio playing in the background is also completed. It was pretty easy by just using the just audio background package. And now the final thing that we want to do is whenever the user clicks on this heart icon, we want to favorite the song and add it to the library. So let's get into that. So to favorite a song, we are going to start from the server folder. In this server folder, what you can do is create a new route that is called favorite.py and add all the favorite related routes in there. But we are going to continue with the song.py because I want to go to the route /song/favorite to favorite a song. So I can just create a route over here. Let's call it @router.post. And this can be /favorite because then we'll go to the route /song/favorite to favorite a song or to unfavorite a song. And we're going to talk about that in a bit. So now I can simply call this function favorite song. Then I'm going to require a DB session, which is equal to depends. And then I'll pass in get DB. This way I get the DB. Now I also require the user to be authenticated. So for that, I'm going to copy this and paste as well. Then I can put a colon, pass, and now let's format it. Now what other thing do we require? Well, from the body of the request, I require the song ID that I want to favorite. So we can get that. And for that, I'll have to create my own Pydantic schema. So I can simply go here and let's call it favorite song.py. Then I can create a class favorite song, which extends base model, and let's import that from Pydantic. And then we are going to have a song ID, which is of the type of string. Simple enough. Now I can save the file and go to the song.py file Then here we are going to import the pydantic schema. So let's call it favorite song, which is of the type of favorite song. And then we can import that from pydantic schemas dot favorite song. Awesome. Now we have the entire route created. All we need to do is pass a song ID to favorite a song. Now, how is this favorite song functionality going to work? Well, there are two approaches we can take here. The first approach is we store the favorite that the user does in the user schema. So that means I go to the user table and here I add favorite column. And in this column, what are we going to store? So I can do it in the user class. The second approach is we go to the song.py and here add a favorites list. So here we are going to store all the UIDs of the user that favorite a particular song. And the third approach that we can take is create a separate table called favorites that contains all the favorites of all the songs by all the users. And we're going to take that approach. Why? That's because of the first normalization principle. The first normalization principle means that you must remove duplicate columns or columns that contain more than one value to a new table. And in our case, when we store it in the user.py, let's say in the user table, storing more than one value. If we do it in song model, we are storing in a list, which is storing more than one value. So what we do is store it in a separate table called favorites, and there we can specify the ID of the favorite. That's going to be the primary key, just like song has an ID and the user has an ID. Even that favorite table is going to have an ID. Then it's also going to have the song ID. So the song that the user has favorited. And then it's also going to have the user ID because this is the user that has favorited the song, because there is a possibility that multiple users favorite the same song and we don't want any confusion. So we are also going to store the user ID. So this way we are creating a scalable structure following the normalization principles. If you want to read more about that, I've mentioned an article that will help you. So let's go here and create favorite.py. Then we are going to create a class called favorite and extend it from base. Then we need to import base from models.base. And after that, let's specify the table name. So we have __ table name __ equal to favorites. After that, we are going to need the ID, which is going to be a column. Let's import that from SQLAlchemy. Then we are going to pass in a text, which we are going to import from SQLAlchemy. Then we are going to set it as the primary key. This ID is not going to do anything valuable for us, but I would just like to have a primary key because the song ID or the user ID both cannot be the primary key, because there's a possibility that there are multiple song IDs and multiple same user IDs as the rows. We'll have multiple user IDs as the rows when the same user favorites more than one song. We are going to have multiple song IDs when 3 users, let's say, favorite the same song. So those cannot be primary key. Primary key has to be unique. Then we can have a song ID, which is equal to column. That's also going to be a text. Then it's going to be a foreign key. It's not going to be a primary key. Why is it a foreign key? Well, it will help us to create relationships between different tables. So this song ID is not like a value that's just present. We are getting a foreign key based on the songs table and its ID property. So this is a foreign key. If you want a literal definition of foreign key, it is a column or a group of columns in a database table that links to a column in another table. And that's what we're going to specify here. This song ID that we have is going to reference songs.id. That means we're going to go to the songs table and access its ID property. So it's referencing another row in another table. And similarly, we are going to have user ID, which is going to be a column. Then it's going to be a text. And then we are going to again specify foreign key. Then we're going to pass in users.id because we go to the users table. Make sure you spell that correctly and its ID property. And that's our favorite class. We still have to make some changes and I'll make sure you understand that. But for now, we can just leave it over here. Then we can go to the song.py file and here add the logic to favorite a song. So how is the logic going to look like? Well, the logic is going to look something like this. First, we are going to check if the song is already favorited by the user. If the song is already favorited, we want to unfavorite the song. And if the song is not favorited, then we want to favorite the song, right? So this function is going to favorite and unfavorite the song. Now, it is likely that you don't want to do it this way. Maybe you want to create a different route to unfavorite the song. And you can do that. That's totally valid and probably a good option as well. So now let's minimize the Explorer and start working on these comments. So the first thing is checking if the song is already favorited by the user. How do I check that? To check that, I'll have to query the DB and check if the favorite.song ID matches the favorite song ID that we're getting from the parameter. That means the body of the request. And also if the auth details at UID matches the UID that's present in the table. Then the song is favorited by the user. So those two conditions have to match. Let's write it down. But first, let's extract user ID from auth details. And now I can check favorite, let's store it in a variable, favorite song is equal to db.query. Then I can pass in favorite model and I need to import that from models.favorite. After that, I'll have to add a filter. In this filter, I want two filter conditions. The first one is going to be favorite.song ID is equal to the favorite song that we're getting from the body.song ID. And the second condition that we need to match, and we can separate that by a comma, is that the favorite.user ID should be equal to the user ID that I have created over here. And if both of those conditions match, then we're going to get some data, and I just want the first data that we get, because it's highly unlikely that we're going to get two favorite songs that match this condition, because just think about it. If we've already put this condition and our route works perfectly fine, why will we have two songs favorited? So now I can just put an if condition, if favorite song, and now if the song is already favorited. So over here the song is already favorited, I want to unfavorite the song. How do I do that? Simple, I can just delete the song from the table. So I can simply run the command db.delete and pass in the favorite song. This way I've deleted the song from the favorites table, and then I can commit it, and then I can just return a dictionary where the message is false. That means the route was a success, but I've deleted the song, so it's not favorited anymore. So it returns false. Otherwise, you can simply return a message, song unfavorited. And then in the front end side, you can make particular changes to make it work for you. But returning a Boolean value is going to be helpful over here. Now let's remove the pass, and now let's add the else condition. So if the song is already favorited, we unfavorited. Now if the song is not favorited, I want to favorite the song. And to do that, we already know what to do. We can create a new favorite variable, which is going to be equal to the favorite. And then I pass in ID, which is going to be a string, and I do it using uuid.for. Then I pass in the song ID, and the song ID is going to be favorite song.song ID. And finally, the user ID, which is equal to user ID. Simple. After that, I simply need to do db.add new favorite, then db.commit. And this way we have pushed to the database. Now here I can return a message saying true. That means I favorited the song, and that is the entire logic to favorite a song. So now let's test it out by going to Thunder Client, go to a particular route, and in the header we've already put the XAuth token. That's nice. So here I'm going to do song favorite, then I need the body of the request, and here I need to mention the song ID, but let's see if it works. I'll change this to post, click on send, and it says body field required. That's nice. Let me list out some songs so that I can pick one song and take its song ID. So let's take this song ID by Taylor. Then we can run favorite, change it to post again, and here specify the JSON where we are going to pass in song_ID, which is going to be equal to this value. After that, I can click on send, and it says internal server error. Why? Because if we go to our song.py file, we have some variables that look the same. So let's change some variables. Let's call this song that we are getting from the body, and here we can pass in song.songID. And then we can call this favorite song is equal to db.query if favorite song is present, db.delete. Then we have the else condition, new favorite is equal to favorite where we pass in the ID. The song ID is again song.songid. Then we pass in the user ID, save it. Let's go back to our route. Then we can pass in the song ID, click on post, the message is true. Click on it again and it says false. So that means we're able to favorite and unfavorite the song. That's working. Now to see if it's present in the database, we can go to pgadmin and check it, but I want to go one step further and create another route. And that route is going to list all the favorite songs. Over here, we've created a route that lists all the songs. I want to create a route that lists all the favorite songs of a particular user. So that should be very easy considering we already have some code. Let's copy this and paste it below. So here we're going to have router.get/list. Then we can pass in /favorite. So it's going to list all the favorite songs. And let's put an S after this. Then let's call this function list favorite songs. Then we're going to get the DB. We're going to get auth details. That's the two things that I require. After that, we want the user ID because we want to fetch all the songs from the database that matches the song ID and the user ID both. Just like we did before, we are going to have auth details at UID. Then the condition is going to be this exact thing. Both the conditions should meet. And then we want to get all the songs instead of just one song. So I can simply pass db.query favorite.filter. And actually, my bad, we don't have to put song ID, we just have to put user ID because we want to list all the favorite songs of a particular user. We don't care what song it is. So just favorite.userid equal to user ID. Then we get all the songs. And now I'm going to store this in a favorite songs variable. Then I can return all the favorite songs from here. And that's it. I hope you understood this and how this is a bit different from favorite song. Here we want to fetch one favorite song by its song ID and the user ID. Here we're fetching all the favorite songs of a particular user. So we only need the user ID. We don't need the song ID. Now I can save the song.py file, go to the body. Let's change this to a get request, then have song list favorites, then click on send. It gives me an empty list. So let's actually favorite a song first. So I can click on send. Now the message is true. This should be favorited. So now we can list the favorite songs. Click on send and it says method not allowed. Let's change it to get again. And there we go. We have the data being stored. If we change the header over here to some other XAuth token, we are going to get the favorited songs of that user. A very neat solution. So anyways, now we have the user ID, and the song ID. But is that what we want? Here's the thing, we need the user ID, but we also have the user ID in the client side. We already have current user notifier that will give me the user ID. Then the ID is basically of no use as of now. Then the song ID. So what am I going to do with the song ID? Song ID would be useful if I had to make another call to the database to fetch that particular song. But I'm not doing that. So it's of no use. So what I can do is instead of getting just the song ID, I can also get a particular song based on this ID in this response only. What I mean by that is we'll create a relationship between the favorite songs table and the song table such that if we want to fetch the song details from the song ID, we'll be able to do that by just putting in one command. Let's understand how to do this. We can go to the Explorer and over here we have the model's favorite. Here I can specify a relationship that is with this function relationship, and we can import that from SQLAlchemy.org. So let me import that relationship function. What's the first argument? The first argument is the class that we want to relate with, and the class I want to relate with is song. And that's how I'm able to create a relationship with the song table. That's it. That's how easy it becomes with SQLAlchemy. So now I can save this. And now if I go to list favorites, click on send, I'm able to get the song ID, user ID and ID, but nothing really changes. I don't get the song attribute, right? even though here I've specified that the relationship is with the song table, it's not going to fetch the song every single time from the song table. To make it work, what I need to do is go to the song, and when I do filter, after that I can add another argument over here. Let's call this options, and in this we need to specify something known as joined load. Once we pass in that join load, we need to import it, and we can do that by going at the top and importing from SQLAlchemy.org. After we've imported join load, we can go down and here specify that we want to get favorite.song. Then we can save it. We can go to the new route, click on send, and we get the particular song data as well. And this way, using the song ID, we are able to get the song. Now, I'm sure you might be confused of what just happened. Let me go through it. Let's understand the problem that we had first. Initially, we had song ID, and that song ID was basically useless. Because what am I going to do with the song ID if I'm not able to display the artist name, the thumbnail URL, and not even play the song? So what I did is went to the favorite.py file, and here we had already established a foreign key with songs.id. This means that this song ID field is referencing another row in another table called ID. And with this foreign key established, we created a relationship with the song model. So it said song is equal to relationship song. So it went to the song pydantic schema. It established a relationship, and we don't always want to get the song, right? Sometimes we want to, sometimes we don't want to. So what SQLAlchemy does is ask us that, hey, if you want to add any more data, you can simply specify joined load. And when you do joined load favorite.song, it says that, yeah, okay, I need to go to the songs table, match the ID property, and based on that matching, whatever song data I get, I need to display that along with this filter data that we get. And this way, we are able to get the song. So I hope this makes sense now. The reason we want song is again, because we want to display all of those song data in our library. So we'll need the artist, the song URL, everything. Now I can go to the client side. In the home repository, I can create a function that will allow me to favorite a song. So that function is going to be similar to this one. So let me just copy this and paste it again. Then let's call this favorite song. Other than the token, we are also going to require the ID of the song that we want to favorite. After that, we are going to go to the /song/favorite route so that it favorites, obviously. Then we pass in the XORth token. Nice. Then we JSON decode. Then we check if the status code is not 200. Then we pass in the detail. And then we don't want to do all of these tasks. What I need to do over here is simply return response body map at message. So it's going to return either a true value or a false value, because that's what the favorite route returns, right? We've seen that earlier. Let me just show it again. It returns a true or a false, the message property especially. So here I'm going to change the return value from list of song model to a Boolean value. That's it. Now I can go to the ViewModel and here specify another function that will allow me to favorite or unfavorite a song. And that's going to be very similar to this one. So let's use copy paste again. Then we can call the function favorite song. Then we only require the song ID from the parameter. We don't need anything else. Then we're going to call the favorite song function. Then we pass in the token from the user notifier. That's fine. But we also need to specify the song ID, which we're getting from the parameter. After that, we're going to do the switch left status equal to async value.error. And if it's right, status equal to async value.data r. So we can save this. And now let's bind this function to all the heart icons that we can see. So we need to bind it over here to this heart icon, then over here to this heart icon. Let's do that. So we'll go to the music slab first, then scroll down to find the heart icon. Then in the on press, we can specify ref.read, then pass in home view model provider .notifier .favorite song. Then the song ID can be current song .id. That's it. Then this is of the type of future void. So let's put an async, then await, And then we can copy this and go to the music player because that's where we want to do the same thing as well. Now I can again find the heart icon, then paste it over here, async, then import home view model provider, save it, and yeah. Now when I click on this heart icon, I don't get any feel of what just happened. Even if I do it over here, I don't know if the song was favorited or unfavorited. How do I know that? Well, I need an indication for that over here, or at least it shows up in my library. And we're going to do just that. Let's create another function in home repository that fetches all the favorite songs, and then we can display it in the library. Then we can add a logic over here to fill this heart icon whenever the user clicks on it favorite, or remove the fill so that it unfavorites, right? So similar to this function, and it's going to be very similar to this function actually. So let's paste it over here. And before I forget it, this needs to be post. I forgot to pass in the body. I think I passed wrong things. So let me just fix that. JSON decode. Then we'll pass in a map. And in this map, we're going to pass in the song ID, which is equal to the song ID. Yeah. And it's not going to be JSON decode. It's going to be JSON encode. My bad. And yeah, it should be fine now. So let's have faith in ourselves and hope it works. Earlier it gave us an error, method not allowed. We didn't see that. But now it should work. So let's also create a route for get all favorite songs, and then we can test both of these. So we have song list favorites. After that, we are going to do a get request, XAuth token is there. Then we have response body map. Then if the status code is not 200, it returns response body map detail. Then response body map as list. Then we go through every song. Then we do song model.from map. And here when we pass in the map, it's not going to be just map. We're going to do map add song. Because if we go over here and list all the favorite songs, actually we're not able to see anything, but our response looked something like this: the song ID, the user ID, the ID, and then we had another attribute of song. And in that we had a map which listed out all the properties of song. So I'm going to specifically access that map at song so that song model.from map doesn't fail. Then I can save it. I can go to the home view model. And since this is returning a future list of song models, I can simply create a get all favorite songs provider, just like I did over here with get all songs. So let's copy this and paste it. Then we're going to have get favorite songs. Then we're going to have get favorite songs ref. Then we get the token. Then we change this function to get favorite songs. Let's see if it's the right name. Get favorite songs. Let's change it over here. And yeah, this should be fine. Now I can save the file. Everything gets resolved. This get favorite songs refers to this function in the home repository. That's nice. Now I can simply go to the library page and start designing my UI. So I want to get all the favorite songs, and we know how to do that using future provider. And then I'm going to return a list style. So we can simply do ref.watch get favorite songs provider dot when. Then we need to access the data, error, and loading stages. Let's resolve each of them. So we have error. In this error, we also get the stack trace and then the loading. So yeah, we are going to return this ref.watch because whatever we mention inside of these functions is going to return a widget. Now in this loading, we're going to return just a loader. So let's pass in a loader. After that, we have the error text. So it's going to be a return center child text that says error.toString. Then we have the data stage where we pass in return container as of now. But yeah, now if I open the debug console, restart the entire app, go to the library page, there's no error. And if I try to favorite a song, it does say async data dynamic value true. So that means it was favorited. And now if I click on it again, it is unfavorited. Perfect. So everything's working fine. Now we only need to lay out the UI. So here we're going to return a list view builder because that's how our library page is going to look like. Very simple stuff. We are going to have context index. Then we're going to pass in the item count, something we've already seen before where we get data.length. From this item builder, we're going to return a list style. And in this list style, we're going to have a leading property where we're going to pass in a circle avatar. In this circle avatar, we're going to pass in a background image. And what is this background image going to be? Well, a simple network image. And then we're going to get the URL. Now to get the URL of a particular song, we can extract that from data at index. We've already seen this, so I'm rushing through it. So we have song.artist, sorry, not song.artist, song.thumbnail URL. Then we can increase the radius, which is going to be around 35, the color, which is going to be palette.background color. And let's save it over here. Now, if I go to the library, I'm not able to see anything. Let's restart and favorite a song. So let's say I favorite the Bob song, go to the library, there we go. The favorited song shows up. Now let's add more details. So next thing we're going to add is a title. And in this title, we're going to pass in a text, which is going to be song.name. Then we're going to pass in a style, which is going to be a constant text style. And that's going to be font size of 15, font weight of fontweight.w, let's say 700, save it. Yep, nice. After that, we also need the subtitle text, which is going to be again a text widget, which is going to have song.artist. Then we again need to pass in style, which is going to be constant text style, font size of 13. Then we'll pass in fontweight.w 600, save it. And yeah, that looks great. And that is our entire library page. I told you, it's going to be pretty simple. Now here's the thing, other than this favorited songs, I also want to show a list style that says upload new song. How do I do that? To do that, first of all, in the item count, we'll have to increase its length by 1 because we're going to add additional list items in this list view builder. So other than this list style, we're going to return one more thing. And then I can check over here. If index is equal to data.length, that means we've reached the last element in this list view builder, and last element is because of this +1 that we've added. So I can just copy this entire thing, paste it over here. There's not going to be any background image. Instead, it's going to be a child where I mentioned the icon, where it's going to be Cupertino icons dot plus. Let's put a constant for that. After that, the title. The title is going to be a constant text, which is going to say upload new song. And it's going to be a constant text. Nice. After that, there's not going to be a subtitle. And yeah, that's all in this list style. So let's put a const for this entire list style. And yeah, there we go. Now, if we go to the library page, we see upload new song. That's great. And everything works as expected. One possible error you can run into is if you mention this final song equal to data at index over here. If I do that, it's going to give an error. Why? Because you're trying to access data at index and you've added +1 over here. So when it reaches the final index, the additional +1 that you've added, it's not able to access that element in a list. For example, I only have one element right now in my list, right? So the item count is 1, which is data.length, +1. So the item count in total becomes 2. So when we have data at index 0, it's able to access the element. But when we do data at 1, we don't have the element. So it gives an error. So that's why we put an if condition over here saying that if index has reached the final value, return this. And if it hasn't, then we are still under the bound, so we can extract data at index. And this way, we resolve the error. So make sure you don't run into this error. And yeah, now let's bind proper functionalities to both of them. When I click on the song should start playing. And if I click on this, upload new song, we should go to the upload song page. So let's add an on tap to this list style, which is going to say navigator.offContext.push. Then we pass in the material page route, builder is going to be context, and then we go to the upload song page. Okay. And we're getting all of these red warnings because This list style was made constant. It's not a constant. We've added a function. So yeah, that's all that we need. Now, if I click on this upload new song page, we go to the upload new song page, and that's nice. The next thing is whenever I click on the song, I want it to start playing. Pretty simple. I can again pass in on tap. Then we pass in ref.read current song notifier provider dot notifier dot update song. Then we pass in the song that we've extracted over here, and that's all. Now if I click on whoosh, let's say another song, and then click on Bob, it changes the song, and that's nice. So yeah, we're done with the favoriting and unfavoriting. Now the only thing I want to do is get a feel if the song is favorited or not over here, and that's going to be a bit of a tricky process. Why? Because nowhere in my application am I storing all the songs that are favorited by a user. I'm only using a future provider, and if I use a future provider again to just check if this particular song is favorited or not, it's a bit of a data issue. You see, every time I use future provider, it will call the database. So one extra call is made to the database just to check if this song is already favorited or not. There should be a simpler process for it, right? We don't have to keep making calls to the database and fetch all the favorited songs of a user just to put a filled icon over here. And that's what we're going to work on. How are we going to fix this? If we go to our server, here we have specified a relationship with the song. We can do the same thing and specify a relationship with the user. So we get the user details. But it's not going to be a one-sided relationship over here. It's going to be a two-sided relationship. That means if the favorite over here has a user property with the relationship of user like this, then the user.py model is also going to have a favorites relationship, and it's going to be with the song model. And now I'm going to import that from SQLAlchemy. So let's do that. But just doing favorites is equal to relationship song in user table and user is equal to relationship user in favorite table is not enough. We need to add another property that is backpopulates is equal to, and here we pass in favorites. So that means we are creating a relationship with the user class, so the users table, and we are populating the favorites field in it. And in here, we are going to have backpopulates is equal to, so we go to the song table and we are populating the user field over there. And this way we have created a two-sided relationship. With song is equal to relationship song, we had only one-sided relationship. That means if we fetch some particular song data from the database, we would never be able to access the favorite property on it. But if we do the same thing for the user, we can access the favorites property of a particular user. So this way, we have a two-sided relationship, as simple as it gets. Now, what is the benefit of this? The benefit is if I go to the auth.py file, and here when we have / current user data, here I'm simply returning the user data, right? If I go to the Thunder client, just to make sure you remember stuff, I click on send, and actually I made a mistake in this class user. It should be favorite, not song, because we are creating a relationship with the favorite class, not with the song class. It's nowhere involved. Sorry for the confusion. So we are going to the favorite class and creating a relationship with this user variable. And over here, we are creating a relationship with the user class and the favorites property. Again, just a way to create two-sided relationship. Now the benefit again is that if I do /auth/ click on send, it says user not found, and that's because I've accessed another Thunder client tab. Let me just restart this. So we go to get /auth, I click on send, we get the user details, right? So that's cool. But now what I can do is go to the auth.py file. After filtering, I can specify .options and here specify joined load. You remember that? So let's import that from SQLAlchemy.org and scroll down. Then here I will specify user.favorites, click on save, come over here, click on send, and this way I have the password, ID, name, email, and the favorites tab also shows up. So to make you understand this properly, we've created a two-sided relationship using which we're able to access the user property on a favorite class. So if I just go to the song.py where I list favorites and do comma join load favorite dot user, I'll be able to access the user property, just like I was able to do it with the song, right? And in the user, I've specified favorites is equal to relationship favorite, which backpopulates the user field. So this way, whenever I do user.favorites, I'm able to get the data of the favorited songs of a particular user. And that's what's happening. So hopefully all of that makes sense to you. Now, the benefit of doing this is that all the favorites of a particular user are stored in the response. Now I only need to map through this data, store it in my current user notifier, and we'll be able to access this favorites property of a particular user without contacting the database more than one time. So I can close all the save files. I can go to the current user notifier. Here you'll see that we have a void add user function. So I need to go to user model and edit this user model to also take in the favorites property that we're getting. We're getting the name, ID, email. We also need favorites. Now this favorites is a list of map. So what I can do is, instead of using map, I can convert this map into a favorite song model and reference that song model in user model. If it gets confusing, don't worry. What I'm suggesting is create a model here, favorite song model.dart, and actually not over here. We have to do that in the home repository. So we have favorite song model.dart. And now I'm going to create a class favorite song model and specify the property. So it's going to have its own ID. So final string ID. Then it has its own song ID. And finally, it has its own user ID. Then we can generate a data class for this. Also, let's ignore the warning of snake case. If you want, you can add it in analysis option.yaml, but I'm just going to do it for this file. Let's save it. Go to the user model, and now I want to access this favorite song model in user model. But the problem is this user model is specified in Auth folder, and this favorite song model is specified in home feature. So the only logical step I can do here is create a new folder in core called models, and in this models I'm going to shift the user model, because this user model is technically being used in more than one feature. So there we go. We drop it over there. So we still have a feature-wise development in place. Let's save everything, close all the save files, and this way we can specify a final list of favorite song model over here. So let's call this property favorites, and then we can generate the entire data class for it. And now if we scroll down, we have favorites, this dot favorites, that's right. Then toMap. So what we do is favorites.toMap, x.toMap, that's right. Then here we have list of favorite song model.from map favorites as list of integer. Well, it's not a list of integer, so let's remove that typecasting. Then we call the map function on this. So let's hope that works. If it doesn't, we can go ahead and edit this. But for now, let's save this. And yeah, everything else looks good. One thing I would like to change is just add a good number of nullable checks. So we have question mark followed by a string. And even over here, when we use map at favorites, if it doesn't exist, we can simply use an empty list. Let's save that. Now I can go to the main.dart file, and when we get the user model over here, I can simply print it to see what I'm getting. So here I can print the user model. Let's open the terminal, restart the entire app, and we get user model, and we also have the favorite song model. So all the mapping went right. That's great. Now again, I can change back to the previous version. We don't really need the user model. And now whenever I want to check if the song is already favorited or not, I can simply use user model.favorites.contains, right? So I can simply go to the music slab, and where we have icons.heart, here I can check the favorites property. And for that, I'll have to import the current user and particularly select the favorites property on it. So we have final user favorites is equal to ref.watch current user notifier provider dot select, and we get some data. Now from that data, I want to extract the favorites property. And I think we accessed current song instead of current user. So let's fix that. And now we'll be able to access data.favorites. Nice. Now I have that list with me, so I can simply take this, scroll down, and here I can check if user favorites contains the current song model. If it does, then we want to do Cupertino icons.heart, and let's find something that's filled. There we go. Otherwise, just Cupertino icons.heart. And here we get an error saying the argument type song model isn't related to favorite song model, because user favorites is of the type of list favorite song model, and this current song that we're getting is song model. So we can't check this. So how do I check it? And here's the part where we get a little creative. What we can do is user favorites dot where. So here I'm going to get some favorite data, and from this favorite I'm going to extract all the song ID, which is equal to the current song dot ID. And then I convert it to list, and then I check if it is not empty. And this way we are able to check if the user favorites contains a song ID, particularly the current song ID. So let's understand what I typed over here. So here we are checking user favorites dot where. So we are looping through the entire user favorites list that we have, and then we are checking for every song that we have if the song ID is equal to the current song's ID that's playing. And make sure you pass in song ID over here, not ID, because ID is a randomly generated ID that doesn't matter to us technically, and song ID matches with the ID of the current song, because both reference the same thing. And now if I come back over here, you see this song is favorited. If I click on it, however, you see the favorite doesn't just go away. I need to restart the entire app. I need to play a particular song to see if the favorite is gone or not. If I click on it again, I'll have to restart the entire app. I'll have to play the same song, and then I'll see the favorite icon. Even over here in the library, if I click on the favorite, it doesn't affect this library page. So we need to change all of that. How do I do that? And why does this issue even exist? This issue exists because we are getting the main user data, the favorites list, when we do get data over here. And it stores that data in the current user notifier provider. But when we favorite a song, the current user notifier provider is not updated. So it doesn't reflect up-to-date information. And for this library, we're not fetching the data again, right? So it doesn't know that, hey, the update happened. I need to rerun the function to get all the favorite songs back again. So to fix that, we'll have to invalidate a provider and revalidate it. So those are two things we want to do, and we can only do that in the home ViewModel.dart file. So whenever a user favorites a song, there are things we need to do. So in the success, instead of just returning state is equal to async value.data, I'll have to create a function. So here I'm going to create favorite song success function. And here we're going to get two things. We're going to get a Boolean value that says is favorited or not. And second thing we get is the song ID. And now I can call this function, but before I copy paste, let me paste this thing. State is equal to async value.data. Then I can pass the favorite song success function over here. I pass in R, which is favorited. And then I pass in the song ID, which is required over here. Then the return value of this function is going to be async value. Then we're going to return state equal to async value.data, and we pass in is favorited over here. If the favorite song success is there, what do we want to do? Well, I want to check if the song was favorited or it was unfavorited. If it was favorited, I want to update the user model to reflect that additional song model. Otherwise, I want to remove that data from my favorite songs model. So here I'm going to add an if condition saying if is favorited. And that's why I said this Boolean value that we are getting from the message attribute on the repository tab and from the server is going to be especially helpful. Because of that, we are able to know if it was favorited or not and update our models accordingly. So anyways, coming back to this, how do I update the user? Well, first of all, I need to do ref.read. then I can use current user notifier provider dot notifier. Then I add the user so that I'm able to update the user. And let's take this out and put it in a variable. So let's call this user notifier, which is equal to this. Then we can take this user notifier, call the add user function, and then we can do ref.read current user notifier provider. And if I just pass this much, that means I'm updating the user to the current user, and that makes no sense. So I'll call the copy with function on it, and I'm going to update some information. What am I going to update? I'm going to update the favorites property. So this favorites property is a list of favorite song model. So I want to update it to what? Well, I'm going to update it to ... whatever is present in ref.read current user notifier provider dot favorites. So all the existing data that's present inside of the user model favorites property, along with a new favorite song model where I specify the ID. Well, the ID doesn't really matter here. The song ID, which I get from the parameter, and the user ID, which doesn't really matter here. If you want, you can pass in the right values over here. And for that, you'll have to get the data from the server. But since song ID is the only thing that matters in favorite song model, I'm just putting in those. And the user ID can be incorrect stuff. And the reason song ID becomes very important and rest of the two properties are not that important is because if I go to the musicslab.dart file, again over here, I'm using song ID to check if the song is present in the list or not. I'm not comparing two favorite song models, or I'm not comparing them by ID or user ID, only song ID. So it's very important over here. So that is our entire if condition to modify the user notifier to reflect the latest favorites. Now, else condition. If the song was unfavorited, I want to remove that particular song from the favorites list. So it's going to be very similar to this one. Let's just copy paste it. So we are going to have user notifier.add user, ref.read current user notifier provider.copy with favorites. But instead of returning the entire list like this, I'm simply going to copy this favorites, remove this list, paste it over here. But on this favorites, I'm going to call the where property. And in this where, we're going to get a favorite where I check if the favorite.song ID is not equal to song ID that we get from the parameter. Let's convert it to list as well. And that's it. What did I do over here? Well, I'm going through all the favorites in the list and I'm getting all the song models where the song ID is not equal to the song ID that we just unfavorited. So this way we get all the current favorited songs. It will remove the unfavorited song. If you need time, just pause the video, understand this on your own. You'll be able to understand it really well. And that's it. This way we are updating the user notifier and we're doing everything. Now let's restart the entire app and I'm assuming it will show everything nicely now. If I click on this, yep, the song was favorited. And if I click on it again, it unfavorites. But there is a problem with this. You see, since I'm updating the entire user model, this entire page refreshes. If this entire page refreshes, it's not a good feel to the app, right? If I click over here, all my progress is gone. Like I've scrolled it till the end over here. I unfavorite the song and I start it from here. I don't want any other changes in the app. Whenever I click on this, only the music slab should update. None of the application's part should change. So we need to edit that. Other than that, even if I go to the library, I see whoosh right now. I click on song 3. This also updates. And that's nice. But this updates because I'm doing ref.watch user notifier. I don't want to do that. So to avoid this, I can go to the search part. I'll do ref.watch. And whenever I do current user notifier, I want to get all instances of that. Then I go to the Auth ViewModel. I do it over here. So that's fine. If I do it over here to get the token, that's a bit problematic. So if we see over here, we're doing ref.watch current user notifier provider.token. Since we're only accessing the token, why do I have to listen to this entire user model, right? So I can simply do .select on this. I'll get some user data. So I can just call user.token on this, and this way I only listen to the changes in the token property of the user model, nothing else. And I can copy this and paste it for this provider as well. This way we are only listening to the user token. Now I can restart the entire application, click on song 3. If I scroll over here, unfavorite the song, you see none of the application's rest of the parts get affected, and that's nice. I can go to the library, I can do this and it doesn't update. Well, that's a negative, right? We want it to update. But the good thing is that this part is not updating because the rest of the application has to update because it's listening to current user notifier provider, because that's a performance issue. Now to make this library run the future provider again, I can simply go to the home view model. After I've favorited the song, I've put in the if else condition, I can simply run ref.invalidate and then pass in favorite song provider. What this means is that it will invalidate the get favorite songs provider. So this get favorite songs provider will run again. And because of that, it will reflect all the latest data. So if I restart, click on whoosh and not whoosh, let's do song 3. I'll click on library. I unfavorite. You see, this one is a much smoother transition. It doesn't feel like the entire page is reloading because Riverpod is simply rerunning the future provider. It's not rerunning the entire page. So yeah, that's it. Now I just need to add the same favorite logic in the music player and we're all done with the application. Let's go to Music Slab. Let's copy all of these. Go to the music player.dart, find the icons.heart, copy paste that, remove the const. Now we need to get the user favorites. And to get the user favorites, we can scroll up. And here, again, you see we are using select because if we watch the entire current user notifier provider, that would cause performance issues. So here, let's go at the top. Select is pretty helpful. Let's import current user notifier provider, save it. And yeah, even this works. Now, if I unfavorite it over here, it shows it over here. So that's the end of the course. There's still some code refactoring that you can do, like adding interfaces, taking dependencies out of the repository, and using providers for dependencies like HTTP. If you want to write some clean, scalable code, you can look into that. But anyways, we're done with the course. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.